Good evening. The November 20th special meeting of the Evanston City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Harris.
Present.
Councilmember Nguyen. Here. Councilmember Newsma.
Here.
Councilmember Burns. He's not online yet. Councilmember Sufferton.
Here.
Councilmember Ravel. Here. Councilmember Reed. Here. Councilmember Hidakaris. Is he online? Not online. Thank you. Mayor Biss.
Here. We have a quorum present and are prepared to do our work for the evening. The first item on the agenda is public comment. This evening we have somewhat in excess of 60 individuals who have requested to give public comment. Everyone will be given 45 seconds. We begin, as always, with those who signed up on this sheet in person, and then we'll move on to those who signed up online. We begin with Mike Vasilko, who will be followed by Joe Hill, and then Brian Regan.
So where's the compassion for the 7th Ward residents? There's nothing in the MOU to protect residents and their property values. Why not? You've denied due process, ignoring and manipulating rules and laws. And what about the compassion for the families and their children? Passing the zoning change will negatively change resident lives forever. You are imposing fear of losing what little wealth they may have collected after hard work, fear of a far less safe neighborhood, and much like any violent attack, there will be irreversible damage mentally, physically, emotionally, and financially. Is this Evanston's policy of equity, really? Taking from the 7th Ward, assuming benefits for other wards.
Thank you very much.
Shame on you for being so heartless.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Joe Hill, who will be followed by Brian Regan, and then Dana Hoffman.
I am here to simply urge you to vote no on the text amendment. Do not give away Evanston's zoning and the protections it affords citizens to a private enterprise. To do so would destroy zoning in Evanston, and zoning would be wide open. Anybody can do anything, anywhere, at any time, and they will.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brian Regan, who will be followed by Dana Hoffman, and then Bruce Edenbach.
Good evening. The LUC found that commercialization of Ryan Field would create substantial harm in violation of our zoning plan, and so rejected commercialization. But the city, unfortunately, is ignoring those findings and ignoring the vested reliance interest in existing U2 zoning formed by generations of residents as a result of long-standing precedent. That LUC record provides fertile ground for causes of action, but NU apparently still only would indemnify the city for personal injury and property damage claims from NU's own negligence. The city's willful blindness of foreseeable claims is reckless and also thus plays right into NU's hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dana Hoffman, who will be followed by Bruce Edenbach, and then Robert Orenstein.
As my elected officials, you must adhere to maintaining the zoning protections I was assured of when I bought my house in the U2 district. I never would have bought here if this nightmare proposal had been a possibility. Our Land Use Commission agreed. They know a zoning change does not fit and is a horrible match for the 520 households within the U2 district. You will strangle local businesses who will have no parking to offer 66 days a year. You would open a can of worms by selling this zoning, and you should offer an MOU because they are a good neighbor, not because they want a zoning change. Vote no on the zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bruce Edenbach, who will be followed by Robert Orenstein, and then Peter Kelly.
Hi, Bruce Edenbach. So what's likely to happen if this city approves SP1 tonight? Regarding Northwestern State Charter, which NU would be violating by asking for something which is prohibited by their state charter, all anyone has to do is petition the state of Illinois to enforce the charter. The state is required to do so, and in enforcing the charter, enforcing the law can invalidate what might happen here tonight. Also, by our own city code as well as the Illinois Municipal Code, a supermajority, that is 6, not 5, is required for this issue, which council appears poised to violate. Additionally, one would have to think that the good people, the numerous groups in opposition to this, are not going to sit still and allow Northwestern and this council to ignore the law. Litigation will certainly ensue, providing the city with yet another opportunity to waste our tax dollars by failing in court. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Robert Orenstein, who will be followed by Peter Kelly, and then Adam Goldsmith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. First, I want to thank you all for the work you put in, all the countless hours in getting this to this point. I just want to speak to the Community Benefits Agreement, which some have argued should go for the entire 100 years that stadium is going to stand. I will tell you that I'm in favor of the stadium and the Community Benefits Agreement. It should sunset in 15 years. We want our children and grandchildren to deal with the university at that time for the issues important to them then and not the issues that are important to us today. We're going to have new issues, things we haven't thought about, technology and climate change, et cetera. That should be taken up in 15 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Peter Kelly, who will be followed by Adam Goldsmith and then David DiCarlo.
This council's zoning deliberations were never intended as a rubber stamp. As was pointed out in the statement you received, there were two major errors in the LUC's findings. More importantly, the LUC failed to identify any conditions or restrictions that would change its recommendation. The City Council has already begun to fill this gap by amending the ordinance upon introduction to add conditions and incorporate an enforceable memo of understanding and community benefits agreement, which will be further strengthened in the final version before you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Adam Goldsmith, who will be followed by David DiCarlo and then Ken Prosky.
All right, thank you. My name is Adam Goldsmith. I'm a PhD candidate at Northwestern University. And I'm also serving on the bargaining committee of Northwestern's Graduate Workers Union. On October 19th, our union provided our economic proposals, to which Northwestern said for a bargaining meeting 3 weeks later that they did not have enough time. If Northwestern did not have enough time for a review of our economic proposals, I think that the City Council should also apply the Northwestern review standard and have more time to give the public the chance for transparency. And lastly, I'll end on, you should vote no in the Northwestern, the Daily Northwestern. It was reported that the Ryan family gave a significant increase in its contribution, and I think the City Council should vote no and find out what that is and change the agreement accordingly based off of how much money is available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David DiCarlo, who will be followed by Ken Prosky and then Raju Gate.
Members of the City Council, tonight isn't about a stadium or concerts. Tonight is about whether this is the kind of city that follows its own laws, that recognizes 2 protest petitions that were duly filed by residents, that adheres to its own voting requirements, and that listens to its experts on the Land Use Commission and in the community. Let's be clear about what Evanston is actually getting out of this so-called deal some of you have negotiated. We've all seen the analysis from independent journalists that the city is getting at most $2 million a year in new unrestricted funds for a limited period. And what is the city of Evanston giving up in return? You, our elected officials, are effectively giving up our ability to change the zoning, and you're setting a precedent that any billionaire or powerful institution can divide the City Council. That's more than selling zoning, that's mortgaging our future.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ken Prosky, who will be followed by Raju Gate and then Amy Zubal.
I served on the Stadium Working Group for nearly a year. Northwestern requested input from neighbors and expressed hope that our group could improve community trust. I formally surveyed nearly 100 households on the east side of the stadium, and I shared the results. The highest priority was to build a collegiate football stadium, not a commercial entertainment facility. 6 months later, Northwestern announced their plans. Basically, they ignored our input and they're doing what they wanted anyway. Looking back, it reminds me of the Land Use Commission decision which denied approval of the zoning amendment because it didn't meet the approval standards. Despite the best efforts at citizen participation in a democratic process, a few individuals and a wealthy institution can undermine the process and ignore input and government standards. From my perspective, so much for building trust in our government institutions.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Raju Gate, who will be followed by Amy Zubal and then Earl Weingarten.
First of all, thank you all for doing an incredible job to negotiate an incredible agreement. I am fully supportive of the agreement. I live about 350 feet from Ryan Field. I feel like this entire discussion has been about Northwestern and the people opposed. I would like to remind you there are many of us who live in this city who actually want this to happen, who actually want to go to a concert, want to see our city thrive, want to see people have opportunity. So I encourage you to vote yes on all three proposals.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Amy, whose name I keep getting totally wrong, and she'll correct me in a moment, followed by Earl Weingarten and then Leslie McMillan.
It's Zabala, but that's okay.
Thanks, and my apologies.
So we chose to live in Evanston because of its vibrancy and diversity. We support 6 nights of concerts at the new Ryan Field, and we believe that the advantages to the city, small business owners, and the entire community far outweigh the disadvantages of a few nights. This is a good deal for all of Evanston, and voting against this project, thus stopping the construction of the new stadium, would be a failure for our community. We urge you to vote yes for this proposal.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Earl Weingarten, who will be followed by Leslie McMillan and then Mary Rosinski.
You are approving a monument to a man who donates millions of dollars to Republican parties, PACs, and politicians who have denied a woman's right to make her own health care decisions, who have disenfranchised black voters, who have canceled school breakfast programs for poor children, who are rolling back child labor protections, who are banning Anne Frank and Toni Morrison from school libraries, who have taken Medicaid health care coverage away from 4 million sick and injured adults and children, who have voted against renewing the Violence Against Women Act, who vilify our LGBTQ family members and friends, who have refused to certify the results of the presidential election, who support the January 6th insurrectionists, who believe America should be a Christian theocracy and not a democracy. You're building a monument to this man who's helping pay for this. What are your values?
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Leslie McMillan, who will be followed by Mary Rosinski and then Fiona McCarthy.
From the beginning, there's been an utter lack of transparency with respect to the negotiations with Northwestern and Pat Ryan, and a complete failure of leadership. Why was there no committee council members identified as a group that would be charged with negotiating with NU and Ryan months and months ago? More importantly, why did council not engage the help of experts in the field of negotiating, such as an investment banker, who could look at cash flows of what Northwestern would receive, what the COE would receive? Surely the number was probably in between somewhere, but we'll never know. More importantly, why did council not engage outside counsel in negotiations and not merely rubber stamp charged with crossing T's, dotting I's, and looking for typos? Numerous qualified attorneys have reached out to you, Mayor Biss, and their input has been completely unheard. Unless any one of the chosen five council members who were in the room where it happened can tell us why they routinely negotiate against billionaires and $17 billion hedge fund. The idea that this group was capable of doing that.
Thank you very much.
2 parts naivete and complete hubris.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mary Rosinski, who will be followed by Fiona McCarthy and then Stefano Miru.
Thank you. I'm going to finish the last paragraph of Leslie's. What she was going to say was there's a complete lack of leadership, disregard for the LUC vote, and by bypassing the Planning and Development Committee, you have denied people due process. You've caused a lot of chaotic negotiation, resulting in one-off discussions involving council members who aren't attorneys but have seen one on TV. It's clear that from the evidence that you're either over your skis or you simply don't care. What I was going to say was, tonight you're faced with a decision that will determine whether your guiding documents, the Comprehensive Plan and Municipal Code, will be disregarded for the sake of corporate profits and in exchange for some vague, unexamined potential financial gains for the city. This questionable game will come up at the expense of the quality of life and will, I'm going to say one more thing. You will, if you choose to pass this as text amendment, you will be dismantling 70 years of zoning protections for all of Evanston living anywhere near other large institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Fiona McCarthy, who will be followed by Stefano Meru, and then Andy Berman.
If you have any question as to NU's plans, all you need to do is look at the construction vehicles currently lined up in their parking lot. It has been 2 days since their final football game. NU wants to start this project immediately. If you think that by separating the financial benefits from the zoning, NU will walk away, you are wrong. If you think that waiting to approve the zoning change until after the stadium is built so that the sound systems can be tested to determine the impact of the surrounding neighborhoods will make NU walk away, you are wrong. Why are you so anxious to approve a permanent zoning change that the Land Use Commission and residents overwhelmingly disapprove of? Why would you consider it a win to approve of insufficient benefits package that expires when the zoning change is permanent? Remember all the fun community events and concerts that NU can currently do under the existing zoning and the positive economic impact to the city while maintaining balance in our neighborhood. Please stand up to NU, do your job, respect our neighborhood and our zoning and the land use determined decision.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Stefano Meru, who will be followed by Andy Berman and then Ray Friedman.
Hi, I'm here to tell you that I oppose this deal, but also send another more important message. Look at how divided you are. Look how divided people are here in this room and in the city. There is one thing you can do now to heal this wound, if you care for it. Put a sunset clause on this deal. If you wanted the deal, you respect people's desire to have a change without legal battles. If you oppose the deal, you respect the people's desire to see changes in action before rejecting them. You choose unity by respecting each other people, not through divisive majority decision, no matter where they go. Embrace unity. This is your chance to make one great day for Evanston. If you follow on this path, your legacy and the legacy of Ryan Field will be a legacy of divisiveness and legal battles. That would be a sad day for Evanston. Please avoid it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Andy Berman, who will be followed by Ray Friedman and then Darlene Cannon.
Good evening. This being Blue Evanston, I'm sure most people here were outraged, as I was, when the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. 50 years of precedent, well-reasoned. Well, it occurred to me that city councils here have for 50 years, more than 50 years, every time Northwesterns come in here and tried to monetize their tax-exempt piece of property sitting in the middle of a residential neighborhood, every city council has stopped them from doing it. You folks are about to overturn more than 50 years of precedent. I think the analogy fits. Think carefully what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ray Friedman, who will be followed by Darlene Cannon and then Tricia Connolly.
Good evening, everyone. Ray Friedman, Second Ward. First of all, I'd like to say yes to rebuild Orion Field, no to rezoning. Second thing I'd like to say, or third thing, is obviously we haven't got the hang of the public comment thing. This is to create a dialogue as described in every city council meeting packet. What are your views on this? Next, we keep hearing about our elected officials are representing yourselves and your constituents on all matters to be voted on. We don't hear much, we don't hear very much about what the constituents want. Some come to public comment, some come to ward meetings, but that's a very small number compared to how many residents are in each ward, how many registered voters are in each ward. All of our registered voters deserve to be heard, and all of these opinions need to be taken into consideration before final vote is taken. No zoning change should be made unless a referendum was held. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Darlene Cannon, who will be followed by Tricia Connolly, and then Andrea Smitov.
Good evening. Darlene Cannon, Second Ward. I'm the chair of the Equity and Empowerment Commission, but I'm coming tonight to speak for myself, a homeowner, taxpayer, and lifelong Evanston resident. I, like many residents, want to see a council that would not seek to power and money by giving NU control of an unlimited time, where NU controls benefits that have an expiration date. NU controls Evanston like a puppet master, pulling the strings when we get out of line and loosening them when we seek power. Our bargaining power is zoning. Equity is being misrepresented here in Evanston. I don't trust Northwestern based on their treatment, betrayal, and displacement of black people and the creation of empty promises. NU sees an opportunity that they can benefit from on the backs of black people's voice and labor. This is what structural racism looks like. And also, I'll say that I hear what NU says, but I also see what they do. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tricia Connolly, who will be followed by Andrea Smitov and then Carl Bova.
Tricia Connolly, Second Ward. While claiming to bring public benefits to Evanston, Northwestern has in writing that it will only occur if they get their zoning. This is our good neighbor, and you are a council that represent all of us? You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. You had a chance to work with the community months ago, a wider community about this issue, and nobody returned calls or emails. Let the record stand on that. And each of you who aren't representatives of the 7th Ward, think about, would your constituents want this in their backyard? No. And I don't want the traffic in my backyard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Andrea Smitov, who will be followed by Carl Bova.
Hi, it's Andrea Smeaton, and
I'm
thank
sorry.
you for taking, no worries, no worries. I ask that before you vote tonight, you remember the lives you will negatively change if you vote to rezone neighborhoods surrounding the stadium. This is an opportunity to make the right decision. The decision for the people, the residents of a quiet, peaceful neighborhood. Making a choice for the people whose lives you will impact should be one that protects the way of life for so many. Please don't follow the money. Please choose what is right for the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carl Bova.
I ask that the mayor and the yes-voting council members resign from their offices. And I ask that a state or federal probe into possible crimes against the affected neighborhood residents and zoning perpetrated by these council members be investigated. I ask for an injunction. In my opinion, the MOU contains glaring examples of council members' personal special interests while providing for deceit and ignoring the harm to the neighborhood residents. They have actively and repeatedly broken the Open Meetings Act and may be guilty of colluding with NU to deceit, ignore, and defraud the neighborhood interests. They fail to protect existing zoning and restrict resident freedom. This is a dereliction of duties. They fail to live up to their sworn oath of office.
Thank you very much. This concludes the list of people who signed up on this physical piece of paper. So we'll now move on to those who signed up online to speak in person, of whom there are quite a few. So we'll begin with Elizabeth Arsenault, followed by Nevin Zimmerman, and then Carl Hopman.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Arsenault from the 8th Ward, and I urge you not to approve rezoning. Northwestern has provided few realistic answers to the issues of traffic, noise, and sanitation concerns, not to mention environmental effects. Too much has been done hastily and even underhandedly in the past few weeks, with one alderman indicated he did not pursue broad inclusion in the interest of haste. Concerts and profit are not congruent with Northwestern's state charter nor its educational mission. The City Council needs to adhere to Evanston's own rules and regulations for rezoning, a 6-person majority. These changes, if you approve them, will forever change a residential community. We've seen this all over the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Nevin Zimmerman, who will be followed by Carl Hopman and then James Froberg.
Thank you very much. I know this is not easy, so I appreciate everybody's hard work, but I want to leave you more with a question than a statement because I think it's been well verbalized by other folks. By doing this deal, it's not just a question of working with Northwestern, it's actually accepting a relationship, almost like a marriage that will last for a number of years. With the politics that's going on across the country in many of the universities, is that what we want to leave and think about later on? Because the reality becomes when politics become into it and when you see what's happening across the country, what will happen when Northwestern takes a position that is not viable for the town? We now represent an organization that we may or we may not agree with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carl Hopman, who will be followed by James Froberg and then David Cook.
Dear Mayor Biss, please think of your son Sparrow at Roycemore. Is this the lesson you want to teach him? That everything has a price, including your own vote. That Northwestern can buy the right to pollute. $150 million for noise pollution. What next? What is your price for allowing chemicals in our drinking water, radioactive materials in our food? I hope you will teach your son a lesson in ethics and not in shady dealings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is James Froberg, who will be followed by David Cook and then Judy Berg.
Good evening. My name is James Froberg. I live in the 7th Ward, 550 feet from Ryan Field. NU and NU's athletic department have no prior experience in successfully managing and staging large concert events. Why would Evanston grant the NU perpetual zoning right to hold concerts at the new or even the old Ryan Field without first granting such rights for a trial period to make sure that NU can address all operational and issues properly? This safer trial-first approach would give Evanston time to confirm NU can hold concerts per its to-be-agreed contract terms and only per interim zoning terms to identify issues that could be identified and addressed to the mutual benefit of both parties before Evanston has relinquished zoning controls in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Cook, who will be followed by Judy Berg and then John Austin.
This past Sunday morning, when asked by Kristen Welker of at a Meet the Press show about the negotiations for hostages in the Gaza Strip, the Deputy National Security Advisor, John Feiner, replied, "Nothing's agreed to until everything's agreed to." The City Council should do the same thing. There are numerous details and gaping holes in this that have not been addressed. Don't rely on vague words like, "Oh, we'll provide you a plan," because there isn't a plan. Well, then you guys are going to approve it, but you haven't seen it yet. Please do not enter into an agreement with an entity that has repeatedly sidestepped questions and neglected to provide you with requested information. Please do not vote for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Judy Berg, who will be followed by John Austin and then Deborah Morin.
Hello, my name is Judy Berg. I'm a resident within 500 feet of Ryan Field. I, too, like Ken Prosky, served on the working committee. We were used in the press. Northwestern said, "We're working with the neighbors." That was us. That was the working group. We were not represented and often lied to. My point here is that once you change a zoning law, a precedent is set, a foot is in the door, and all of the wards are going to have to contend with this. Please vote no to rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Austin, who will be followed by Deborah Morin and then Ina Gutierrez.
This is a free country, we hope, and so that means that Northwestern can ask for anything. The question is, what are the procedures by which that ask is evaluated? And this is where due process comes in. So my question is, well, we would all agree, I hope, that there's nothing more local than what happens in a neighborhood, the air you breathe and the sounds you listen to. So, does due process permit a mere majority to overrule the wishes, the overwhelming wishes of those people who are going to suffer the consequences of this change? I think not, and I think that this whole history, which has been so well summed up by the lawyer's letter from Most Livable City, will demonstrate that. So please vote no and save your reputations and our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Deborah Morin, who will be followed by Ina Gutierrez and then James Hebson.
I'm a financial executive and a certified public accountant, and I will tell you that if you vote in favor of this zoning, you are creating a huge financial liability for the city of Evanston. If at any point in the future you decide or some other body comes after you who thinks, uh-oh, we made a mistake, we need to downzone, you can't do it. You will have a huge financial price to pay if you try to change the zoning back to what it was. Please vote no. You are creating a huge financial liability for the city of Evanston if you vote yes on this zoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ina Gutierrez, who will be followed by James Hebson and then Kathy Lifton.
Good evening. I'm Ina Gutierrez. I'm a Fifth Ward resident and executive director of the nonprofit Rebuilding Exchange in the Second Ward. I am back to ask for your support and vote to rebuild Ryan Field. This fall, Rebuilding Exchange has held monthly information sessions to share more about our building trades pre-apprenticeship program and how folks can connect with the proposed Ryan Field project. And in just a couple of months, we've met with 10 individuals with Evanston roots who are interested in training, support, and access to begin their building trades careers. They're eager and ready, not only to further their own careers, but to be part of something bigger in their community. And we can train them all. But if there aren't hiring opportunities through construction projects like Ryan Field, there is an opportunity to access living wage careers, and that does nothing to move the needle on poverty in Evanston. The scale of this project could provide career opportunities for dozens of folks in just a couple years, which strengthens all of us in Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is James Hebson, who will be followed by Kathy Lifton and then Neil Gambo.
Hello, thank you. My name is James Hebson. I live in the 7th Ward within 1,000 feet of Ryan Field. I am a restaurateur, although not in Evanston, but I know most of my colleagues in the Evanston hospitality industry are in favor of a new Ryan Field. They're just a little worried to come here in front of you all because they're worried about blowback from members of the community. Restaurants are the social centers of any city, but Evanston restaurants are not enjoying boom times. Just look at Lush, which on Central Street closed about a month ago, and other restaurants are struggling as well. A new Ryan Field won't help keep restaurants in business, but it will make staying in business easier, and it will be more likely to attract new restaurants to open. So I hope you vote in favor of the new Ryan Field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kathy Lifton, who will be followed by Neil Gambo and then Evie Russell.
Hello, I am Kathy Lifton and live in Southeast Wilmette. The Northwestern design has the stage for the proposed outdoor mega rock concerts facing northwest. According to the Arup Sound Study, 70 decibels of sound will project into Wilmette as far north as Maple Park. This will include sound from the 4 to 7 days of sound system setup as well as concert day. Let's assume an average of 5-day setup and 1 concert day for a total of 6 days per concert. 6 concerts times 6 days equals 36 days of sound reaching 70 decibels for residents of Southeast Wilmette. The noise pollution is not just the duration of the 2 to 3 hour concert. Wilmette does not get a vote. on the proposed concerts, nor does it receive any benefit. Please vote no for the proposed zoning change.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Neil Gambo, who will be followed by Evie Russell, and then Lawrence Jones.
Thank you, everyone, and appreciate what you've done in trying to get this thing resolved. All I want to say is that I hear the concerns of some stadium neighbors who deserve to be heard, obviously. We have 3 years to fine-tune the traffic and parking situation and noise issues before the stadium's even finished. That's plenty of time to get a good program. And from what I hear, a majority of Evanston residents want this to happen as NU has proposed. All of Evanston deserves to be heard, too. As for the MOU, I think we got a great deal. Maybe needs a little bit of tweaking, but we need to jump on it. Thank you for what you do for Evanston. Tonight, please vote yes on the 3 amendments. All this is in the best interest of our city at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Evie Russell, who will be followed by Lawrence Jones and then Jeff Masters.
Evie Russell. I will use my time for a moment of silence to commemorate the death of our neighborhood at the hands of the Evanston City Council who failed to protect it.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lawrence Jones, who will be followed by Jeff Masters and then Charlie Stone.
I'm Larry Jones, 2745 Girard Avenue, 7th Ward. I want to take my 45 seconds to thank the Land Use Commission for measured, transparent, painstaking work in reviewing some 1,600 pages of very detailed material regarding the Ryan Field proposals, then discussing it in public for some 13 hours before reaching its conclusion 7-2 that the text amendment violates the Evanston Comprehensive Plan in multiple respects. I hope the City Council will begin to take a similarly transparent, studied, professional, and thoroughly responsive approach as it continues to engage in these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Masters, who will be followed by Charlie Stone and then John Shapiro.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Masters. I'm a Fifth Ward resident. We're impacted with noise and traffic in the Fifth Ward. We're the major entryway into Evanston. Yet, I think the tax revenues, the enticements that come with the new stadium, the ability to go to concerts locally are all favorable pieces where I really implore you to vote yes for the zoning amendment as well as building the field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Charlie Stone, who will be followed by John Shapiro and then Jeff Boerini.
Thank you very much. A fair deal. Always feels like both sides have to hurt a little. So who is hurting? Well, we know the 7th Ward residents will hurt by overturning residential zoning and allow a cacophony of traffic and big concerts. We know that our police, our fire, our hospitals will be stressed with additional work of these concerts. We know that Evanston will hurt in year 16 when, strangely, the benefits end. They should go to the lifetime of the stadium. Legal scholars say Evanston will be harmed by this one-sided, vague, ambiguous, some call it Swiss cheese MOU, where expensive litigation is the only recourse. Well, Evanston has budget deficits, NU has over $15 billion. Go Cats. So how is NU hurting with this deal? They are not. They cough when they make $10 million. They sneeze, another $5 million, all tax-free. They get to remain a nonprofit, earning hundreds of millions of dollars in TV revenue. So tonight, make it hurt for them to make it fair for all of us. Call their bluff. Tie the MOU to the stadium only and defer to the Evanston Land Commission.
Thank you very much.
Simply say no to concerts.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Shapiro, who will be followed by Jeff Boerini and then Meredith DiCarlo.
As you know, I live in the shadow of the stadium. I oppose the proposed ordinances, and I think the MOU is a useless, toothless document. I won't endeavor to reiterate the reasons why, but there are many that my neighbors and other Evanston residents have shared. Instead, I'll focus on my written request to this council that it take another pause so that it can understand the laws that frame its considerations and that will govern the ramifications of a vote to approve. Based on my communications with the council today, it's apparent that there is confusion amongst some members as to the law that applies now and going forward. Please take the time you all need to understand those issues. All Evanston residents deserve better and deserve good governance. And in this vein, I have a question for you.
Thank you very much.
No, I have a question for you, Mayor Biss. I want to know, did you read my letter today?
Thank you very much.
Did anybody read my letter today? Or the
Thank you very
communications that I
much.
had with the council?
The next speaker is Jeff Boarini, who will be followed by Meredith DiCarlo and then Maria Topper.
Good evening. Council members Revelle, Suffredin, Reed, Burns, Newsma, and Kelly have all been quoted saying that they are unhappy with the process that unfolded and wish it had been handled differently. You don't have to wish. You have the power tonight to start over. You might say it's too late. Too much work has been done, perhaps, but you're still unhappy, and so are the seeming majority of residents. You can change that, okay? We could say it's your job to change that. We have lots of time. Concerts won't begin for 2 years. Start building the stadium now and give yourselves a few months to work out the rest through a process that you all agree to. We may end up almost exactly where we are now, but with much greater public acceptance. If not, the suspicion, distrust, rancor, and divisiveness generated by this tainted process will be a large part of your legacy.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Meredith DiCarlo, who will be followed by Maria Topper and then Shana Atkins.
Mayor Biss, I am deeply disappointed in your handling of Northwestern's proposed rezoning of its athletic campus. Contrary to your campaign commitment to transparency, it appears that for many months you facilitated negotiations between Northwestern and only those elected officials who supported commercial rezoning from the very beginning, to the exclusion of other council members and community voices. And you did so all the while pretending you had not made up your own mind, evading public accountability. No surprise, unfortunately, that your destructive means did not deliver constructive ends. I think you know exactly how bad this bargain is, but only care if the headlines make it look like you've accomplished something. Please vote no on SB1 and SB3 and do not amend SB2 to tie public benefits to an unchanging legal and regulatory environment.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Maria Topper, who will be followed by Shana Atkins and then Linda Damashek.
My name is Maria Topper, and I'm a 7th Ward resident. I repeat, if the City Council votes yes on rezoning, I ask that $1 million for 30 years be earmarked to District 65 specifically. This amount should be separate from the Good Neighbor Fund. In a public forum, NU's Dave Davis commented on how Northwestern needs the City of Evanston just as much as the City of Evanston needs Northwestern. Don't leave District 65 out of this conversation. If you vote yes, NU will flourish while our public schools continue to struggle. Investing in District 65 benefits all Evanstonians. Again, I repeat, if you vote yes, I ask that you earmark an amount to District 65. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Shana Atkins, who will be followed by Linda Damashek.
City Council, myself, along with hundreds of other small, local, women, minority, disabled, or veteran-owned businesses have been heavily involved in outreach efforts for Ryan Fields. When asking a local restaurant owner about the positive impact, he shared enthusiasm rooted in his employees having double the take-home pay in a year. Amongst ourselves, these businesses have diligently prepared for the chance to participate in the work that lies ahead. From capacity planning and onboarding to being in touch with organizations like Rebuilding Exchange as we develop community recruitment strategies for the 2,900 local jobs. I believe at the heart of the time spent here is an ideal opportunity, with small business as part of the solution. I have gratitude for your due diligence, and I wish you a happy holiday and a very well-deserved break.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Damashek.
Hi, Linda Damashek, 28-year resident of 3rd Ward. Zoning changes are not for sale. You have a land use commission to make these determinations, and you should abide by their expertise in their rulings. They voted no for Northwestern's zoning request, and you need to follow your processes. Show some integrity and vote no to Northwestern's rezoning request. Do not sell rezoning to the highest bidder. Do the right thing and vote no.
Thank you very much. I believe this concludes the list of people who signed up in any way at all to speak here. So before we go to the online portion of public comment, is there anybody in the room who believes they signed up to speak and somehow didn't get called on for some reason? Seeing none, we move on to the online public comment, which will begin with Lynn Creighton, followed by Christine Frula, and then Jeff Smith. It looks like Lynn Creighton is not there, so we'll move ahead now to Christine Frula, who will be followed by Jeff Smith, and then Sebastian Knowles. I believe.
Hello, can
Yep.
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was getting a message saying that the host would not allow me to unmute myself. Mayor Biss, Council, would you please explain why you would fail to enforce our zoning, override our LUC's negative recommendation, fail to secure professional studies of all relevant effects on the communities, allow MOU discussions and negotiations with council members and key community representatives absent, expose our city to litigation with egregious failures of due process? I'm getting noise. I think there. Okay, I was going to say, please, why would you expose our city to litigation by egregious failures of due process? Don't put our city at risk of permanent fatal errors by letting NU fool us. A sunset clause would not be a deal breaker. The city shouldn't cede oversight and regulatory authority to NU. Any MOU should cover all events, not just ones with 10,000 and more. COLA adjusted payments should continue in perpetuity. Traffic and security
Thank you very
plans
much.
must be.
You can finish the sentence. I was just giving you a warning. The time is up.
I'm lost in the time since I didn't get to unmute, and now I'm hearing Jeff, so I don't know. Traffic and security plans should be approved before the stadium plans are approved. They shouldn't be exempt from FOIA. Northwestern shouldn't escape city sanctions if they fail to follow them. Northwestern has deep litigating pockets. The city's not in the billionaires league, nor do we want our taxes wasted. If the
Thank
city
you very
council's
much.
is shoddy, ill-considered, procedurally anomalous, seriously flawed deal, save us from permanent fatal error.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Smith, who will be followed by Sebastian Knowles, and then Robert Sokol.
Good evening. Our plans and aspirational documents speak repeatedly to partnerships with neighborhoods, but this project, in contrast to our values, has proceeded like a political or even a military campaign to isolate, outflank, and vanquish stakeholders, your neighbors and mine, like an enemy. It's unprecedented and sad. The ordinance findings are larded with speculation and even fiction. No sufficient pro forma or plans have been submitted, only promises to do that which NU has never done. The zoning contract negotiated without council authority in advance of hearing shreds impartiality required by our ethics, mocks due process, and is legally inadequate to protect the city and the neighborhood. We're barreling toward epic litigation. I urge no votes and inviting the neighbors to the bargaining table to stop that train, stop the pain, and craft something truly neighborly.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sebastian Knowles, who will be followed by Robert Sokol and then Priscilla Giles.
Good evening, City Council. I am here today to ask that any benefits agreement with Northwestern match the proposed zoning length. If zoning changes are indefinite, then community benefits should match that. If community benefits last 15 years, then zoning changes should last 15 years. It does not make sense for Northwestern to continue to profit off of concerts and other large-scale events while the city loses out on money after 15 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Robert Sokol, who will be followed by Priscilla Giles and then Noreen Edwards.
Hi. I too served on the stadium working group, in my case representing the West Side neighbors. Please listen to the expertise of our city's Land Use Commission. Build a new stadium and ashcan the idea of turning this stadium into a double capacity open air all-state arena in the midst of a residential community. And thank you, Ms. Kelly. Thank you, Ms. Wynn. Thank you, Mr. Suffredin. And thank you, Ms. Revelle.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Priscilla Giles, who will be followed by Noreen Edwards and then Arthur Mollenauer. It looks like Ms. Giles is not in the Zoom at this time, so she'll be followed by Noreen Edwards and then Arthur Mollenauer.
Hi. So many people have made eloquent arguments. This is Noreen Edwards, 4th Ward. I just want to say vote no, avoid legal tangles, and vote no on the change in zoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Arthur Mollenauer. It looks like Arthur Mollenauer is also not in the Zoom at this time. So I believe everyone who has signed up, with the exception of 3 names who I do not see in the Zoom, has had an opportunity to speak. And so that concludes public comment for the evening. This brings us to the next item on our agenda, special orders of business. Is there someone who cares to make a motion relative to item SP1?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item SP1, Ordinance 107-0-23, amending Section 6-15-7-2 of the City Code, permitted uses in the U2 University Athletic Facilities District. And for sake of clarity, what I am motioning is the version that begins on page 98 of our packet this evening.
No, if the mic is, there we go. All right.
Well, is there a second? First of all, will the clerk please add Councilmember Burns to the roll? Second, is there a second to the motion that was just made?
No, not for me. I think SB3.
Councilmember Newsom, would you be willing to let Councilmember Reed be recognized to ask a question while we're sort of awaiting to see if the motion will find a second? Councilmember Reed.
I don't have a question. Just I would think prefer to move SP3 first, and then go through SP1 and then 2. So I'll move item SP3 resolution.
Well,
I'll move.
you can't do that because there's a motion on the table.
Well, there is no motion on the table. It didn't get a second. So I'll move resolution.
Hold on. Councilmember Nisma, are you withdrawing your motion?
There was no motion.
If it's the consensus of the council to pursue these in a different order than is printed, I'm comfortable with that as long as we get to all three. So I will withdraw my motion on SP1.
Councilmember Nisma withdraws his motion. Councilmember Reed moves passage of Resolution 87-R-23. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Reed moves passage of Resolution 87-R-23. Councilmember Burns seconds. Just for information to folks up here, I've reset the lights because I think the lights were on to address that issue of order. So now, with a clean slate, is there any discussion on the motion relative to item SP3? Councilmember Kelly.
Are we now just, we're on SP3. The agenda's been reordered. Okay, so I would just like to say that I believe from everything I've read from numerous attorneys, over 40, that I just want this confirmed. This does require SP3, the zoning ordinance. We're on the MOU, correct? Okay, correct. I apologize. I did submit an amendment to require indemnification, which I will send to everybody now. Regarding indemnification, I'd like to ask that we add that Northwestern shall indemnify, defend, and hold harmless the city, its agents, officers, employees against all liabilities, losses, judgments, costs, settlements, and expenses, including attorney's fees for claims against the city arising out of or related to this memorandum of understanding. The city's passage of this approval ordinance or the ordinances or university's use of the redeveloped Ryan Field for events ticketed for a minimum of 10,000 individuals, except to the extent that any of the same shall be directly caused by the city's willful misconduct or gross negligence. So I will send that as I would like that language amended to SP3, the MOU. And by the way, I did send that in last week. It didn't make it into the packet, though.
Councilmember Kelly moves to amend the Resolution 87-R-23 by adding to the indemnification clause. Councilmember Revelle seconds. It's my understanding that there's an email on the way, Councilmember. So the council will just stand at ease for a second while we wait for the amendment to arrive. So the amendment, I've just received the amendment. I've passed it along to all of council. It is precisely what Councilmember Kelly indicated. Councilmember, do you want to continue discussion? Do you still want to hold the floor at this time, Councilmember?
No, I don't. I think that we have to, we're opening ourselves to a lot of liability at this point, and I think we need wording in there that protects the city. It's not enough the mediation or the arbitration. Wording in there is not going to offer enough protection, and even if we can say that that state code protects us, it will not be free to go to court. So I ask that we have language in there that would protect the city financially. Thank you.
Councilmember Reed, followed by Burns, followed by Suffredin.
Thank you. Council, with an S, Council Ruggie. So, Councilmember, you received this last week?
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Alex Ruggie, Interim Corporation Counsel. Yes, I believe this was part of Councilmember Kelly, one of her asks for the MOU amendments.
And so I suppose this was shared with Northwestern?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Do you mind sharing any, and I suppose because it's not in here, Northwestern rejected this request?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain to me, this seems as though this language would go a bit too far in that it would indemnify the city of Evanston. Can you explain this a bit?
I can let Northwestern speak on to why they rejected this language specifically, but I think
Yeah, actually, that would be better.
that would be best.
May I have?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Reed. For the record, Katie Janke-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper. We represent Northwestern. We did review the language that Councilmember Kelly proposed. Like you said, we thought that it went too far. We, of course, are going to be aligned with the city. If there is litigation challenging, we would probably get involved in that instance, depending on the facts. But the city, we've negotiated with the city. We think we've put together a very comprehensive, longstanding public benefits package to go along with it. We believe the city has their coverage, if just like any other zoning action, if it were to be challenged.
Thank you. And then, Council Ruggie, from our perspective, do you feel comfortable with the language that is currently, and also I'll note that we have Dirk Price as well on the line that you have worked with on this. So we have two attorneys representing the city who have looked at this. And do you feel comfortable that without this language that the city would have proper indemnification?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I feel we have proper indemnification as far as the MOU is concerned for the concerts and the additional events that would occur. Additionally, to the MOU and the indemnification, plus the special event insurance where the city is named as an additional insured, the city of Evanston is afforded a lot of immunities by the local government and local governmental employees Tort Immunity Act. So due to the immunities that were awarded through that act, plus the indemnification, both Mr. Price and I felt that this properly protected the city. Additionally, for any action that's taken here tonight, it would be rather rare for Northwestern to attempt to indemnify the city council for its legislative process. The only time you ever see a situation like that might be in an annex agreement, but that's not what we have here. We have a legislative decision up to the city council, and so the city of Evanston would want to represent itself in that decision.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Suffredin.
Thank you, Council Ruggie. You basically took this where I was going to take it. I'm still going to read a little bit because I just want to make sure I'm looking at this correctly. So I sent over every concern about indemnification that wasn't a kind of a duplicate inquiry. I sent over to Council Ruggie throughout this process. What I received as a response is the following. So our in-house and outside legal counsel believe we have strong indemnification language. My understanding is that they believe we can't completely indemnify ourselves from a policy decision that we're making. When a governmental body makes a policy decision, it is performing a public duty. Courts often recognize that such decisions made in the public interest carry inherent risks that cannot be completely outsourced or indemnified against. However, by requiring the university to maintain a specific level and type of insurance, the city effectively transfers some of the financial risks associated with the concerts to the university's insurance company. Essentially, the insurance may protect us against things not covered in the indemnification language. I believe we've added language about insurance to the same section. And then I said in this email, A. Ruggie, D. Price, please correct any of this if I am off base. So that was the first information I got. And then today I followed up with Council Ruggie, and it says this email does not, however, take into consideration the local government and local government employees Tort Immunity Act, which affords a lot of immunities to municipalities to operate its government. Additionally, even though Evanston will permit certain activities, it does not then transfer liability onto the city for actions of businesses. For example, even though the city provides liquor licenses, we're not liable for overservice by a restaurant or a DUI by someone who was overserved. Okay, so with that being in mind, I think in order to support the amendment, can you provide a scenario where what was just provided would not address it? That's what I would want to know.
So, when you enter into a contract, the idea is that you want to avoid legal proceedings. So why we would leave ourselves open, even if we were to win or go to court, the point is it's not going to be free. So I think we should have, everything that I've listed there. For example, if the sound exceeds limits or there's damage to the neighborhoods, because right now, have you actually read the event insurance? Has anybody here read through the event insurance?
So I think
Special event insurance, because that's what we're relying on
would be
mostly.
helpful for my,
And I'm just asking you a question. Have you read through?
What would be helpful for my question?
Just
I
if
have
both
the
of you
floor.
could just
I
so.
have the floor, right?
So I just want to say that. So Councilmember Burns has the floor. He asked you a question, but whenever he wants to reclaim the floor,
What would be helpful to me is if you could one by one say scenarios that you think are not covered. And then my question to our council, both in-house and outside, is, do they believe it's covered? And if it's not, to me, that's the strongest argument for what you're trying to do, and I can get behind it.
Okay, so there are myriad. I'm not going to begin.
Could you do a few?
No, I'm sorry.
Could you do the main
point
three?
of order, I will simply say that I think
Councilmember
we are
Burns
relying.
does have the floor. You're in line to speak again.
Yes, my question.
And if Council Kelly is unwilling to answer it, I'll go to Councilmember
I'm sure
Revelle.
the folks in this room could probably give me 1,000 things that could come up.
But we've reviewed most of those because we've forwarded those.
No, we're relying on
emails
the
to our
insurance for the
in-house
special
and
event, and
outside
I'm
counsel.
asking if anybody here has even read the special event insurance yet.
Councilmember Burns has the floor.
All I'm saying is Councilmember Revelle, because you seconded, or Councilmember Kelly, if you could provide a specific scenario, even just the top 2 or 3, and then
Okay, that we violated our own code here. In these procedures, that we violated our code, that this in fact does turn out to be, for example, a map amendment, which I think it is, based on being a sole district, based on substantially changing the U2 district as defined, the use and everything else. For example, we could be taken to court for violating code for lack of due process, for example.
Okay.
That's not, and we could get, so
Council
even if you
Ruggie-
might say we have certain protections, it's still going to cost us money.
Councilmember Burns has the floor.
And so, what do you say to that, Councilor Reagan? Sorry to obviously put you on the spot, but here we are. What do you say to that?
Sure. I think that goes back to what I said previously, that it's extremely rare, if not, it hasn't happened, that an outside business would indemnify a municipality for its legislative decision. So, I mean, Evanston, as Councilmember Reed specified, and Councilmember Burns, you specified as well, I mean, for public acts, the public entity takes upon that risk. So I don't really think this is a situation where Northwestern can indemnify us or indemnify the city for its legislative acts.
When a governmental body makes a policy decision
if I
and is performing
may.
a public duty, real quick, Dirk, courts often recognize that such decisions made in the public interest carry inherent risks. So I said that before. Attorney Price, I think you were about to say something.
Right, and so the example that Councilmember Kelly gave, which is probable, that we're going to be sued for violating our own code, is not covered by our language. An exception exists for willful misconduct. So you taking the vote, the issue's been framed several times. We've tried to give you the best advice Alex and I can give about it. But if they're suing over the vote you take, that's intentional or willful action, which they're claiming is misconduct. That's an exception to this indemnity language anyway.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Thank you. So, Dirk and Alex, I very much appreciate the work that you put in, and I accept the validity of your opinions. But it's a question for you, Dirk, Luke Stowe, perhaps the mayor. I know we haven't had a discussion as a council, but has there been some staff discussion or analysis of what type of risk we're looking at and where the money to defend the highly probable lawsuits, which could include civil rights violations, could include a lot of things. Have we looked at the likelihood of being sued, the potential budget for those lawsuits, and where that money would come from?
Thank you, Councilmember.
Well, I've not been involved in it, but I was just going to say that no land use decision in Evanston recently has been without hard feelings and detractors and lawsuits, whether it's the decision the council made about the Margarita Inn or the decision it made on the west side for the redevelopment of that property with HODC. Litigation has followed, and people with property rights and sufficient resources, they will line up to challenge you. So it just is part of what it means to do land use decision making.
Well, I guess that's what I'm asking, though. They'll line up to pound us, but have we quantified the potential pounding? I mean, I would imagine that Wilmette, for example, will be in line to sue us. I imagine there'll be a bunch of close-by neighbors. Without getting into the validity of their cases, like, do we have a budget set aside for defending those lawsuits, and where is that money going to come from?
So, Councilmember Suffredin, so the city of Evanston in general has a insurance fund. So we have an insurance fund where we pay outside legal fees, where we pay any settlement of litigation, and that comes out of it. So there is a budgeted amount for litigation that comes in. The city of Evanston, in the time that I've been here, you know, we have a healthy, constant in-stream of cases, and that's essentially the cost of doing business as a municipality. So we do have a budget for it. We don't have a specific Northwestern lawsuit budget.
Yeah, I mean, I guess,
there is money set aside.
are you confident that the balance of the insurance fund is sufficient to defend potentially multiple lawsuits about this?
So I guess until those lawsuits come in, I won't know the premise of them. But I assume at the very least, similar to the other lawsuits we've had on zoning decisions, it'll be an administrative review. Administrative review cases generally aren't as in-depth as a lot of other lawsuits because the court reviews the record, and then there's usually a summary judgment motion filed, and then the court issues a ruling. So it's not as in-depth as other litigation lawsuits, but that doesn't mean that there's not a lot of motion practice. So until those lawsuits come in, I can't really quantify it.
Okay, if the insurance fund is insufficient, where would the money come from? And I don't know if that's for you or for Luke.
Yes, good evening, Councilmember Suffredin. If the insurance fund was not sufficient, then we would likely look at general fund reserves or potentially the revenue from the permit from the stadium, which is in $10, $11 million range.
Okay. I've got questions about that, but I'll save those because we're on this topic. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Dirk.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back for second cracks, beginning with Councilmember Kelly with 3 minutes left.
Thank you. So again, you know, as stated here, it says, you know, we would never be completely, that a city could not be completely covered, but we certainly can cover a lot in this agreement that we would be covered for. And we just heard Northwestern say we would probably get involved to help out. I think it's absolutely incumbent on us to protect our residents, to have this clause in there, to ensure that, you know, this is going to be costly for us to litigate, to whatever we have to do, and why not put it in there to ensure this is all related to the stadium, to the changing of the zoning. So again, this is supposed to be an agreement. We're supposed to avoid going to the MAD, going to litigation, going to mediation. We should write it in there so we don't find ourselves in that situation.
Continuing with second cracks, Councilmember Reed with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Yeah, just going with I think there are other examples that I've heard. I've spent over 20 hours taking public comment from folks on this issue. And other examples that I've heard, one, as Council Ruggie points out, you know, this is not normal. It is not typical, normal that a private institution or a private business would indemnify the legislative process of a municipality. But what I have heard is, you know, concerns around noise and, you know, around the stadium, and maybe Wilmette residents or Evanston residents suing because of that. And so if, for example, there's a noise lawsuit or some other violation or some other issue that stemmed from the university, what is the likelihood that Evanston, for example, noise, would Evanston be a valid party to a noise lawsuit?
Well, essentially, that would be for a court to decide, but it would definitely be the city's argument that the city is not the creator of the noise, and that the proper defendant would be Northwestern.
Okay. And it is your opinion that, given court precedent, that the city would be dismissed?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so, again, for the one example that I can hear you out on around the legislative process, well, let's walk through this. There have been a number of folks tonight and by email that have said that the vote tonight requires a supermajority of 6 members. So can you talk about that?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Reed. There's been several arguments that have come into the city arguing that 6 votes or a supermajority are required. I will have to say that my department and our outside counsel with Ansel Glink have pored over these. We've read them. We've read every email, every letter, and we've thoroughly researched it. I know that everyone sitting up here at the dais has done the same. I've had a lot of conversations with, I think, every single council member about this issue multiple times. Mr. Price has done the same. This is something that the city has taken extremely seriously, and we've looked into, we've pored over. We pored over the analysis of a map amendment versus a text amendment. We pored over the analysis of the state statute applying to our zoning code, even though we're a home rule municipality and we have an extensive zoning code. We've pored over the argument about whether or not the city's own code requires 6 votes instead of 5. And each and every determination that we've come to has been that 5 votes are required. And I'll ask Mr. Price to weigh in as well, that is his opinion, just for confirmation. But I do want to specify that it is something the city has taken extremely seriously. These are very well-vetted arguments that have come in. We've taken them seriously. We've reviewed them. We've looked into them extensively. And it's still our legal opinion that at this time, 5 votes are required to pass the text amendment.
Thank you.
Yes, if I'm being asked, I do concur with everything Alex has said. In this case, the issue is about the voting provisions. There's the general definition of council includes the mayor, but the ordinances, the code of ordinances doesn't always treat that with all the respect it deserves. Frequently, the mayor is to give notice or to do things and deliver to the council, and obviously it doesn't include delivering them to himself. Likewise, alderman is defined as any elected member of council. Well, clearly the mayor is not an alderman, but the definitions have some play. In those situations, you have to look at the most specific, and those control. And in Evanston's code, the mayor is prohibited from voting, unless there's one of 3 specific circumstances. A tie, that there's half the council and not due to absence, or a state statute that mandates a supermajority. We've looked at the state statute question. We do not believe that applies. So in a situation where the mayor cannot vote, you cannot count that seat as part of the majority. I've seen people say council's 10, therefore it must be 6. And council's 9, it must be 5. And that's consistent with a state statute, which part of the code parrots. The state statute I'm referring to in the municipal code is 5/3.1/4040. In that it says that typically to pass any ordinance, a majority of the council is required, including the mayor, except when the number of aldermen is an odd number, then it does not require the vote of the mayor. So a majority for an odd number is simply the majority of aldermen. So in that situation as well, it's 5. Everything comes back to 5 when it comes to the specific voting requirements. So that's where we're at. It's 5 votes.
Thank you. And you know, that would essentially undermine just about everything this council has done this term if all of a sudden the vote threshold were 6 votes as opposed to 5, which is how this body has acted on every other measure. And so with that, it seems as though the questions around our legal process seem to be pretty clear, pretty defensible, that we are following the law on this process. And so I haven't seen anything to show definitively, or that our legal counsel has agreed with definitively, that demonstrates that we aren't going through a legal legislative process here. And so given that example. I mean, we're still debating the language that Councilmember Kelly proposed. You know, Northwestern didn't agree to it. I don't think it's necessary to give us the indemnification that we need, and I think that because our attorneys, right, folks say that, you know, none of us here are, well, some of us are attorneys actually, but I trust our legal counsel, both Counsel Ruggie and our outside law firm, Ansel Glink, which is, you know, one of the top municipal law firms in the state. So, thank you.
Again, no one's asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to Council Member Burns with 2 minutes, 10 seconds left.
Also, just wanted to say I've heard people claim that the city may have exposure related to noise lawsuits because we've kind of set a threshold of 80 dB. They say that because they believe that there's a state statute around environmental protections that sets a lower threshold. So, Council Ruggie, Council Price, could you speak to that, please?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Burns. That is something, again, that my department and our outside counsel, Ansel Glink, have looked into extensively. That law does exist. As a home rule municipality, we can set our own rules. But if you read it clearly, it is the Illinois Administrative Code. It does set daytime and nighttime hours, and so that provision doesn't start for nighttime hours till 10 p.m. I believe that the text amendment here goes until 10:15. So, you know, at most, it's 15 minutes that our home rule rules would go above and beyond the state.
Appreciate that. And that was consistent with an email. Oh, sorry, Council Price, go ahead.
The only other thing I was going to add is, again, just because Evanston has permitted this to happen doesn't make it liable for the acts of Northwestern if they create in this case, private or public nuisance. That would be between the people suffering the nuisance and Northwestern. That's not an Evanston problem.
And so this is consistent with an email that I received earlier today, which was a follow-up to a conversation that Councilor Ruggie and I had maybe a week or so ago. And it just says, as requested, please find links to noise provision hours that Derek and I are referring to. Title 35, Section 900.101 defines nighttime hours as 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. local time. The general provisions for noise are in Title 35, Section 901. I think this is important because just because whether it's us or anybody out there says something doesn't mean it's true. And so I've provided specific language because this is the way I think, right? Somebody says something, if you cite it, I want to look it up for myself so I can see it. And so there's been this question of whether or not we've listened. We have. And we've provided opportunities to listen even more. We set 5 hours. I didn't sit here in this chamber. I was at home recovering. But we sat here for 5 hours along with other opportunities just to hear people about their concerns about the CBA. And then we immediately forward all those concerns to our in-house and outside legal counsel. So you'll see a theme developing tonight is for every concern that Councilmember Kelly or anybody brings up, I probably could point to something in my email where we've been advised on that issue because we've shared that information immediately to our counsel. So that'll be a theme that you'll continue to hear. Council Ruggie, thank you. That's all, Chair.
Continuing with second cracks, Councilmember Suffredin with 3 minutes, 20 seconds left.
Thank you. Alex and Dirk, has there been consideration given, I know you mentioned our home rule authority, but if we were sued by the Village of Wilmette, where that would apply, particularly as it relates to noise, since the design of the stadium targets noise across Isabella?
I don't know what the causation is from approving, the building and the design. I don't know how Evanston's to blame for what Northwestern does within it. Again, this is like the analogy we've provided about we give liquor licenses to establishments. If they violate the law, overserve somebody who's involved in an accident, that is not Evanston's problem because Evanston issued a liquor license. The same analogy applies here. I don't know what Wilmette's theory would be that Evanston should be liable for something Northwestern does on its property, creating whatever violation of law there is. So I don't see a causal element to begin with. I don't understand that argument.
So your position is that if Wilmette were to pursue litigation related to noise, Northwestern would be the defendant, not the city of Evanston.
They're the ones making the noise.
Okay. Thank you.
At this time, no one's seeking to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly for a third crack with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left.
So a question just to follow up on that. So if Evanston's setting 80 decibels a limit, that in much of the state daytime limits, that would be exceeding state law, and Wilmette could sue Evanston for having set a limit in violation of state law. Then they would have a right, correct, to sue Evanston?
No, they don't have standing to sue Evanston for a legislative act. And again, Evanston's not making the noise. Whatever limits that, if Wilmette believes there's a nuisance or there's created a public nuisance, they have to sue the people who are actually causing, not Evanston, who in the exercise of its legislative power picked a different standard.
But if we're passing an ordinance that permits something that is in violation of state code that is harming Wilmette residents,
that's ignoring our home rule power. To say that it's in violation of state code is to ignore the home rule power of Evanston to set a standard.
okay. And then if we were to be sued for, so any of the due process questions, for example, supermajority or anything else, you're saying that if we were to be sued for that, would we say that was willful or not willful? Negligence.
Well, they're going to claim that it's a willful act.
Or by residents of Evanston.
Ignored our. What's that?
By residents of Evanston, if we're sued for failure to follow through with due process.
Yes, they're going to sue on a substantive process, and they're going to claim we intentionally or willfully ignored. This passes tonight. We intentionally or willfully ignored our own ordinances, our own statutes, and acted deliberately, indifferently. I mean, you heard the comments. Those would be the claims.
Right.
Those are what substantive due process claims look like.
And therefore, we should have a clause that protects us.
No, your clause accepts that. We cannot get indemnification for our intentional bad acts. You cannot get an insurance. You cannot get indemnification for a deliberately, willfully wrongful act.
We need to make an agreement with Northwestern that if we proceed forward with this drastic change to the zoning, to the U2 zoning for its use, that any fallout, financial fallout or otherwise for the city as a result, we can put this in an agreement. We can put it whatever we need in this agreement so that we don't end up being, financially suffering immensely as a result of moving forward with this zoning. And Mr. Price, with all due respect, we don't have the best record so far when our legal department, led by Daniel Biss, has erred on the side of Northwestern. They've already failed in the federal courts. I think we need to be far more careful at this point.
I just got a law degree. So still no one is asking to speak for a first or second time, so we move on with Councilmember Reed with 1:15 left.
This question is aimed at Corporation Counsel Biss. Counsel Ruggie and Dirk. Or actually, really, I think all of the questions have been answered at this point, at least that I've heard from my colleagues. It seems as though even if we were to even if the claim that Councilmember Kelly made that we should be indemnifying our legal process or our legislative process, and assuming that the concern that Councilmember Kelly has, which is that we aren't following the proper legislative process in order to enact this, even this language that is proposed would not protect us from that. And so if that's the case, if that's what you're looking to protect against, that's the one example that you gave. And one, we've gotten clarification that our process is correct. And even if it wasn't correct, this wouldn't protect us. I would encourage us to continue on with this. I'm going to be voting no because this isn't productive in my eyes, based on the discussion that we just had. And so I'll be voting no, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. And I encourage us to continue on to the next part of the discussion. There's a lot to talk about with this MOU and community benefits agreement.
Continuing with third cracks, Councilmember Burns with 20 seconds left.
Another thing that's going to develop tonight, I think, is when the evidence runs out for people, especially that criticize this in some cases unfairly. I think of a word, malaise, general feelings of unwellness. Now, I don't know what the word is for general feeling of distrust, but that's going to be a developing theme tonight. When the evidence runs out, people are going to feel the general feeling of distrust, and they're going to try to act on it. But when you look at the evidence, which is what I've tried my best to provide not only to myself tonight, but also to the public that's watching, it does not hold up, right? And so that's a general feeling of distrust. Because of that, I cannot support this. Again, unless you can provide an actual example, a scenario that cannot be responded to by our in-house and outside counsel, I cannot support this.
No one at this time is asking to speak for the first, second, or third time, so we go on for a fourth crack to Councilmember Kelly with 30 seconds left.
Thank you. Just with regard to this motion, I would like to ask for a point of information from Attorney Harper. I'm not an attorney. I think we should have had a strong team of attorneys negotiating this. It's like we went to a gunfight with rubber bands. But Attorney Harper, could you please respond to the need to have indemnification clause in this? Let's see, Attorney Harper?
Just
Is he
point
not-
of
Is he,
point of order.
I assumed he was attending this meeting this evening. And I know that he's well-versed, or any other attorney from,
Well, assuming
excuse me, point of order.
just any attorney. Well, no, I've got a point of order on the floor here. I'm just curious. I don't know. Can an attorney who is not engaged in a contract provide like actual sound legal advice legally? And given if they can't, and they're just kind of giving public comment is over.
I would say that our practice, and maybe we should be clearer in the rules, our practice has been that if a member of council asks a question to somebody who's present in the audience, we let that person come to the podium. I would say I would hope that council would not be persuaded to throw out legal advice from both our legal department and our outside counsel in favor of someone with whom we don't have a professional relationship with. I think that is, to put it as understated a way as I can think of, not a best practice. Nonetheless, I think it's within Councilmember Kelly's rights under the practice we ordinarily follow to ask Mr. Harper or anybody else with a law license to the podium.
Or Attorney Slavin or Harper, if either one is present. Okay. Can you tell who, I don't know who's managing the Zoom? They're not online? Okay. Okay, so be it. I'll have to continue. Anyway, I think we'll be making a really serious error by not including this. It certainly won't hurt the city to include this.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk take the roll on Councilmember Kelly's motion to amend Resolution 87-R-23?
Councilmember Kelly.
I am an attorney, as you know. You're negotiating a contract, right? So it's an arm's length negotiation. If you want to negotiate an indemnification provision.
One second, Councilmember Kelly, would you?
Sorry, what is your name?
John Shapiro.
I'm sorry?
John Shapiro.
Okay, I'd like to call
I'll take
on
off my mask.
Attorney Shapiro. Thank you.
Thank you. You're
Can
negotiating.
you approach the microphone?
Oh, sorry. You're negotiating a contract with Northwestern, right? This is SP3, the MOU. You can do whatever you want, assuming it's consistent with the law and public policy. So if you want to negotiate a provision with Northwestern that says if a resident or a community association or anybody else sues this body because it has violated constitutional rights, then you can go ahead and negotiate that provision. And so for council to suggest that you can't do it or it's not typical, it's ridiculous and it's irrelevant. It's a contract provision. And attorneys sue hold harmless provisions all the time. It's a standard provision in certain contracts where it's appropriate. So don't table the discussion because you've gotten advice that you can't do it. That's not right. And so I support Councilmember Kelly's ask, and I think it warrants discussion, as you all know, and questions that you refuse to ask or answer, Mayor Biss. You can't even acknowledge that you...
Point of order.
Thank you.
Well,
Go ahead, Councilmember Reid.
she's asked a question.
Yeah,
I'm saying-
just
I'm
this
saying-
point of order. I think this is veered from a direct answering of the question to now
All right.
further public comment.
I apologize. I'm not further comment, but what Councilmember Kelly requests is permissible. The question is, will this council try to negotiate that provision with Northwestern? Seems to me you can't do it on the fly tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll again on Councilmember Kelly's motion to amend Resolution 87-R-23?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel? No. Councilmember Reid?
No.
With 2 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion fails, and Resolution 87-R-23 is not amended. Seeing no further discussion, okay. Indeed, there is further discussion. At this time, I need some guidance from council. At this time, I've been using the usual timing rules. There are 3 members of council who are out of time. They include the members of council who have signed up to speak at this time. Would you all like me to fully enforce the traditional rules, to enforce something else, or to take all restrictions off?
I think we should, at least for this point, I would support just implementing the 5-minute rule per motion, per item that we're discussing.
Is that okay with using the time-honored body language check? We've adopted a new rule, which is that we will maintain our 5-minute timing, but there will be essentially a reset for each motion. So now there's a fresh set of 5 minutes as we return to debating the underlying motion, which had not yet had any discussion. Seeing that new plan, the sequence, I believe, was Councilmember Kelly, followed by Reid, followed by Ravel.
Thank you. I'd also like to amend language with regards to the wording of unreasonable restraints. When we could forfeit all of the benefits due to unreasonable restraints on this new entertainment venue. I think that we need that defined. So I'd like to ask, could someone from Northwestern define what unreasonable restraints mean and give some examples? I think that really should be written in wording. I do want to amend it so that that's included, a definition of unreasonable restraints along with an itemized list of examples. So if someone from Northwestern could please speak to that, that would be great.
Point of order, you're making a motion, do you have some language that we can look at?
I am, and I want to see if they can right now provide a definition of unreasonable restraints, because this is what would, then forfeit those benefits according to the clause here. So we don't have it. It's very vague. So I'd like a definition of that along with, and it would be great to have an itemized list of examples. Thank you.
So just also a point of information, just to be clear. So you have not made a motion yet, and you're using your 5 minutes on the main motion.
Yes, but I will make a motion to amend, to request that, but I just would like for discussion to hear what the definition is, some clarity. Yes, some clarification.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Kelly. So I think that what we're trying to capture in that language is more or less restraints that make it impossible for us to hold the events that are contemplated by the approval ordinances. We can't really come up with a enumerated list of what those could be. I know there were some questions about whether what is included in the approval ordinances already would be unreasonable. I think that, I will say that on the record, we do not think that those would be unreasonable. We're comfortable with what is in the approval ordinances, but we can't come up with a list of what would prevent us from being able to have the events. That said, we did include language in that section to address if there are disagreements between Northwestern and the city of whether those have occurred, and therefore the public benefits need to be adjusted. And so we included express language in there, subjecting that to mediation so that hopefully any disputes over that point would be resolved very quickly.
Why mediation there? And I know in the other parts it refers to binding arbitration, but in this case where we could potentially lose every single benefit, it refers back to mediation rather than binding arbitration. Can you explain why you chose that?
So that was just a discussion that we had. I think the thought process in landing on mediation, it wouldn't eliminate the arbitration clause that applies to the agreement more generally, but mediation is typically much faster than arbitration. And given the concern about, whether or not we need to discuss this, it was the intent of saying mediation first, that we would very quickly get together and discuss the issue.
Thank you. So any examples, for example, what if the city, I think we need to know because we could potentially lose. We're not getting a clear answer as to what those restraints might be. What if the city were to, for example, I could just roll off some things that could come up. We raise current sales tax. We impose parking taxes. We raise entertainment tax from the rate at the time in the effect. We impose various date restrictions. We find that we have to have date restrictions. Maybe that would be considered unreasonable, and poof, there goes all the negotiated benefits. So I really think we need to have a description, a definition of what that means, and an itemized list of what could potentially be or what is not and what is, some examples of what are reasonable and what are unreasonable restraints, so that we don't risk losing the benefits negotiated.
All right, then, in that case, Councilmember Reed, followed by Ravel, followed by Suffredin.
Yeah, thank you. This was a concern that I shared and had many questions about as someone who has proposed a number of home rule fees and fines that could apply to large institutions like Northwestern. And for example, and what I have found is that, one, I think it's impossible now for anyone to say what is reasonable or what is not reasonable in some regard, in that we would be, for example, I'll use specifically the parking tax. What is unreasonable, what's reasonable is if we, conducted a study, understood the impact of the number of vehicles coming to our town, the environmental impact, the impact to our infrastructure, and we were to set a surcharge based on those factors, a reasonable surcharge based on those factors, that would be well within our authority. So if we were to set it at $5, for example, and we could come up with math reasonably explaining how we got to that number, that is reasonable. If we set the surcharge at $100 and there isn't anything to back up why we set it at $100, then it would be more likely that a court would find it unreasonable, because we can't share logic and reason how we landed on that number. And I think, the reason I'm comfortable with the language as is because I fully believe in our home rule authority and in our ability to come up with reasonable amendments to this that would not completely foreclose on this on the community benefits that have been negotiated. And so whether that's parking fees that we reasonably implement, whether that's whether it's an increase in the liquor tax at some point over the next 15 years, again, because we see that Wrigley Field has increased their liquor tax, and so we're looking to match that, or whatever reason, because there's an increase in whatever problem we want to solve by increasing the tax, we would be able to make an argument for that. And so with that in mind, I am comfortable with the reasonable versus unreasonable language. But I don't know, I'd like to have Council Ruggie and Dirk weigh in on that if they have anything to share.
Thank you, Councilmember Reed. I think in this instance, reasonableness and unreasonableness, it's a legal term of art. So it was asked to me many times, what does reasonable mean here? And I appreciated Northwestern's attorney her explanation that unreasonable would mean in Northwestern not being able to hold the public-facing concerts. So I think that here, the city's arguments, like you said, would have to be validated by some sort of research, by some sort of reason why we're passing the tax. If we came in and we said it's a $10,000 per day tax on Northwestern out of nowhere, maybe that's unreasonable. But if we have a reason to back it up and we can stand by our tax, that will help our reasonableness argument. If Mr. Price has anything else to add.
Yeah, the Northwestern's concern here is that the city comes up with some sort of backdoor way of prohibiting what's permitted in the ordinances. So, for example, we tried to pass an artist's compensation tax where we ask for 50% of whatever an artist receives for the performance. That would make conducting concerts nearly impossible because artists wouldn't want to do it. So that's what it is. And as Alex explained very well, reasonable is a function of, well, what does the trier of fact, that's often the standard of what it means, whether it's negligence or anything else. What is a reasonable action to take? We shifted the burden of proof, Alex and I did here, to Northwestern. They have to prove that what we're doing is unreasonable, not the other way around. And so that goes into the calculus. That's not a small thing. We'll get to do what we do. We back it up the way Evanston has with deliberation and study. And if Northwestern thinks that we're being unreasonable, well, they've got the burden of proof to prove it.
Thank you. I will rest now.
Councilmember Revelle, followed by Suffredin, followed by Burns, followed by Nusma.
Well, I was just going to ask Corporation Counsel Ruggie to elaborate on that because I remember having a big conversation with her to understand better what that meant. So I appreciate your comments.
Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Burns, followed by Nusma.
Yeah, and I guess this is for Alex, Dirk, and Luke Stowe. There are several terms that are defined within this agreement. You've stated that you did not negotiate. You were there just for questions relating to form. Can you explain, and I appreciate the burden shift, but why there was a decision made not to define this term in the memorandum of understanding? Or was that ever on the table? Did you seek to have a definition or including but not limited to anything like that?
So I think that was a discussion, and if you look at the language now, it specifically calls out the provisions that were passed last Monday to increase the taxes. So we established a baseline of reasonableness, and so we thought that that was a really good start to establish a baseline and then shift the burden to Northwestern. I don't think we had a discussion on including a definitions section. I know some of the changes, the red lines that you sent over, Councilmember Suffredin, included the definition sections, and I appreciated that. But at that point, we just didn't consider it, and we were hoping that to put in there some parameters helped establish that baseline reasonableness.
Okay, so your decision based on form was that establishing a baseline and shifting the burden was sufficient protection for the city?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Nusma.
Yeah, just wanted to really just kind of emphasize things that have already been said. Again, the unreasonable restraints being opposed by the city adversely affect concerts. So I just want to call our attention to that. It has to specifically affect concerts. Council Ruggie has also talked about the fact that the burden was shifted, which I think there were also claims that this entire document and every iteration of it was all Northwestern imposing itself. But we have an example, and there will be others tonight where our outside corporation counsel, along with our in-house corporation counsel, looked at something, said we don't like how the language is, and we shifted, and then that language was accepted by Northwestern. And then I was also wanted to point out what Council Ruggie just pointed out, that there is a baseline established. It may not be in the form of a definition, but it clearly says what is not considered unreasonable. Approval ordinances without unreasonable restraints imposed by the city beyond those contained in the approval ordinances, provided that the amusement and liquor tax rates in effect as of the effective date shall not be deemed unreasonable restraints, right? So it's setting a baseline. Liquor tax and amusement tax not considered unreasonable. And so why would parking be considered unreasonable then? A parking surcharge, for an example, as long as we can say, we, in the same way that we have an amusement tax for this purpose, we have a liquor tax for this purpose, we have a parking, surcharge for this purpose. I don't know why, again, a judge or the courts would determine that that's not unreasonable. And again, I appreciate that the burden was shifted to Northwestern to prove that something that we're doing is unreasonable. That's all.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I read into this language the implicit acknowledgement that future city councils will have some authority. And that's one of the concerns that have been expressed. It's a concern of mine that, what we are approving, what if something goes wrong in year 12 or year 13? Are we binding future city councils? We are not. City councils will have in the future the ability to be the masters of Evanston's destiny in a decade hence through any number of different mechanisms. And the language here puts the burden of proof on Northwestern to prove the actions taken by future councils are unreasonable. So I'm comfortable with this language. It's something that I bumped on the first time I read it, but in subsequent conversations with our corporation counsel and outside counsel, I am comfortable approving this language as is. Thanks.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for the first time, so for second cracks, we go back first with Councilmember Kelly with 3 minutes left.
I'd like to refer back to, was it Attorney Shapiro who spoke? Thank you. I mean, the whole point of writing an agreement as specific as possible is because you want to avoid a lot of lost time, a lot of lost expenses, and including animosity. You don't want to create animosity. So just the fact that it says simply that the two taxes that we recently passed, that those will not be, of course those aren't going to be considered unreasonable. We've passed those, and they want to get this through. So that leaves it still wide open, Councilmember Burns and everybody else. They really do need to be more specific in this. And again, I just sent the amendment along to define what that means so that we aren't at risk of losing these benefits. And again, with some examples of what is and what isn't, not just the two items that we've already passed, and to say that those are not unreasonable. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
That's the point. I mean, that's the point of this agreement. Again, we don't want to just say, well, we can go to court. I keep hearing, members here say over and over again, well, it'll be resolved in court. That's the whole idea. This is supposed to be an agreement that we arrive at together, that we negotiate together. And what I'm just keep hearing is, well, it'll go to court and we'll be okay. Well, we don't want to do that. We don't want to create animosity. We want to build a nicer relationship with Northwestern. So I think it behooves all of us for our relationship, for time, for money to get these things ironed out in this MOU. Thank you.
Councilmember, I will go to Ms. Ruggie in a second, but Councilmember Kelly, the email that you sent me is not a specific amendment. Can you produce in writing the actual words that you would propose to amend the resolution with? I mean, it sort of reads. I mean, for example, there's a list of examples. Are those examples of reasonable or unreasonable?
That would be just, I sent that along to say that to require a definition here under unreasonable restraints that includes a definition of what it is and include an itemized list of both examples of what would be and what wouldn't be so that we have an idea where we're
That's not an amendment. That's a homework problem for somebody else.
I'm sorry?
That's not an amendment. Well, the question is, what are the words you want inserted into the resolution?
Okay, I thought I wrote it. I'll redraft it.
Ms. Ruggie?
Thank you, Mayor Biss. I just wanted to specify that I think the relationship between the city and Northwestern was a focus of this MOU. That's why there's a binding arbitration clause, and that's why in this provision we place that the parties had to meet and confer at first if there's a disagreement on reasonableness versus unreasonableness, and then we'd go to mediation. And yes, mediation may cost money, but it's much faster than an arbitration or court case, because I think that for us in looking at this as attorneys, we wanted to ensure the relationship moving forward between Northwestern and the city was productive, and it gave Evanston the best opportunity to ensure that we keep those public benefits.
So continuing with second cracks, Councilmember Suffredin with 4.5 minutes left.
Sure, and I'd like to invite you up, and you can have the remainder of my time after I just say this. I appreciate your implicit analysis of it, but why not put it in there explicitly? It's open to interpretation, and to Councilmember Kelly's point, this is a substantial long-term agreement, and it should be as tight as possible, as explicit as possible, as legally enforceable as possible. And I appreciate your decision as you were not negotiating, but whatever you were doing. But it's critical that this be as tight as possible. I think that's one of the issues that a lot of people who aren't here, there's people who are for it, people who are against it, but there's a lot of people who are just like, this needs to be tight and enforceable. And having this explicitly stated within this memorandum would be one of those things. And you can have the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councilmember Suffredin, for recognizing me. Attorney Shapiro, I'm not sure how much time I have, but it's okay. I'll be short, because what's going on here is puzzling. It's befuddling, right? You're negotiating a contract in an odd forum. I grant that, and it makes it difficult. But again, you can do what you want. And what's going on here tonight between this council and Northwestern is the reason lawyers, so many of them, exist. It's the reason litigation abounds. And that's all you're doing. By using vague terms, unreasonable, unreasonable, they have the burden to show it's unreasonable. All you're doing is buying the city of Evanston a lawsuit or maybe mediation every time this future council does something and says, you know what, we made a mistake and we want to do something to fix this council's mistake. Thank you. And that's just, it's not right. It's not good contracting. It's not good legislating, as I said in my communications to this body today. And so I concur with what Councilmember Kelly said and what Councilmember Suffredin said. Good contracting recognizes obligations, it anticipates risks, and it contracts as best you can to address that. So Councilmember Burns, when you said there's a baseline, that's with respect to liquor taxes. And it's irrelevant here with what we're talking about, which is whether a future city council says, you know what, you all made a mistake, that it's causing an adverse impact for people who live around Ryan Field, or it's disruptive to Evanston. And so we want to do something about it. And of course, Northwestern, who has said from day one, we're tying concerts to our $800 million project. Absolutely, we won't demolish a brick, we won't rebuild a brick unless you give concerts. They're going to say it's unreasonable. And who's going to decide it? Maybe a mediator. But every time that happens, you're going to be in mediation. Why? Because you didn't take the time to define what is reasonable and what's unreasonable. And Councilmember Kelly has given a lot of examples of things that could be included in the agreement that are the types of things that this council anticipates might happen and defines them as reasonable. And so that's good contracting practice. And that's the time I have encouraged this council to take to do it. And I stand here today, maybe have engaged a little bit, but to try to help as best I can as a resident of Evanston who wants to see the best deal that can be achieved if what you're seemingly poised to do passes constitutional muster. And as you know, I think it won't. But if it does, then let's take the time that we need to benefit everybody, Northwestern and all Evanston residents and each of you. There's no reason to proceed with the haste that this council has set just because Northwestern wants to knock down its building starting tomorrow, seemingly.
Continuing with second cracks, next is Councilmember Burns with 3 minutes, 35 seconds left.
I guess my question is to Northwestern on this. So has this been provided to Mayor Biss, their council, this list? I'm sorry.
I guess it's for
has
Attorney
the
Ruggie.
examples, the amendment, has this been provided to Northwestern's council?
Councilmember Kelly has sent the same email to me twice. I do not understand it as an amendment. I don't understand it as saying,
Well, I mean, this is a resolution, right? It's a contract, so I think it's requesting that Northwestern that we negotiate the terms of what unreasonable and reasonable constraints are before we vote on this. So I realize this is a resolution.
it seems like it's a motion to table this so that a negotiation can occur. You're not suggesting a definition. You're not
I'm
suggesting
not, I was
words.
asking, we didn't get one from Northwestern. If we had come forward with one and we want to negotiate right
Waiting on
here,
Northwestern to give us definitions?
that we can negotiate here, I mean, this is my opportunity, right? I'm with Northwestern, so if Northwestern wants to step forward and start listing and we can all agree to it, then we'll put it in as an amendment. Otherwise, yes, I would say that this needs to be tabled. Absolutely, this needs to be tabled for many reasons, but this is one that the definition, so I guess it would be a motion and not an amendment, a motion to, I apologize.
I mean,
To table this until we have this
what you're trying to say
identified
is
and
you
described.
You want to add.
So
this-
Councilmember Burns has the floor. Go ahead.
You want to add this language to that, what is this, MOU, Public Benefits 9, Section 9. That's what you want to do, right?
Correct, so that we know under what circumstances, so that we negotiate under what would be considered unreasonable restraints, and so that we don't risk losing the benefits.
So, yeah, if I would say if you can provide this to their council to review, and if they need some time, we can come back to it. But these are all things that we've, in some way, city raises current sales tax, rate. City imposes new parking tax for events. Again, I'd love to hear Northwestern's council's response to this. I think it would take some time to flush out the details, but to start, I'd like a response from the council. I think we have. Have they seen it? Yes, I think it will hopefully be provided.
I can forward Councilmember Kelly's email to. It looks like Mr. Stowe is forwarding.
It's expanding the list. It's saying I don't particularly agree with.
I guess I just want to just
entirely, but let me just say this. Yeah. I think what is being requested is that we've said this is not unreasonable, amusement tax, liquor tax, and so it's expanding it. It's saying these are also not unreasonable, and I think that's what's being asked of us. So I would just, I'm interested to know what Northwestern's attorney's response is to this.
I don't know. We'll continue on.
I'm done now.
Yeah.
So we're happy to forward this email. It looks like Luke is doing that at this moment, and so we can stand at ease for some time to let them to.
No motion made.
Well, I guess the reason I'm sitting up here stuttering and mumbling is that the email is not, I want to change the MOU in the following way. The email is like, hey, it'd be good if we talked about these issues. And so there's not a motion to amend the actual agreement that was sent.
I mean, in the sense that this would be an added part to it, would be a definition. So that is, in a sense, an amendment, but it does require negotiations. And I would, prefer that we had.
Point of order. I don't understand here. So we put in this list, we say the city may impose new parking taxes. Is that what we're putting in? And then are we saying the dollar amount? Are we saying the city may impose new parking taxes up to $10, up to $5? If we're not getting that specific, then it's still going to be left to a standard of unreasonableness.
Well, the negotiator should have been that specific, and we should have some specifics so that we know.
What is reasonable today is not, or unreasonable today, will not be reasonable or unreasonable in 5-10 years. And so things change, and we need to leave enough flexibility in here for us to look at the standards of what's going on when we're having the issue to be able to look at the reasonableness. So we may be able to come up with a reason for a $2 parking tax today, but in 5 years when the concerts are booming maybe, then we can make a justification for a $10 surcharge fee or a $15, whatever. And so we'll never be able to predict the future and know what's going to be reasonable 10 years from now. This whole discussion is kind of unreasonable.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first or second time, so we go to Councilmember Kelly for a third crack with 1:40 left.
Okay, so I disagree wholeheartedly. We absolutely should have a definition at least so that we understand that it's not simply what we've already passed. Like that's the only thing in there, which just leaves the city wide open to unreasonable restraints. So I think that there should be a clear definition as to what that would imply, and what, if we're talking about hikes, we can put that in parameters of, inflation or anything else, but we should have some ideas as to what could potentially trigger the sort of, pulling back on our benefits. We shouldn't leave ourselves wide open like this. I know we can do better by our residents here. Thank you.
So at this time, no one is requesting to speak. Council member, what is your motion?
So I would like to see us go back to the table on this, unless we want to, Northwestern wants to come up now and go give us a better, tighter definition. But I think we should be going back to the table with some professional expert negotiators to determine what in fact would be a reasonable restraint, what wouldn't, come up with a tight definition, so that we don't leave ourselves open to losing these benefits when we're talking about drastically changing the zoning. We should fully understand what that could imply, what kind of change, what kind of restraint could forfeit those benefits.
So are you moving to table this to a date certain?
So I'm moving to table this to
Till
a
when?
date certain.
Which date?
I'm moving to table this till, when's our next? I would say, I think for, reasonable negotiations, more than a week. So are we meeting in 2 weeks?
December 11th.
December 11th.
So Councilmember Kelly moves to table this item to the December 11th regular meeting of the Evanston City Council. Is there a second?
I'll second it, but I was not in the room for a lot of that discussion.
Councilmember Sufferton seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion to delay this for 3 weeks? Councilmember Revelle.
Well, I'm just sitting here having a hard time envisioning how we are going to define reasonable and unreasonable. I guess I agree with Councilmember Reed that what we say today is going to be outdated in 2 or 3 years. And I don't know that we have a list of examples here, but with some extra work, I bet we could come up with more examples. So I'm struggling to envision how such a definition might actually be helpful.
No one at this time is asking to speak for first or second time, so we go back to a third crack to Councilmember Burns with 2 minutes, 10 seconds left.
Yeah, I think for reasons that Councilmember Reed expressed to me, if, again, Northwestern was open to this, what Councilmember Kelly is requesting, I think, is just examples, not necessarily a definition, but expanding the examples of what is not considered unreasonable. And so if Northwestern looked through the list and was willing to agree to apply the same reasonableness standard, so I don't think it's in our best interest to apply some kind of dollar amount now towards it, or any kind of dollar amount limitations, but applying the same reasonableness standards to basically just say, yeah, we can raise sales taxes, we can, put in reasonable, parking, make reasonable parking changes, et cetera. If it's something that they were open to, we could make those changes. I don't necessarily think we need to do it, but if there was some agreement now to do that, I could support it. There we go.
So there's a few people in the queue, but I think that was an invitation to Northwestern. Does anyone want to come respond to that question?
Sure, happy to. I think that it's unnecessary to make that change. Councilmember Reed has made some really good points for me, I guess, that even if we were to take 3 weeks to, try to negotiate these, what are they today? Are we going to try to set those dollar amounts now? Again, I think that using the legal term of art, like Councilor Ruggie said, is the best approach here, because what is reasonable today may be unreasonable in the future, but maybe more importantly, from the city's perspective, what's unreasonable today may be reasonable in the future. And so I don't think either side wants to be locking ourselves in, especially when we've implemented this structure to make sure that the parties are coming to the table to discuss any future changes that would maybe cause this clause to kick in.
Just point of personal privilege, I made those arguments for the city of Evanston.
Sorry. Of course.
Council Ruggie, Attorney Price, any thoughts on this?
Councilmember Burns, I think the discussion here tonight is reflective of the conversations we've had over this. What's reasonable, how to define it, how to come to a consensus on what that is. I agree that by saying what's reasonable, it allows the city more deference in the future. And so that's why this was included for the city, to give us that deference and then to put the burden on Northwestern to prove that it's unreasonable. So the list of items that Councilmember Kelly included, I think those are all reasonable asks that the city can make, but I think it would determine how much. So the city imposes a new parking tax for events. What is reasonable about that parking tax? I think when Northwestern would come to us and say it's unreasonable, what they've said here tonight is if it makes public-facing concerts impracticable. So if there's a parking tax and it essentially doesn't allow for people to come and park in the city of Evanston so people can't attend those concerts, that might be, and I premise it by saying might be unreasonable. So we have to weigh those things, and it's something that the city would have to weigh when it takes these actions. And I just want to specify, I think there's some misunderstanding here as well. This is a provision on passage for reasonableness pertaining to the public benefits. So this isn't long-term, this doesn't prevent from zoning changes in the future. I'm just saying this provision doesn't talk about changing zoning. Let's be clear. This provision doesn't talk about that. This provision talks about if the city makes changes, then Northwestern might amend its public benefits. It's not saying that if we change our zoning, if we go through an amortization and we repeal this zoning, that's still a possibility. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about if we pass a tax that makes it unreasonable for Northwestern to have public-facing concerts, which is up for a vote here tonight, and that's up to the city council. If we pass a tax that makes that impractical, then they can come back and they can change the public benefits that they've proposed. So that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about forever banning the repeal of this zoning. We're talking about if we change a tax, then they can change their public benefits.
Thank you for that. Again, provided that the amusement and liquor tax rates in effect as of the effective date should not be deemed unreasonable restraints, does that provide any value in kind of a future litigation scenario? Because I think what Attorney Shapiro made it seem like, and that's why I said I think I disagree with him, is if it had no value because it's only referring to something that has already been approved.
So I don't know if this matters, but that provision was put in place prior to the council's approval of those ordinances. So those ordinances doubled those taxes for the liquor and then increased to 9% on the amusement rate, which is higher than our neighboring communities. So, or it's at level with our neighboring communities. So I think those just have a baseline of what's reasonable. So we doubled the liquor tax. I think that's important for the city to note that we can go from 6% to 12%, and that was deemed reasonable. That's important for the city to take into consideration.
And then Council Price, and this is only because people have asked many times, we have outside legal counsel, so I want him to have his opportunity to respond to some of these. Council Price, where do you stand on that? Is there any value in what is the value in a future litigation to us having, again, provided that the amusement and liquor tax rates in effect as of the effective date should not be deemed unreasonable restraints? Do you think that has no value, which was suggested earlier?
No, I agree with Alex on this, and Councilmember Reed spoke openly about why we don't define these things right at this time, but I want to emphasize what Councilmember Revelle had to say, which is 10 years ago, nobody ever heard of a streaming tax. And then we've had litigation around the ability to get a streaming tax and whether it's reasonable or unreasonable. We wouldn't be able to predict that now. And so what you would do is fence yourself off from, if you had an exclusive grocery list, as is being suggested, of what you can tax and what you can't, you'd fence yourself off from new revenue streams that may come about through whatever kinds of technology surrounds concert events. So those kinds of things need to be left to your flexibility as well as a home rule community. It's not just about what Northwestern's going to do. It's also about fencing yourself in and precluding yourself from things. And then, when it comes to rates, $10 or some gross amount or a percentage now is going to be different. We just had a recent court case about stormwater fees that have given us a little bit more elbow room, but that was a nice development in the case law. If you think you're going to restrict yourself now when you get developments in the case law that give yourself more elbow room, you're cutting Evanston off from things it could possibly do to help meet burdens in the community. And that's why I don't recommend it. The reasonable is going to be a photograph in time based on the data, and that's why we need to leave it as it is.
And then just last comments that I think it was suggested earlier that we only keep talking about litigation. I think that's because that's what we're hearing from the community. Even in the same section 9, it says in the end mediation. So in one instance you say mediation. Why is it mediation? It's not enough. And then on one end you say we shouldn't be only talking about litigation. It's like, which one is it? It also feels like folks are playing a bit of both sides. But we have mediation here to prevent us, right, from having to litigate this. And but if that is not effective, which is what I think the community wants to know, like, what if that doesn't work? We have this superpower that has all this money that can afford attorneys to fight us in court forever. And if that's the case, that's why we're saying what kind of enforcement mechanisms do we have in place in case it goes to litigation. But I think that we're in agreement up here that we would prefer this to be addressed through mediation, through arbitration, et cetera. And that's all, Chair. Thank you.
Still no one's asking to speak for a first time, so we go back now for a second crack to Councilmember Newsma with 4 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make one point, and then I have a question for clarification. And my point is this. What we are talking about is the hypothetical situation that the concerts somehow get out of control and become more detrimental to the community than we expect them to be, and a future council will reasonably be asked to do something about that. That's a hypothetical situation, and I don't think we will ever arrive at that hypothetical point because of the work that we are doing to impose conditions on the special use, because of the requirements and penalties that we are putting into the text amendment for sound level, for sound curfew, public safety, traffic, and parking. We have regulatory oversight that is doing everything we can to ensure the concerts will have minimal impact on the neighborhood. Not negligible. There will be some impact, but we have oversight built into what we are approving tonight. What we're talking about for the last 20 minutes is a hypothetical situation where things get out of control. Like I said before, the city does have power. Future city councils will have power. The clause in the MOU acknowledges that. So that was my statement. Here's my question. Is there a clawback provision? If future council has to somehow put Northwestern out of the concert business and impose a 300% concert tax or something like that in year 11, by which point Northwestern would have made payments totaling over $105 million to the community of Evanston. Is there any way that in this MOU or in this contract Northwestern would be entitled to get any of that back, or would we just be cutting off potential future payments in whole or in part?
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll toss this to Dirk Price as he has the experience in zoning law.
Well, I think that Northwestern would try for the clawback to talk about damages in that sense, so it would be a damages analysis, but I don't think the MOU makes it automatic that these are there. This would be part of the whole substantive due process analysis about any changes to the entitlements that are being given in the zoning ordinances, and then under the plans. The MOU is a structure about the agreements. It's an agreement to agree, and we have several agreements we have to hammer out before they get the concerts going. That's why it's a memorandum of understanding and not called something else, a contract or whatever. So could they look for damages that we've actually caused them by a 300% increase on taxes of some sort? Certainly they could, and they would call them damages, but they're not going to automatically get these back. They don't get to unilaterally write a memo that says, oh, well, now we look back in time and we're revoking having paid you this, please refund. They're going to have to prove up damages. So what I mean about shifting the burden of proof, they would have to prove we've damaged them in an unreasonable and unlawful way for them to get it back.
So just to clarify, there's no automatic clawback language. Northwestern, a future Northwestern, could conceivably make a claim, which would have to be addressed at that time.
Yeah, it's forward-looking language.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first or second crack, so before we go back for a third time to Councilmember Suffredin with 15 seconds left.
Yeah, I would just say, for those of you who are prepared to vote yes on this as is, you should really be careful about anything that allows Northwestern to diminish the public benefits, because I assume the public benefits will be your justification for voting yes, and it's in your interest to make sure that this is really locked down.
Still, no one is asking to speak for first or second crack, so we'll go back to Councilmember Reed with a minute and a half left.
I'm sorry, was there a motion on the floor, or are we just?
Yeah, the motion on the floor is to table this for 3 weeks.
I'll come back around after the motion.
And now no one's asking to speak for first, second, or third time, so we go back to a fourth crack to Councilmember Kelly with a minute left.
Thank you. So I'm going to withdraw that motion to table, and instead I'd like to amend SP3, the MOU on page 4, to strike the language, because, when we have PDs and other things, and we have community benefits, it's not contingent with all these sort of restraints, you have the community benefits. So I'd like to strike the language on page 4 that begins with, without unreasonable restraints imposed by the city beyond those contained in the approval ordinances, provided that the amusement and liquor tax in effect as of the effective date shall not be deemed unreasonable restraints. Let's just take out that unreasonable restraints clause, and we don't have to worry about how it's defined. So I'll send that to you. That is what I would like to do, is amend this MOU to remove and strike that portion.
Sorry, what section is that?
That is on page
Section 9.
Section 9, page 4.
Is there a second? The motion fails. Oh, sorry. Was that a second? No.
Let me send it so some people want to see what it is.
All right, you can so the motion has been made and is being emailed so that folks can see it in writing as we await a potential second.
Point of order. Do we just continue on? If a motion doesn't receive a second, it dies. We don't normally pause to wait for folks to.
That is true. I think it would be less efficient to do that. So let's. I think the lack of a second is probably reflective of something, but let's see if the written, if the email changes someone's mind. You are allowed to email all of council without going through me, but I've just forwarded it on to the council.
And I think it is, while we're waiting, to Councilmember Ravel's point, I would like to see tighter definition if we're going to have it in there, but because it apparently is very difficult, let's not leave ourselves open. We don't do this in other ordinances that we pass with other developments, so let's just remove that option to declare something as an unreasonable restraint and therefore withdraw our community benefit.
Is there a second for this motion? Councilmember Suffredin seconds the motion. So the motion is to strike the language without unreasonable restraints imposed by the city beyond those contained in the approval ordinances, provided that the amusement and liquor tax rates in effect as of the effective date shall not be deemed unreasonable restraints. Is there, okay, so we are now in the sort of epistemologically liminal place of we sort of everyone kind of used up their time debating a motion that didn't happen. Now there's a new motion. So I guess, there's just no sense in doing this any other way. For those of you who have like a 10 o'clock reservation, I apologize. I'm going to reset the clock so that we can debate this new motion with fresh 5 minutes. As Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I would like to ask our attorneys what they think about striking that. If we just were to strike that, it makes me feel as though this weakens the agreement, as though now even those ordinances aren't clearly defined as reasonable and doesn't set the baseline. So I'm curious, am I wrong on that?
I believe the baseline was included to establish the reasonableness, so obviously it's our preference that it be included.
So, given that I think this would only weaken the agreement, I'm not going to support weakening the agreement.
Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Kelly.
Yeah, I guess this is a question for Northwestern's council. DLA Piper's own website says agreements to agree are generally unenforceable, and they're disfavored at law. Why is this an exception? Why do you think that this is enforceable?
And I don't want to put words in Dirk's, speak for Dirk, so he may want to clarify his statement. I wouldn't characterize this as an agreement to agree. It's an agreement to do certain things in the future. It is a memorandum of understanding. We have it expressly in here that it is a legally binding agreement that has enforcement provisions. So it's not an agreement to agree in the future. It's an agreement to do certain things in the future, including the traffic management plan, the concert operations plan, sustainability plans, and all the updates no less frequently than annually. Okay. So I don't know, Dirk. Sorry, I don't know if you want to.
No, that's well. Okay. That's well said. But the fact is we've got important agreements for the community about traffic plans, about emergency operations and concerts that we don't have agreement on now because we need to get our arms around them in specifics depending upon how it goes. So yes, there are agreements to come in that sense. There are things that we are bound to do with each other, and we have put in here that they can't move forward until we do those things. So yes, it is legally binding. But people were asking us, Alex and I also, why don't you just call this a contract? Well, because it's a living document, and that's why the language that's in there about unreasonable strength is important. It sets an expectation, and it also respects the fact that it's a living document that will evolve. So,
all right. Thank you, Dirk, and thank you for coming up to the podium. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Kelly.
I don't see how in any way, shape, or form this would weaken it. I mean, if you're referring to the sales tax, that was only in reference to the unreasonable restraints. So this doesn't, and if anything, this strengthens it because we're now removing that option to cut us off from our benefits by eliminating that phrase. And I did, I think, was it Attorney Shapiro? Could you just speak to this? To the need to not have this and why this really does open us to vulnerabilities in terms of losing our benefits.
I apologize because I was having another discussion.
And just to if we're going to follow the Suffredin precedent here, and the Attorney Shapiro's time will be taken out of the time of the council member who's asked him to speak.
But can you at least, without taking up Councilmember Kelly's time, repeat the
so that by removing the clause that says that Northwestern could cut back or remove our public benefits, should we impose any unreasonable restraints without any definition of that to remove that clause would strengthen this overall agreement rather than leaving that in there without any definition or knowing what unreasonable restraint is.
Yeah.
The only thing we know is that it's not the liquor tax that we recently passed.
Yeah, the one thing we do know is that this discussion, again, underscores the reason this council needs to take more time to figure out what this agreement is and how it operates, right? I mean, you're raising good questions, but they can't be answered tonight, and they can't be answered unilaterally. You need to have a willing partner at the table. And to your point, Councilmember Kelly, I would say, of course, you could take that out, and you can just say Northwestern won't reduce its community benefits, right? If you're poised to pass the concerts tonight, pass the concerts if that's what a majority of this council or a supermajority, as the law may say, says is appropriate. But then if a future city council says, you know what, they are disruptive, Councilmember Newsma, they are adverse, and I think you will bind this council from making meaningful decisions like that in the future. But assuming that they are, then they shouldn't claw back their benefits. The concerts aren't tied to the benefits. And in my understanding, what's unusual about this situation is that Northwestern says you only get your benefits if we can have our concerts, and you can't do anything to, what does it say here, without unreasonable constraints in Northwestern's discretion, right? So they might have to prove it, and I don't have a language right in front of me, but all you're doing is you're buying disputes, Councilmember Burns. When you said, am I mistaken? Yeah, Northwestern is saying, yeah, we agree to liquor taxes what they are. That's not unreasonable. But if you increase them maybe more and a few people buy a few less drinks and they get a few less dollars from it, they might find that unreasonable. You'll have to litigate it. Right, you'll have to mediate it, but it'll be a dispute. So you can absolutely do what Councilmember Kelly is suggesting and make it a strong agreement if you take the time to do it. But this is why again, I'll start Tom said, this is why I exist. I negotiate contracts all the time. And I litigate contracts all the time because lawyers disagree and they don't define their terms. And then somebody else has to do it for them, usually a judge or a jury. But why do you want to set up that construct tonight, right? That's poor governance, and it's poor contract drafting. You know what? If you go over to Northwestern's law school and go take a first-year law school contracting class, they'll tell you, define your terms, anticipate the risks, anticipate the obligations, and do the best you can to address them now. That's what contracting is about. Identifying obligations and risks and figuring out who is responsible for those should the inevitable happen. People don't go into contracts thinking, you know what, we're going to sign a contract tonight and then tomorrow we're going to have a dispute, right? But that's what you're doing tonight. It's absurd and it's wrong, right? Take the time. I've asked this council to table this discussion. Keep their trucks at bay for a few weeks while you have an opportunity to have a meaningful discussion in a forum that is more productive and conducive to reaching sound agreement than it is tonight. And if you don't do that, you're making an error. I'm not talking about whether I agree with all their things. If I'm out of order, I apologize. But you know what? You're here for the residents of Evanston, and I'm one of them. Right? And it sounds like others agree with me. So I ask you for your indulgence. Right? And that's what I'm saying. It's the process you're going through is just absolutely wrong. You and I might ultimately agree.
Councilmember Kelly, your time has expired.
Well,
the next speaker is Councilmember Burns.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I had my light on for quite some time. I know you're...
Yeah, I just want to say Attorney Shapiro knows that he and I have been going back and forth through email. And in addition to that, also gave him my cell phone number, so on the walk to City Council we could talk further. So trust me, I understand that I represent you and I appreciate it, and I have accommodated you as best I can. So let's just correct the record on that.
Let's continue the conversation.
Councilmember Burns has the floor.
So there's been a lot of conversation. What was shared before by Mr. Shapiro, and the way I understood it, is if you were suggesting that it had no value, right? The fact that we added a music tax and liquor tax, what you suggested now is if it will open us up to some dispute, as if any agreement is dispute-proof. It's not. People are always going to be able to raise disputes and decide whether or not they want to carry it further. But this suggestion as if any dispute will automatically be litigated, I don't think is genuine. I think they'll look at the circumstances and determine whether or not they believe, right, they can prove to a judge that the change is unreasonable. And so we keep skipping those steps, right, as if as if the sequence of events is them saying, oh, we want to dispute this, and then immediately it's in court. I think the attorneys at Northwestern are smart enough to look at their case and determine whether or not they have one. I don't know if they want to waste money anyway on futile litigation. So I just wanted to set the record straight on that. I believe that this has been looked at, again, by our inside and outside legal counsel, and they've provided evidence as such. They said that they switched the burden that was on the city, and now it's on Northwestern. They've added a baseline, which, again, as our inside and outside legal counsel said, is not has value, right? Which is different from what you suggested. And so what we're discussing now is everybody wants to make it seem like we're just starting from zero. There has been hours put into making sure that we have protections. What I'm doing now is just seeing if there's anything else that we can add. But there's already hours that have went into this, and just because someone in the community may have started today or yesterday looking into this, that doesn't mean the organization has. We have been looking into this for weeks now, right? And as I said before, concerns that were provided to us have been sent to our corporation counsel to review. So again, just for everyone else's benefit, again, the burden has been shifted from the city to Northwestern to prove that something is unreasonable. And we do have a baseline that establishes that amusement taxes and liquor taxes are reasonable, and there has been work put into this. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so for a second crack, Councilmember Reed with 425 left.
Yeah. Again, so if we were just to strike the language that Councilmember Kelly has suggested that we strike, again, I would say this weakens it. And why does it weaken it? Well, everything before it will still exist. It'll still say that, however, those public benefits are reliant on a newly rebuilt Ryan Field and the ability of Northwestern to host concerts at Ryan Field as provided for in their approval ordinances, period. If we were to go with the council member's recommendation, then there'd be a period, and take out all of the, without unreasonable restraints imposed by the city beyond those contained in the approval ordinances, provided that the amusement tax and liquor tax rates in effect as of the effective date shall not be deemed unreasonable restraints. To me, that weakens it because it removes the baseline of showing that implementing liquor taxes, implementing amusement taxes at rates that are much higher than what they previously have been, higher than some of our neighbors or at a rate of some of our neighbors. To me, this strengthens this. I would not support removing this language. I haven't heard why removing this language makes this agreement any better concretely. Thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak, so would the clerk please take the roll on Councilmember Kelly's amendment to strike that language?
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
With 2 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion fails and the resolution is not amended. Is there any further discussion on 87-R-23? Councilmember Kelly.
I know I don't have time. I just sent another motion asking that we table this until December 11th so that we can have a discussion in council and actually decide and debate whether we even want to move forward with an MOU that inextricably links all of the community benefits to both the concerts and the build. We never had that, so I'd like to move that this be tabled until December 11th so that we can meet in session and take a vote on that and then decide, identify, tab who will be our negotiating team and set forward with a schedule with feedback to the council. I just sent that to you all. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly moves that this item be tabled to December 11th. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Sufferton seconds. Councilmember Reed?
I'm flicking my light on for after Councilmember Kelly's done with her motion.
Okay.
I think I sent it. Did you?
No, you don't need to send a motion to table. So, seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to table this for 3 weeks to December 11th?
Councilmember Kelly.
Well, one second. Just there's some chatter up here. Did we receive the motion?
This isn't a motion.
I don't request that motions to table be in writing. It's amendments that with textual changes to substantive items. So would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to table this item to December 11th?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
No.
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Newsma.
No.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
No.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie. I break the tie by voting no. The motion fails and the item is not tabled. Is there further discussion on Resolution 87-R-23? Councilmember Sufferton.
Yeah, thanks. A question for, I guess, Dave or somebody from Northwestern. At the last meeting in public comment, the president of District 65's board said that he had not met with Northwestern. Did you meet with District 65 and 202 on the benefits that are supposed to go to them? Or was that negotiated among City Council? How'd that come to be?
Thank you, Councilmember Sufferton. Thank you, Mayor, Council, Clerk Mendoza, my apologies. I did not meet directly with the superintendents of 202 and 65 to discuss these community benefits. We've had ongoing conversations.
With members of the board or with the staff?
No, I've talked with the superintendents, but not specifically about the agreement that's in the MOU. We talked more generally about how the university can help the school districts.
Okay. And I communicated with a member of the board who had some concerns related to the ticket surcharge money that would go to them. Taxes are obviously at the core of this for a lot of people, and District 65 and 202 are a big chunk of our tax bill. Why was the decision made not to talk to the elected board members directly?
I mean, that wasn't an intentional decision. Like I said, I've spoken to superintendents, I've spoken to some board members in general about how the university can be more supportive.
Yeah.
And one thing that was always raised is that the city or the school district can certainly use more cash. This provides more cash to the school district.
Okay. And I was going to ask Hitesh Desai about this. This will not lower property taxes for Evanston residents. I mean, there will certainly be more money in the system, but it's dependent on us using that money for pre-existing municipal obligations, which isn't addressed in this agreement and is up to the discretion of council. I mean, you understand where a lot of the anger is too strong. Opposition comes from is, our taxes are very high here. The school districts are part of that, a big part of that, and they weren't engaged with on this.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, this provides more funding directly to the school districts. And so that's helpful, at least the individuals that I've spoken to. I mean, the property tax issue that you're talking about is a larger concern across the city of Evanston. We feel that we're playing our role to contribute to the school district and the wellness of our children.
Okay. All right, on the specific provisions of this, and this maybe is a question more for Luke or Daniel, like how many of these are core municipal functions? I mean, look, I'm not going to say that a $250,000 event or money for not-for-profits isn't good, but like how much money is coming in this public benefits agreement that goes to the core municipal enterprise?
Councilman Sefferton, to your question, I don't have the I have the spreadsheet in front of me that Councilmember Newsom put together. That is the grand totals. I haven't broken that down exactly by core services.
I mean, we can go, if you have a spreadsheet, Jonathan, that'd be great. But I mean, if you look through here, $1 million to not-for-profit organizations, that's a great thing, but that doesn't help reduce anybody's taxes. $2 million a year for Evanston students and scholarships. Does Northwestern already meet the demonstrated financial need of every admitted student anyway? Does this change anything in terms of students who otherwise would not be able to go to Northwestern that are from Evanston? Does anybody have an answer to that?
Point of.
I got the floor. Does anybody know does this change anything for any Evanston student Is there any Evanston student that will receive money that would not have otherwise if they demonstrated financial need and were able to be admitted to Northwestern?
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is that provides, again, the baseline of $2 million for specifically for Evanston High School students to help offset their tuition costs.
Right, but wouldn't they get that anyway if they demonstrated financial need based on Northwestern's?
No, because there was a program that we put in place a few years ago called the Good Neighbor Great University program that provides an additional financial aid to specifically Evanston High School students. And that goes specifically to Evanston High School students,
Okay.
no other.
So that's above and beyond
That's correct.
what the institution does for any other student?
correct.
Okay. On the Kellogg's management schools, marketing and advertising support during the construction, is there any specifics laid out with that? Or is that just a general agreement that we'll work through when we get there? Sorry, Dave, you may as well stand there, dude. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
So that's in the work. We started to have some of those preliminary conversations with one of the business associations, the Central Street Business Association, for example. We've had conversations with them where we connected them to Kellogg marketing experts. And so the goal is to ultimately have our experts provide information to consult and to help these different business associations develop a marketing plan.
Okay, and I mean, so that's more of a collaboration than an enforceable agreement. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, a good thing, but it doesn't replace anything that the city's doing. The money for the city's affordable housing fund, that's been earmarked. I assume that was a request by somebody, one of the five of you. Does anybody want to take credit for that? The money that has to go directly to the city's affordable housing fund.
Yeah, what do you want to know about?
Is that are you taking credit for that? I mean, that's not going into the general fund for us?
Absolutely, 100%
Okay,
credit for
that's,
that. Yeah, I was going to speak to that.
Yeah, I'm, okay. I mean,
but absolutely,
yeah.
this is an unprecedented amount of funding towards affordable housing. I've successfully negotiated with the support of some of my colleagues to add $1 million a year out of the Good Neighbor Fund, $1 million a year out of the guaranteed sales tax money. That's $15 million or $30 million over the next 15 years, specifically for affordable housing. And this piece is Councilmember Reed's idea that we also could issue a bond, use the annual payments to pay down the interest on that so we can get the money sooner, and which will represent, I would probably say, the largest contribution in Evanston's history towards affordable housing. Would never happen otherwise. Could guarantee that. I've made efforts to try to get the city to look at issuing bonds another way. I've tried. I'll get into that later.
Okay,
but
yeah.
This is an unprecedented contribution towards affordable housing, and absolutely, I put my name on that.
Okay. And then, Dave, one other thing, man, and I'm sorry to do this to you. Look, man, and, we've been friends a long time. I've told you that I think you're the son that my dad wishes he had. But in 2019, you
Somebody
said
said no, by the way. So.
In 2019, and I've known you a long time. I know you're an honest person. But you said in this room that Northwestern wasn't going to seek out concerts at Ryan Field. And I believe that you believed that to be true at the time. But the institution's goal changed. And doesn't that demonstrate why it's important that all these things be locked in? Because institutional goals change. Donors emerge. The landscape of college football, which is underpinning the economics of the stadium, might change. Like, how do you balance those two things out? That 4 years ago you said something which has turned out to be not true. And I don't think that you were being deceptive when you said it. I think you believed it, and the facts that you had bore it out. But here we are, 4 years later. We're entering into a perpetual agreement with you, a 15 and 10-year series of agreements on our end. How can we know that Northwestern will continue to hold up their end of that bargain?
Because you have a $175 million adjusted for inflation commitment before you in a legally binding MOU.
Right, but that
and
number
an $800 million investment into our stadium.
Right,
in the city of Evanston.
But the $175 million includes money, like we talked about, to other things besides the municipal enterprise, and that's what's funded with taxes, and that's why a lot of this opposition exists, because our taxes are high, and this isn't going to do anything to lower them. Was there ever any discussion? And I emailed you in September 2022 about this, and you sent me a very polite brush-off email in September of this year. But was there any discussion about anything that would lower the tax burden for Evanston residents as part of this MOU?
Well, you have $175 million investment in the city of Evanston. I mean, one of the things that you mentioned directly to me, Councilmember Suffern, is that you wanted to make sure there were guarantees in whatever agreement that we made with the city of Evanston. Guarantees are included as part of this MOU.
I also wanted it for the lifetime of the stadium.
That's why we negotiated.
We didn't negotiate. You picked 5 other people to negotiate. Congratulations. This looks like it worked.
Yeah. Well, we had conversations.
We definitely had conversations, and I do appreciate your work on this. And I'm not trying to attack you personally. I look forward to when we can be friends again. But I mean, I think this product doesn't benefit the city of Evanston in the grand way that it's been portrayed by Northwestern and my colleagues who support it.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Suffern asked how much of this community benefits package goes to support core city services. I suppose the answer depends in part on what your definition of core city services is. So setting aside that question, I have the numbers in front of me, and this is assuming a 3% escalator over 17 years. If we're looking at just the Good Neighbor Fund and the guaranteed tax revenue, that's money that comes into the city's general fund or an adjacent fund. That money coming direct to the city of Evanston over time will be $98,932,000. If we add the money going to downtown Evanston, which I will argue very forcefully is a core municipal function of keeping our downtown warm and welcoming and inviting, that number goes up from $98.9 million to $102.7 million. If we add the money going to special events, which are also an important part of revitalizing our downtown, revitalizing our community post-COVID, that number goes up to $106.4 million.
Councilmember Burns is recognized.
Yeah, before I make a motion, just want to say if there can be any evidence provided that shows that Northwestern singled out 5 council members or picked 5 council members, or that there was any effort to exclude people from the process, I would ask that that be provided to me, and I will personally make it public. Did not happen. Every council member has had the same opportunity to participate. As I've said to many people, I can only speculate, but I think it's because, as you see tonight, most people did not want to make the case for something that they plan to eventually oppose, right? And so, but they had every opportunity to participate. Here's another example of that. The motion that Councilmember just made, Kelly made tonight, she could have made that at any point during this process. Not just tonight.
No.
You made that motion. And it was ignored?
Yes, I made these. I made them over a week ago. I made a motion to strike language that inextricably.
No,
wait, I made several motions that went ignored. I also asked.
Councilmember Burns has the floor.
If you're going to speak to it, I want you to speak to what I'm saying. I'm saying the motion to put in place a process of negotiation, that you could have made that motion weeks ago, months ago at this point. It was not made. Only thing I'm trying, and it's up to you to decide when you want to do it. It's more so for the public benefits to understand that although we may come across as advocates in our own way, we are elected council members. We can make motions whenever we see fit, and if we have a second and a majority of support, it happens. That's the way the process works. So at any point, Councilmember Kelly could have made that same motion if she had a certain process that she felt we should follow at any point. So I just want you to understand that. My motion is we've also heard concerns at the last town hall meeting about something in the whereas or recital section of this. It says, whereas Northwestern is relying on the passage of the approval as defined below and its original rights therein in order to expend a very substantial amount of time, money, and effort to irreversibly demolish its existing stadium and then build a new stadium. And so it's been brought to our attention, especially during that meeting, that reliance claim somehow gives Northwestern some advantage in a future legal proceeding. And so what I asked is, let's either remove that, or can we add our own recital in that same section? right? And so if one has value, Attorney Shapiro, because I see you shaking your head, then if we put our own reliance clause in there, then that should also have value. And so the amendment that I'm making is to, which I already provided to council. If you don't have it, I can share it again. But it adds language, whereas the city is relying on Northwestern entering into and complying with this memorandum as a condition of approving that certain ordinance 107-0-23 and ensuring compliance with the standards of section 6-3-4-5 of Evanston City Code. And for those who want to know what 6345 is, that's standard for amendments. And so it talks about whether the proposed amendment is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive general plan, whether the proposed amendment is compatible with the overall character of existing development in the immediate vicinity of subject property, et cetera. So where Northwestern has their own reliance clause, which mind you, our attorneys have said because it's in the recitals anyway that it doesn't bind us into anything. But the perception is that it does. Therefore, now we will, if it gets support, have also our own reliance claim in that same section that Northwestern's reliance claim is in. And so I make that motion.
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves to add the language just read to the recitals in the Memorandum of Understanding. Councilmember Reed seconds, just once again. And everyone in council, I do have an email in front of me that was sent mid-afternoon to everyone on council, from which I'm reading. The text that's being added is, whereas the city is relying on Northwestern entering into and complying with this memorandum as a condition of improving that certain ordinance 107-0-23 and ensuring compliance with the standards of section 6-3-4-5 of the Evanston City Code. So that is the amendment that's been moved by Councilmember Burns, seconded by Councilmember Reed. Is there discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I just want to highlight for the community, for those of you who attended the town hall that Councilmember Burns and I hosted, and the previous town hall that Councilmember Burns and I and Councilmember Harris hosted, this is a reflection of that discussion. So anyone who came to that and gave us feedback and said, hey, we'd like to see, I'm just not going to look at the audience because head shaking or distracting, but the truth is that this was added because of that. We wouldn't have the next day had conversations with Attorney Ruggie to add this had we not had that town hall. Folks raised concerns about the Northwestern language. We added this in. We are attempting to be as responsive to the community as possible on things that we can get agreement on. And I think this is a solid addition. Again, I think the recitals aren't extremely binding, but I don't think it was extremely binding for Northwestern. But I think with what folks are asking for, this is an important add.
I know there was one other light on previously, but that was before the motion. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, will the clerk please take the roll on this amendment?
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries, and Resolution 87-R-23 is amended as was just described. It's just a little amendment. Let's not. No one should get ahead of themselves. We'll return now to the discussion on the underlying resolution. Councilmember Kelly, followed by Reed.
So I just want to respond to some of those suggestions.
Did we reset our timer for? Okay.
Okay, the majority of council has now really acknowledged that this whole so-called process has been mishandled. We never voted to enter into an MOU, as I said. Why would I start trying to figure out how to get teams of Northwestern attorneys together so that I could that makes no sense. Why would I do that? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to start. I caught wind just over a week ago through residents that BIS was going to be negotiating over the weekend, and to boot that we were now hiring or paying an outside attorney to dot I's and cross T's. So I thought, well, I better get in on that act. If he's negotiating, I want to be at the table. And I want to, these are tax dollars at work with this attorney. And I emailed right away. I said, I want to be there. What time is this happening? Zip, nothing. I got no response. And I did get a response, then I texted too. And I did get a response saying someone would respond to me right away. They didn't. So I just want to say I tried. And I immediately then sent forth a recommendation that I said, listen, I'm being ignored here. I'd like to be at the table. I don't want my residents disenfranchised. I need to be there. And so I said, okay, well, at least please take this input. And my input was, again, to decouple the language that tied the community benefits to the concert. And I said that. Got no response. So I tried. I said I want to be there. I tried. I sent on the legal language that I offered this evening to protect the city again with regard to indemnization. So I just want to say that this process is wrong. We have really, subverted, I would say under Mayor Biss's leadership, he subverted the city's leverage in this situation by allowing this to transpire this way. No, I didn't want to be a part of that. Thank you.
Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. I want to walk through the MOU and the public benefits agreement really quick, but before I get there, just for, I hope this is a lesson to anyone who's going to at some point replace us up here and become council members. I can tell you, I respect Mayor Biss. I didn't wait on Mayor Biss to tell me, hey, you can go negotiate on behalf of what you need to see in the agreement, what your residents are asking for in this agreement in order to start the conversations with Northwestern. I didn't wait for the city manager. I didn't wait for the city attorney. I didn't wait for anyone. I did my job and reached out to Dave. In fact, I'll say Dave did his job and reached out to us, at a number of points. And that's how we got to this point. I agree the process wasn't the best, but motions could have been made. But where we are now, I will say that, this was highlighted earlier. In the MOU, the city has to approve any traffic plan, any security plan, the sustainability plan before the concerts can happen. Is that correct, Attorney Ruck? Yes, that is correct. So the city has to approve those. So one, I think that is a strong provision in the MOU that allows us control. And this was mentioned at the town hall. Those approvals are annually.
Yes, they have to be submitted annually.
And so we have an annual. Evie, you mentioned that we may not know what the traffic concern is year one or year two or year three, and we may need to take some time to adjust that. Well, the agreement says that every single year we have Northwestern has to submit a plan to us, and we have the option of potentially withholding acceptance if we find that there are if we have a reason to withhold it. And I'm gonna hold. I have the floor now. I'm not looking for response right now. I spent 5 hours going back and forth. More than that. Two, the unrestricted income. This was mentioned during public comment. It's gone over. It's Northwestern. I don't understand. Is Northwestern obligated to give us a Good Neighbor Fund? My understanding is that started in 2007 or 2008 under Mayor, maybe a little bit later. A little bit later than that under Mayor Tisdall. So that couldn't have been 2007, 2008 because she was not mayor then. So 2015 is when the Good Neighbor Fund started. So for 100 years prior to that, over 100 years, Northwestern did not give us a Good Neighbor Fund. And maybe I'm wrong on that. I think that's the beginning of it. So there's clearly a precedent that Northwestern doesn't have to give us the Good Neighbor Fund. So I look at the $3 million as new, unrestricted, or the council has chosen how to restrict the money, but new money that is coming in. $500,000 a year for workforce development. We spend money on workforce development. I don't think we spend $500,000 a year on workforce development. $1 million that Councilmember Burns pushed for, and I joined in with them, and others joined in, Councilmember Harris and others, to get $1 million a year for affordable housing, $500,000 a year for climate action. Councilmember Nusma put that in. These are funds that we will be able to tackle. Our affordable housing is one of our top goals. We spend less than $350,000, or for Hitesh, if you're on the line, we are contributing less than $350,000 next year to afford, or we were. Now we're contributing over $1 million, but we were only going to contribute less than $350,000 a year to affordable housing. The money for establishing a $2 million a year fund. One, I'll say, I understand that some of these commitments here are commitments that Northwestern has engaged, or are expenditures that Northwestern has engaged in the past. But again, there's nothing binding them to having to do that. Now there is a binding nature, and specifically to the $2 million a year, I had a mother reach out to me who shared that, they've had multiple kids matriculate through Northwestern, and, this isn't not a low-income family, and Northwestern does make efforts to work with families who have multiple kids. This is what the mom shared with me, multiple kids in the system that are in college, and so they work with families. But it doesn't mean that a moderate income, a middle class, working class family gets free tuition. And this will ensure that Evanston residents, regardless, if they're middle class and they're just on the cusp of, of not living in poverty, they will be able to receive funding to, I presume, eliminate the cost for college tuition. If you're telling me that's not a benefit for Evanston residents, if I know that if I move to the city of Evanston and I send my kids through the district, the public school system that I have, and my kid gets into Northwestern, that I know that I have funds that will offset the cost of their college. If I'm a middle class family, that is a pretty good incentive to move to Evanston, live in Evanston, and send your kid to the public high school in Evanston. And I know I am out of time. If I may continue for a second, I fought hard for District 65 to get an allocation here, and we have we have an allocation of $500,000 a year minimum, right? Am I understanding this correct? That is a minimum guarantee. If the ticket sales are going good and the concerts are going great, it could be more than $500,000 a year. But that is the baseline, the minimum that will be allocated to our school districts. And I particularly support the funding going into District 65, and that's why we work to add in language to make sure that the funding is equitably dispersed for equity initiatives in our two districts. And so I think looking at that, District 65 should and hopefully will receive the majority of those funds as needed. And so
Councilmember, can you...
my time, I will stop now on this particular item. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Suffredin, followed by Nusma. Councilmember Suffredin, are you okay with that?
I'll jump in and just because we seem to have a not exactly congruent definition of core municipal services, and I want to make it clear, like, affordable housing is important, CARP is important, but next week when we're here, we're going to be talking about how are we going to pay our workers who we've voted a pay increase to. That's a core municipal service, paying employees of the city. Parks, a core municipal service. Streets, core municipal service. Yeah, Devon, have a good walk, bud. So that's what we lean on taxpayers for, and that's what's lacking in this agreement. Parks, streets, infrastructure. And this is a real story. This isn't like a made-up story that people tell. On Halloween night, a water main broke in my ward. I got a call from residents who've lived there for 60 years because we were slow to respond because it was the weather, and that's what happens. That's 120 tax payments they've made, and their infrastructure is failing. And this agreement doesn't do enough to address that. And if that's fine with 5 people who are going to vote for this, that's fine. But we still haven't done anything to move the ball forward the school part isn't our obligation, but we should be more concerned about that just as taxpayers and taxpayer advocates. This has got a lot of good stuff, but and I, like Dave, I'm not involved in FAFSA world yet. My kids are too young, but I received an email saying that your answer was maybe incorrect, that the good neighbor, and I'm not picking this fight. I'm just saying that there was a disagreement that the Good Neighbor Great University program would just replace other FAFSA eligible things. And I'm just saying there's some squish here, and I'm happy to be corrected another time. I'm just telling you an email I got just now. I mean, my point is, if this deal included a large amount of money straight to public safety pensions or park restoration, or pick a thing that's like not exciting and won't get us in the newspaper, but is like what we're supposed to be doing. This building is falling down. None of that is being addressed in this agreement. And those of you who are proud of your negotiation on it, good for you, but you didn't do your main job, which was make this last as long as that stadium. Year 16, we've got nothing, except a vague promise and a hope that we have a better relationship. But year 16 is going to come. And that's another issue. The duration of this is too light. The money to core municipal services is too light. And we're going to find out in court, because I guess that's kind of our plan, is that going to court's no big deal and it's other people's money, so we'll spend it. But this may not even happen because we didn't tighten it up as much as possible. And so, again, like Dave and your team, congratulations. Like, you got 5 votes. The resistance to the supermajority, I think part of that was because you knew you wouldn't get 6. It was easier to get 5. So you would never get 6 on this council with this agreement. But again, like, you did a good job for what your task was. Like, I am impressed with it just as a person in a similar field. But we aren't doing our job by supporting this, and we aren't doing our job by accepting a 15-year agreement in exchange for perpetual zoning change.
Councilmember Nusma, followed by Burns, followed by Revelle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree that there are a lot of core functions of city government that are not explicitly covered under this Good Neighbor Agreement. We still have to provide water. We still have to pave the streets. We still have to replace water main. We have to replace lead service lines. There's also a lot of other stuff we can and we should do, which this Good Neighbor Agreement will allow us to fund and free up some money that would otherwise be spent on affordable housing or climate action. That money can now go to those core municipal services because money is fungible. So this agreement will have a benefit to the city of Evanston. I'm looking at our city council goals, and I'm just going to run through them real quick in no particular order. Economic development. I think this agreement clearly speaks to our economic development goal for focusing on downtown and special events. Those are kind of direct investments in economic development, not to mention the induced activity that will go to support Evanston restaurants, as one of our public commenters suggested, just to name one example. The next council goal is climate action. Very clearly, the $500,000 out of this Good Neighbor Agreement earmarked to climate action provides much needed funding when there is no clear alternative for climate action funding. That is an important council priority. It's important to me. It's important to many people in this community. This agreement will allow us to make some really good progress on that goal. Public safety is a council goal. I think the agreement that we have in front of us allows us to, say that this is improving our public safety. The downtown funding, it'll be up to us how we use that, but we could use that to support some alternative response, which is public safety. Next city council goal is finance, and I think I made the argument that $175 million coming into this community is not a bad thing for city finances. You know, we can argue over exactly how good it is in exactly what year, but $175 million coming into this community is a great thing for city finances. Affordable housing is our fifth council goal. I think more than any of the other goals, this community benefits package really addresses a very important need in affordable housing. I know affordable housing is important to everyone on this council. And the last city council goal is public health, and how can we look at the community benefits package and pick out some public health benefits there. Maybe the racial equity fund could be used for public health. Maybe the community partner donations could be steered towards one of our nonprofits that's instrumental in public health. So I think this community benefits package in front of us really does help us address most, if not all, of our city council goals, and I'm looking forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Ravel.
I think most of what I wanted to say now has been discussed again. You know, I think what's confusing people maybe is the set aside. Just because we set aside funding out of the Good Neighbor for affordable housing and CARP, but there's still unrestricted money that we can use for core services. 1.5 out of the Good Neighbor Fund, 1.5 from the sales tax, guaranteed sales tax, or not just sales tax, guaranteed tax for Northwestern, or more, depending on how well we do. So again, there are still ways that we can address core services, and I think obviously that will eventually become a discussion of the council. Also, just want to reiterate that what I said earlier, whether it was a CBA or whatever it is, you know, there is a FOIA-able record that will show you that a long time ago, Mayor Biss, as the chair of this body, reached out to all of us and said, hey, you know, this thing with Northwestern is happening. Do you have any comments, any questions, anything that you want me to relay as part of his ongoing Good Neighbor Agreement negotiations? And during that time, if anybody up here wanted to establish a process to have those conversations, they could have. So that's what I meant, to be clear, because again, it was indicated early on in the process, again, as part of the ongoing Good Neighbor conversations, that an opportunity was provided for us to have to share that information. And as I've said before, it was up to the discretion of the individual council member whether or not they wanted to participate. You'd have to ask them why they did it. I did. I can show you emails where I immediately jumped on and said, hey, you know, can you send this? Can you forward this? I have these questions. So just wanted to make that clear. And then final thing, you know, there's been some attempts tonight and in other meetings to evoke the condition or status of African Americans living in this community. And what I would say, if you just look factually, I like to point at data, African Americans are the ones that are moving out of this town faster than any other group that represents at least 15% of the population. If you were to ask them why, and if you investigate our affordable housing data, et cetera, you'll see it's mainly because of the rising cost of housing in this town. And so when I say that there's an unprecedented contribution in this plan for affordable housing, more specifically what I'm saying is that people who are being displaced currently will be able to stay here because of this decision tonight, right? That's what I'm saying specifically, okay? And so, again, I think, and we've made other efforts. The West Evanston TIF is set to expire soon. The 5/5 TIF, which can help towards affordable housing, is still new, it's still young, and hasn't generated any tax revenue. We've made attempts to try to use excess general reserve funding for affordable housing, and that has been largely kind of rejected from this council for good reason. There's our affordable housing fund is both our affordable housing fund has been significantly diminished, which is a good thing, right? We're putting the funding to work, but there's only two sources of funding, right? There's the demo tax, which we don't have a ton of demolition happening, and then there's the inclusionary housing ordinance, the opt-out of that ordinance, that if a developer, we now require them to put at least 50% of the affordable units in the development. If they opt out now, If they opt out, then they pay into the fee. They can only opt out of 50% of the units now. And so we're seeing less and less people opt out, which is a good thing. They're just deciding to put the units on site. And so we have a significantly diminished affordable housing fund with no guaranteed source of revenue. And if you check, the media, they've reported many attempts that I've made to try to get this council to identify a source of revenue, a consistent source of revenue for affordable housing, and we have not lived up to that task. This does that tonight, and I'm very proud of that.
Councilmember Revelle, followed by Nguyen.
I just want to explain where I've been in all this discussion. From the beginning, I have not wanted to participate in negotiations because the community benefit package was being tied to the zoning amendment, and I did not want to be putting a price on our zoning code. So I have not been part of all of these negotiations. I believe that Northwestern should be making a generous annual payment to the city because its students and its faculty and its administrators all benefit from living in a vibrant, well-functioning city. So in my view, a community benefit package should not be tied at all to just making a change to the zoning ordinance. I do want to mention, though, I did get emails from residents who live to the east of the stadium and to the south of the stadium asking that I ask whether their alleys could be paved as part of, as a public benefit, because a planned development ordinance requires a public benefit package. And usually you think about some of those benefits as having a nexus with the actual development. So it seemed to me that those alleys, those residents are going to be really directly affected by the whole demolition and construction process. So it seemed to me that that making a request to pave those two alleys, with a price tag, because it's pretty expensive to pave our alleys, but it seemed to me that that was a reasonable public benefit to ask for as part of the planned development project. And then more recently, I have sent emails to Corporation Counsel Ruggie, particularly asking to strengthen the sustainability portions of the MOU and the planned development ordinance. Those requests were not met, so I do have concerns about the sustainability aspect of the proposal. And so basically, I have not been part of the formal negotiations because I didn't feel it was appropriate the way they were tied to the zoning change.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a statement also, and there are many things that Councilmember Revelle just stated that I share her view on the serious concern about the idea that we would be selling zoning. So in that sense, I did not participate in negotiations, but when we have gotten some questions over the last week, I also relayed those to Council Ruggie and relayed answers back. But I can't support the SB3, and my concerns are twofold. First is procedural, and the other is substantive. And I think as we've been discussing tonight here, we are touching on some of these issues, the procedural issue. This is approximately a $160 million deal, and any deal of that magnitude, would take months and months to negotiate. And that has not happened here. This has been rushed on the part of Evanston. We have not had enough time for our corporation counsel and our outside counsel to really provide guidance to us in this short time. You can see it's happening during this meeting. That should have happened already. So because we haven't done that, we've already had some of the issues that are in this agreement that are potential landmines pointed out to us. And those things are going to be there and cause us problems in the years to come. And what we should have had is enough time to come to a real mutual agreement on these things and iron all of these things out. But from a substantive point of view, I also am troubled by this. As we've heard, this $160 million is not new money. Some of it's been detailed to us about what is new money, but it's not as much money as has been in all of the headlines. But the most important issue here is that we're entering into this obligation in perpetuity, and Northwestern is only providing us with 15 years of this new money and these other benefits. And I have to say, this reminds me of when Chicago sold the Skyway. Chicago got a quick pop of money that filled a hole in their budget for 1 year, and endless years of Skyway tolls that just keep going up and up in perpetuity. And so I think if Northwestern really wanted to be a partner to us, as I think they should want to be, they would be willing to extend this agreement for the life of the stadium or agree to a sunset provision at the 15-year mark so that we can reassess and figure out what is appropriate 15 years from now. But so I am disappointed that that is not the case here, and so I cannot support this.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time, so we go back to second cracks, beginning with Councilmember Kelly for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I just, again, want to restate that there were two ordinances before us. One was for the development, the rebuild, and the other one was for the text amendment. Again, there wasn't an MOU. It sort of feels like it's legislation by, like the Wild West, just legislation through like bartering. And we didn't agree to that. And by doing it that way, the way it evolved, again, completely undercut the city of Evanston's bargaining power. And that's why we have right now this, what I feel is a terribly weak agreement. So I just want to say that, again, we had two ordinances. People should not have been out, creating yet another, bargaining another contract while we had two ordinances before us. We hadn't made a decision on those ordinances, nor had we made a decision to enter into this contract. So I feel this was just highly unprofessional, chaotic, disorganized, and I understand why residents would be outraged. So I can't support this either. Thank you.
Continuing with second cracks, Councilmember Suffredin with 1:20 left.
Yeah, I'll just be quick. Councilmember Newsome, I think you're overestimating the community's buy-in on the city council's goals. I think they really want us just to do the city. And I appreciate that we had consultants come in and you all delivered on our goals, but we haven't even adopted them yet. And they were never ratified by the public. It wasn't like we put it on a referendum like these 6 good goals. All it really did was give a roadmap to Northwestern about how to get this done cheap. And that's what they did. And then, Bobby, I appreciate your work on affordable housing, but I think you're underestimating the stay-in price is what's kicking people out of Evanston too. And we didn't do anything to lower the tax burden, and that's a big part of it, especially for people once their kids have gone. I know you hear the same thing I hear, which is once my youngest is out of ETHS, I'm out of here because I can't afford these taxes. And I think if we're going to look at affordability in total, we really got to look at the tax burden that we're putting on people, and we're going to talk about that next week, obviously. But I think that that's something that wasn't appropriately, or inappropriate's the wrong word, wasn't weighed as heavily as I wish that it would have been in this. I mean, the property tax burden is what chases people out of here, even if they can get in or if they bought their house many years ago. But the property tax burden is a big problem, and this does not do enough to address it.
Continuing with second cracks, Councilmember Burns with 45 seconds left.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things leading to the rising costs of housing, but obviously there are others, and I think to more appropriately address those, we just need more housing that is affordable, and that's what these funds can do, and we've had some success with that. And I just want to repeat that, again, it's up to this body to determine how we use all of the unrestricted money. And so we could, the reason why even in this budget year, there's a recommendation or proposal to increase taxes is to pay for stuff. And so if we offset that with both the contributions from this Northwestern agreement and make other cuts and other decisions, we won't have to raise property taxes. And that is well within our ability to do, especially now that we have, again, $1.5 million out of the Good Neighbor Fund unrestricted and at least $1.5 million out of the guaranteed tax revenue. The Good Neighbor Fund, in which starts January 1 of next year. So again, I hear you. I agree with you. There's an opportunity to use the unrestricted money to offset, to balance our budget so we don't have to raise property taxes. Trying to see if there's anything else.
And your time has expired, so if you could bring it to a close
if I can
quickly.
get a closing remark. I'm going to hold that closing remark if I can. I got one other thing, but I got twisted up. Or we can move on if there's no other comments. That's fine.
Well, we've got a couple more lights. Councilmember, there's only one person requesting to speak for a second time. No one requested to speak. In fact, we're out of people who might speak for a first time. So Councilmember Newsma with 1.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of information, this city council did adopt those goals at our meeting on October 7th of this year. That's all.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 1.50 minutes left.
So I just want to clarify, we didn't adopt all our goals. We sent some back to committee to come back in December with final goals, including from the Finance and Budget Committee. So
We adopted those goals on October 7th, as I read them out earlier. There's additional work to kind of flesh out some roadmaps on how we're going to achieve them.
We omitted a few. We said that those would come back.
Councilmember Kelly has the floor.
So I just had a question regarding that total number. I know I think it was the Daily that quoted Mr. Figueroa as saying, with regard to that large $175 million number, that certain council members may have come to their own math. I wonder if you could kind of walk us through what your number is, just to see if it really is in alignment with that number that we're getting from our colleagues up here.
Yeah, my comment was really big. Councilmember Kelly, thanks for the question. My comment was really based on the fact that a number of the benefits in the proposal have CPI inflator type numbers associated with them. And so how exactly that CPI kind of multiplies over the years, I can't guarantee. I think some of the math that was recited earlier today about what the maximum scenario could be, I would agree with.
And would you be willing to put together your own math for us?
Well, I think
right, I know. But could you on a document? Could
I
you
think that the proposed MOU that we've submitted are the numbers. I believe they add up to something a little over $10 million a year, and there's a 15-year term with them.
Okay, just because of that statement that you made, that maybe their own math, as if there was maybe a difference.
No, it was really about how the CPI factor could multiply over years.
Thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak any longer, so is there any disagreement with allowing Councilmember Burns one last comment before we vote? Seeing none, quickly, please.
Yeah, just wanted to speak to the 6 concerts. I've said obviously in negotiations there's non-negotiables on both sides, and people determine, it's that, hey, if you don't do this, I'll walk, etc. I just want to say in terms of the 6 concerts, I can't express enough how it's not like we're saying you can do an unlimited amount of concerts up to 28,000, right? What is being proposed and will be voted on today.
Can you please?
If I can finish, please. Not in the middle of what I'm saying. This is
the
last thing.
All right, I'm gonna set it.
In the middle.
Just finish the sentence, please.
This is the close. Is under a heavily restrictive, right, and regulatory and limited environment. So we're not saying that you can use this space as much as Ravinia uses their space or as much as Wrigley Field uses their space. We're saying 6 concerts. And I know there's some disagreement between the 60 days, which I can go into the weeds with folks after this about that. But I just want to make clear that I think if we were saying, look, you can hold as many 28,000 attendance concerts as you can. It would be very easy to then have have something in here. If I can just finish. If I can finish, come on.
I think you've made your point.
I have not made the point. I'm about to finish it up right here. I think if we were willing to say you can use this facility as much as you want, which is the case in Ravinia largely and Wrigley Field, that we absolutely could have something that where the benefits match that are in perpetuity or something close to it. That's all I want to say. Thank
So
you.
at this time, no one is requesting to speak for first, second, or third try, so we'll go back to Councilmember Kelly with 1:10 left.
So I think it's been understated. There's also, which might even be more impactful, 60 events, up to 60 events of up to 7,500. I mean, that's enormous. We have right now on our canal shores wonderful events sponsored by Space, and that's, I think, covers just under 5,000, and that already is, hugely impactful, kind of turns the neighborhood upside down. People embrace it. We like Space. They do a beautiful job, but that's one weekend, and we're talking now up to 60 events at 150 times. So instead of 5,000, up to 7,500, plus unlimited events of 10,000 in the facilities. And I mean, I think that's at least, if not more impactful on the neighborhood than the 6 concerts. So I think it's really important. I feel like that hasn't been reported on enough. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll? Now, the thing that is now before the council is the motion to approve Resolution 87-R-23, which was amended once pursuant to Councilmember Burns' amendment.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there is a tie, which I break by voting yes. Therefore, Resolution 87-R-23 is passed. This brings us to item SP1. Councilmember Reed, would you care to make a motion here? Is that what you're
Yes,
ready for?
I will move item SP1, Ordinance 107-023, amending Section 61572 of the City Code, permitted uses in the U2 University Athletic Facilities District.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Reed moves passage of Ordinance 107-0-23. Councilmember Nusma seconds. Councilmember Reed, followed by Ravel, followed by Kelly.
I'll defer to Councilmember Ravel first, and then.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Reed. I have three amendments I'd like to propose to my colleagues. So I am looking at page 93 of our packet.
We have a printout here too.
Oh,
if you
dear.
want to
Well,
refer to.
okay, that's going to be more complicated. Okay, it's the next to last page of the zoning code of ordinance 107. Just a minute here.
What is?
So, yep, I got it. Okay, so it's the top of page 8 of the printout. I move to delete item 9. Vehicles may only idle in approved designated areas on private property.
Second.
And just to, so what this.
So just quickly here, I'm going to forward this. You sent this to me earlier
Right, I'm sorry,
today,
yes.
so I'm going to forward this to council right now. I know there's more amendments coming, but I want them to have them in writing as they arrive. Councilmember Ravel moves to delete the provision number 9. Vehicles may only idle in approved designated areas on private property. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Go ahead, Councilmember Ravel.
Well, if we delete that, then the city's current idling statute applies, and there are a number of exceptions to our idling ordinance that should take care of any kind of issues that might arise. For example, if you have a refrigerator truck, you're allowed to keep your motor running because you need it for your refrigeration equipment. I have a little printout anyway. So anyway, it seemed to me, idling vehicles is just not something that's desirable. This is, as we're going to hear many times, a densely residential area, and I think the neighbors who live close to the stadium should not have idling trucks nearby, and it's obviously an air pollution issue as well. So I hope you would support removing this item.
Councilmember Reed.
Yes, thank you. I was originally seeking clarification on our city code 10.4.18.1, but I do see upon our review that the code does include private property. Yes. Yeah, so I see that. I'm sympathetic to this, obviously. We are dealing with this in the 8th Ward. I am curious from our corporation council. I actually have just a few questions about whether or not our ability to regulate idling on private property, but we already do. I will hold for now. I answered my question as we were coming in, as it was cycling around to me. So, go ahead.
So the only other light that's on relative to this is on. I couldn't tell if this is relative to this or not. Was Councilmember Kelly? No. So does anyone have any further questions about this amendment? I guess could we? Oh, sorry, Councilmember. So no one's acting to speak for the first time. Councilmember Reed with 3 minutes 40 left.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of silence then. Who on the Northwestern team can respond? One, I'm curious, were these amendments sent in to Corporation Council to be shared with Northwestern?
I did send this one in to Corporation Council at some point, yes.
Was there a response on this?
It continued to be in the proposed ordinance.
Is there a reason that Northwestern needs trucks to, non-refrigerated trucks to idle more than 5 minutes on their property? And I hope my time is. I'm not pausing for effect in this moment.
No, this is Northwestern's time.
All right.
Just 5 minutes to quickly huddle, or I know it's late, maybe 3 minutes to quickly huddle as a team, because we're just.
It's certainly fine with me if it's okay with Councilmember Ravel, for us to stand at ease for a moment and let them discuss this.
Or even continue, if there are other discussions or continuation.
My guess is if she's going to want to make more amendments, they'll want to be here for those. So let's just take a 3-minute break.
Maybe put them on the table, though, so they can have one huddle.
Everyone is many steps ahead here. Good ideas. So procedurally, I guess they can't be literally on the table, but why don't you state the amendments, and we'll even email them to everybody so that both council and Northwestern knows what's coming, and then they can break to discuss at a minimum this idling question.
Okay.
Councilmember Ravel.
So once we dispense with this particular amendment, I'd like to add a new section. It would go on the following page as, I guess, a new section 5. It would say, this ordinance shall be in full force and effect upon issuance of a temporary certificate of occupancy issued by the city of Evanston for the development plan outlined in ordinance 108-0-23. And that's to make it clear that merely approving the ordinance doesn't mean that tomorrow concerts could be held at Welsh Ryan Arena, for example.
Point of information point of information. Isn't this already tied to the building of a new stadium? So even if that weren't there,
For the concerts, the 6 concerts are tied to the stadium, but the rest of the ordinance, would allow these up to 60 days of events for 7,500 people, et cetera, et cetera. So this is to say that the whole amendment is tied to the certificate of occupancy for the new Ryan Field. Then I have, whoops, wrong page here. Basically, another section to add, the city manager shall collect and maintain a record of the impacts of all uses authorized by this ordinance and report annually to the city council, including in the report an analysis of compliance with the regulations of the U2 district, any harm or damage caused by any use, and recommendations regarding whether each use should be terminated, modified, or continued by the city council. And this is to provide basically council oversight over the impacts of the uses of the U2 district. And then the last one is provisions of the amendment approved by Ordinance 107-0-23 expire no later than the earliest to occur of the following dates as applicable. Number 1, December 31st, 2039, if Ryan Field is rebuilt. December 31st, 2034, if Ryan Field is not rebuilt, or immediately upon the sale or other transfer of any portion of the property of the U2 district. This text amendment shall not create a precedent for future uses in the U2 district, and this is basically to create a sunset provision.
I'll second those.
They're not.
Those are not in order at this time.
They're not, not in order, just letting us know. Okay.
Thank you.
So those amendments are being emailed at this time to all of council, as all of council with an I as well as council with an E. Those should be on their way to you now. We'll just stand at ease for a few moments, during which Northwestern can huddle on this proposed amendment, and folks can maybe take a bio break if needed, or at least rest their legs. So I'd like us to reconvene. So I'd like all council members to return to the dais, and members in the chamber to take their seats and end conversation. Because I think we're ready, I think, to resume our discussions. All right. Okay. So we have. All right. So everyone is returned. We're waiting on the clerk. When the clerk returns, we will resume the meeting. All right, the City Council will come back to order. So as I understand it, Northwestern has the ability to respond to the amendment that was made?
Yes, and thank you for giving us the time to kind of huddle up. We, just to be open, we came tonight kind of thinking that we were done negotiating the document and weren't planning to make any or have any additional changes. That said, on the idling language, I know we've struggled with that historically, and it's in there kind of for historic reasons, because the current ordinance has some curious language in there that we were trying to just kind of clarify. That said, we're not trying to modify or get any sort of exception or special treatment. We would be planning to comply with the city's idling ordinances that are in place. So we would be open to that change around the idling language. The other changes, though, I would say are non-starters. We're tearing down our football stadium in reliance of these ordinances getting approved, including the ability to have these events in perpetuity. I know the public benefits package is 15 years. That said, I've never seen, most public benefits packages include one-time payments for permanent improvements. I've inventoried Evanston approvals ordinances extensively, and most of them are one-time payments for a building that will be there forever. We need to be able to rely on these ordinances and the approvals. And additionally, around the ongoing monitoring, we just spoke about the MOU extensively. We have a very robust, again, I would say unprecedented process for ongoing monitoring with the city, including with the community through the Community Advisory Council. So we would like to just rely on what we've already worked out in that respect. But we're happy to answer any other questions.
At this time, there are two lights on. Are they to speak specifically to the idling ordinance? Okay. In that case, Councilmember Revelle with 3 minutes left.
Just real briefly, I'm speaking to the proposed non-idling ordinance. So I appreciate your willingness to then have the city's idling code, be in effect for you all. And I just heard from one of your residents just immediately to the east about, during the Wisconsin game, I guess, about trucks just idling for an extensive period of time near his house. So I think just being able to tighten up on the idling would be really appreciated.
Sorry, I actually had one other procedure or cleanup item. The page numbers you were referencing were to an older version of the ordinance. So I just wanted to make sure that the ordinance that was starting on page 98 that Councilmember Newsma previously mentioned is the one that we're talking about.
Which one do we have a printout of?
I hope it's the latest version.
Okay.
What? Is that this one?
Yes. Yeah. Alex Christine, yes.
Okay.
I had thought I'd heard you say page 93.
Then I may have yet another amendment.
Councilmember Reed on the idling amendment.
I don't know if it was officially made.
Yes, sorry, I should have done a little more signposting. At this moment, there's been an allusion to 3 additional amendments, but a motion was made specifically to amend Ordinance 107-0-23 to remove that idling language. That motion was made, I believe, by Councilmember Revelle and seconded by Councilmember Nguyen.
Okay.
And so that motion is in front of us right now.
Okay, good. Okay. So I appreciate Northwestern agreeing to this. I think this sets an example of, what a reasonable change to our code is, that there won't be fuss about. They're not looking for a special exemption. I think this just begins the example. I support this. I have residents in my ward who are dealing with idling issues with a use that is not typical in a residential neighborhood, and I think this is a worthwhile amendment to make this more conducive to a residential neighborhood. So I appreciate Councilmember Revelle for catching that.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk take the roll on the motion to amend 107-0-23 to remove that idling language?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin.
Aye.
Councilmember Revelle.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the ordinance is amended. And now Councilmember Revelle is recognized to make another motion.
Okay. I think I misspoke about the next one. But now that it's been pointed out to me that we're working with the version of the ordinance that's titled amended ordinance, I guess. So I want to amend section 5 on the last page. So Right now, it says the ordinance shall be in full force and effect from the time after its passage, approval, and publication in the manner provided by law. And I move to replace that language with this ordinance shall be, is this the one I want? Yeah. This ordinance shall be in full force and effect upon issuance of a temporary certificate of occupancy issued by the City of Evanston for the development plan outlined in Ordinance 108-0-23. And this is the Section 5 language that was in the other version of the ordinance in our packet.
Second.
Councilmember Ravel moves to replace the language just described. Again, the new language would read, "This ordinance shall be in full force and effect upon issuance of a temporary certificate of occupancy issued by the City of Evanston for the development plan outlined in Ordinance 108-0-23. Councilmember Wynn seconds. Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. I'm curious for one Northwest. So this is one that you all are not supportive of, based on what I heard you say earlier.
But it was in the other version of the ordinance that was in the packet. It was almost as though somebody took an old version of the ordinance, amended the curfew language,
and forgot to
update the Section 5. So my impression is that you would have seen this Section 5 language that I just read to you, because it's in the other version of the ordinance in our packet.
Well, if I can say this, from my understanding, this ordinance, well, no, that's not true, because it very clearly says in Section 5. My understanding is that Northwestern is looking to start demolition on the existing structure pretty soon, and I know we've all been outside recently and know how cold it is getting. I doubt they're going to be holding many events between when the building is going to be demolished, and certainly I presume they're not going to keep this building until next spring and next summer.
But we're talking about the whole U2 district, not just the stadium.
And so, if I may, can you share what your concern is here? That they're going to start holding events up to 10,000 or 75,000 now?
Sure. I mean, it affects all. Instead of just focusing on the 6 concerts, I'm looking at making sure the whole rest of this ordinance is held in abeyance until the stadium's finished.
And can I understand what Northwestern's response to that is, and do you plan on holding maybe like events there?
Well, then they shouldn't mind our changing it.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm seeking.
We have it very clearly in the MOU that we aren't going to have concerts until the Ryan Field is rebuilt. So it is covered in the MOU as far as if we don't proceed with reconstruction, if the demolition doesn't occur, we can't have a concert at the current field, for example. So we do have that covered in that document. There are other provisions in here that we would need to review and that are being tweaked we just need to make sure they're consistent with our plans. But again, given the concern is already addressed in the MOU, I think we'd want to leave it in there. I know what you're saying, Councilmember Ravel, about that previous version. We weren't aware of that, and so we flagged it and said, where is this coming from? And we didn't recall that being discussed, and we discussed it with staff, and they said, oh, you're right, we hadn't intended to make that substantive change to this ordinance. So that's where the version confusion may be coming from.
Yeah. Yes. Well, so I understand that.
So I think Councilmember Reed has the floor at this time.
Sorry.
No, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if the university can answer this just straight up. Do y'all plan on having 10,000 person events in the next couple weeks before you start demolishing?
But we're talking in the next couple of years.
But if the stadium's demolished, then where are they going to hold the?
Maybe the football stadium. I don't know.
Well, the football stadium's going to be demolished, from my understanding.
The baseball stadium, excuse me.
Oh, Welsh Ryan?
Or Welsh Ryan,
Well, but
or,
Welsh Ryan, is Welsh Ryan U2?
yes, the whole thing
Okay.
is U2, between Isabella and Central Street.
Oh, geez. We're not voting on the Welsh Ryan Arena. I don't give it.
Well, but it's in the U2 district.
Well, all right, all right.
Sorry. Just to clarify, those are allowed. The 10,000 person capacity events in the indoors.
Indoors, right.
Are allowed currently.
Yeah.
That's not being modified.
Right.
To clarify.
Yeah, yeah.
So then,
But if they wanted to have a 7,500 person event over at the baseball stadium, for example, while they're constructing I mean, it's saying, the ordinance is going to go into effect once the stadium is finished. So,
yeah, okay. Now I understand your concern. I guess so I understand your concern. I just don't. I don't agree with the concern. So now I have clear understanding. If they are going to start holding events at Welsh Ryan or at the baseball stadium or baseball, whatever it is, I'm fine with that. So I don't need to amend it.
Councilmember Burns.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on something else that I think relates. But if the stadium is not built, Council Ruggie, are they still able to hold, with the current language, are they able to hold events up to 60 days of events up to 7,500?
no.
Can you say that first part again? I'm sorry.
Will they still be able to hold 60 days of events up to 7,500 people in attendance if the stadium is not built in the current language? And I'm not, again, talking about the 10,000, which they already can do. I'm talking about the added,
So,
the new
yes.
language being proposed.
Yes.
So that's the piece that I wouldn't
Wait.
support, just to be clear.
I mean, that's new.
Because that's new, right? So if you don't build a stadium, I just want to make it clear. If you don't build a stadium and you still get to do the 7,500 concerts, I don't think that's something that I'd be willing to support as a separate issue. But if we're talking about, are they able, if everything moves forward as planned, are they able to hold these events starting January 1, I guess, is what you're saying, or whenever we pass this? You don't want that. You want those events to start after the stadium is built.
Any of the new provisions that this ordinance would create would be on hold until the stadium was finished. So, and that would include this whole section on outdoor lecture speakers, non-musical festivals, social events and community cultural events, musical performances, blah, 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 for
guess the question of
7,500 people for no more than 60 days.
So I guess the question in Northwestern is, y'all plan to hold events that can't be captured under what you're already allowed? Well, I guess that's inside. So, but y'all plan to hold other events outdoors during the construction period, or want to leave the option open, I guess is another way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, the way we kind of look at this, I mean, that's not our intent. It's going to be a construction site for the next 2 years if this thing is approved today. And so it wouldn't really be a desirable location to do these types of community-oriented activities that we're talking about. But I think a large part of this is the principle. I mean, you voted on an MOU, and so our community benefits go into effect, as you say, January 1st, 2024. And so we think that those benefits should be aligned with what we currently have on the table in this ordinance. I'm worried about us making these changes when we came into this meeting feeling as if we had an agreed upon ordinance and text amendment. And so although I'm sympathetic to your concerns, when we felt our lawyers have been in conversation with each other, we've spoken to council members about these changes, and so these amendments that are being proposed right now, Councilman Revelle, we respect, we sympathize with it. We've made a concession around the idling. This is just something that we feel could potentially be problematic. We don't know what the unintended consequences are. But, I mean, right now, we don't have any proposed we can't do an ice skating rink out there while there's construction taking place. We certainly wouldn't want to limit our ability to do our movie night on the baseball stadium instead of inside Ryan Field. And so these are the type of activities that we're proposing.
I just want to ask that everyone in the audience just be respectful of all speakers. I think interjections are unhelpful to a productive discussion. I believe Councilmember Burns still has the floor.
Yeah, I guess just using movie nights as an example. How are they allowed to do that now? Is it because it's only, it's a lower number of people that attend the events? Because they do that currently.
I think the movie nights, as Mr. Davis just said, are held indoors at Welsh Ryan. No.
No, I think they're outdoors. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not familiar with them. So I'd ask that.
Yeah, because that would be my only comeback. Is if I think you're already doing those things, and I would imagine we would continue to support that because they're smaller events. So, well, I mean, even the other events, we're talking about our Northwestern sponsored events, but and not private events. But okay, yeah, those are my questions. I don't know who has the floor next.
Councilmember Kelly.
Oh, so I just wanted some clarification on the 10,000 events, up to 10,000, unlimited up to 10,000. There is some change in that, I think, right, with regard to commercial versus community. This is identical as it stands now? I'm in the section about the universities, the 10,000, let's see, section. Sorry. These are not public-facing events, correct? Because public-facing included commercial.
I think that particular section is largely the same as in the current ordinance.
Okay. So I guess I would want assurance that it's in the existing buildings. I'm wondering if that should be added to this 10,000 unlimited 10,000 person events. To add language that says with this is indoors, right? With the structures that currently exist, correct? The 10,000, right?
It's indoors.
Right, it's indoors. So this is identical, this wording to as it stands now. They're all university-sponsored events, correct? University-sponsored, not associated with the university, but sponsored events. Not loosely connected, okay. Okay, so I guess I would want to make sure that this is within the existing structures, the existing buildings. I'd like to amend it to say within the existing buildings.
Councilmember, there's currently a
I'm
motion on
sorry.
the floor
Sorry.
to amend the ordinance.
Pardon me.
No one's asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Reed with 2.5 minutes left.
Yes. People ask questions. No one has brought up the Welsh Ryan Arena to us. To me, there are no neighbors there. I'm perfectly fine with them. If they were to start events at the Welsh Ryan Arena, which is squarely on their campus, I'm fine with them starting those events. Yeah, I'm not a Northwestern sports fan. I've never attended any of their games. I didn't even know who Pat Fitzgerald or any of these people were before. I didn't even know who Pat Ryan was a couple of weeks ago. So I don't attend their functions. God bless them. I'll probably attend a concert. But again, I'm going to defer to my colleagues for a minute here.
Councilmember Ravel.
Well, I was just going to point out, we had a whole big controversy on city council about approving concerts at Welsh Ryan Arena in 2019. So I don't think we want to cavalierly at this point say, go ahead. But so where are we in this one?
So where we are is you made a motion, it's been seconded, and there's been some discussion about it, and I have the feeling that discussion might go on for a minute. Are you done
Yeah,
for now?
just-
No,
just-
hold on.
Oh.
Councilmember Ravel, are you done for
Oh,
now?
sorry.
Okay. So at this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Burns with 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I think I see, I could go either way on this. I just see some benefit of all the new provisions, so the 60 days, the concerts, having the opportunity to develop plans and to have discussions about them. Like, I see some value in that. And so I guess I would kick it back to Northwestern one last time. If you understand what's being asked, is just to say, and again, we could put something in here where you can continue to do movie nights, right? You're doing that now. I don't think anybody would object to you continuing that. But I do see some value, like, before you start to host the 60 days of concerts, which would be new, that there's some time for planning, et cetera. So I don't know, Dave, if you want to speak to that, but I just see some value in that. And the smaller events, I'm sure we could figure out how to make sure that you can continue to do those. And we're only talking about in the lead up to, before the stadium is built and the other 6 concerts.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councilmember Burns. I think we're still trying to specifically understand what problem this is trying to solve. And so if you can help us a little bit more, Councilmember Ravel, understand. So is your concern that we're going to start these activities right after this is approved? Because that's certainly not our intent.
Mhm.
And, I mean, we can't,
Yeah.
I'm just not sure where this would take place
Right.
if we're doing construction for the next 2 years.
Right. I mean, it's probably definitely not something that you're contemplating, and I can certainly understand that trying to put on an event while you're doing a major construction is not a very reasonable idea, but the point of this amendment is to basically keep the current ordinance in place until the stadium is finished being built, at which point all the rest of it kicks in. So I guess I don't see the harm in status quo for 2 years.
Can you hold on 1 second? Okay. Sorry about that.
We'll stand at ease for a moment to allow further conference on the part of the Northwestern representatives.
Of course, yeah.
The council will come back to order.
So I think understanding more what your concern is, I think we can get there perhaps with slightly different language. Like I stated earlier, we certainly not early. We're making a huge move here. We're abolishing a football stadium in reliance of these ordinances. So I think that if we could get the language slightly modified to say the ordinance is approved and effective today, so we can move forward, not with concerns that halfway through construction something happens. If it's not effective, that does impair us legally, I would think. But have it say it's effective today, but the uses contemplated it will not be will not be put into place until the C of O. I think we could live with. So we'd like it to be effective, so that we have an ordinance that we know is approved when we come, and it's on solid legal footing, that it's been approved and is effective, but that we're aligned on what's going to happen and when.
So there's
Do
a
you
whole
want
bunch.
to, do you want to suggest how to do that?
I mean, I defer to you on the motion, but I think it would be,
Why don't we stand at ease again while Councilmember Ravel and Corporation Counsel can huddle for a moment.
Oh, my gosh, okay. Alec, yeah, it's, oh, do,
All right, the City Council will come back to order. Councilmember Ravel, would you care to report back on your discussions?
well, Alex has sent us a draft, a new version. Oops, here it comes.
Okay,
So-
all right. Are you proposing to withdraw your motion and make this new
Right,
one?
and make this substitute amendment that would say, this ordinance shall be in full force and effect from and after its passage, except that all new contemplated uses proposed shall not commence until the issuance of a temporary certificate of occupancy issued by the City of Evanston for the development outlined in Ordinance 108-0-23.
Councilmember Ravel withdraws her motion and makes a new motion amending Ordinance 107-0-23. to change its effective date as previously read. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, again, I think this is,
Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. You're third. We'll come to you, but first we
Yes.
got to go to second crack, starting with Councilmember Kelly with 3 minutes, 10 seconds left.
I'm sorry, I'll pass.
Councilmember Reed with 1.5 minutes left.
yeah, I'm going to support this amendment. And again, I think this shows on everyone's part our willingness to move forward in a sensible way, and hopefully we're all on our own logging this as potential progress or look, a signal toward the future. I'll hold there.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk take the roll on the amendment, the substitute motion to amend Ordinance 107-0-23?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Aye. Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and Ordinance 107-0-23 is amended. I believe Councilmember Ravel has some more amendments to make.
I'm afraid I do. So it was pointed out to me by alert member of the public here tonight that a section I thought was perfectly fine. It's on page 5 of the handout here, and it's the underlined paragraph that starts outdoor lectures, speakers, non-musical festivals, etc. When you get to the last sentence, it currently reads, such events shall not include any outdoor plaza rentals to organizations not affiliated with the university or city. What was that? So it sounds as though the 60 days of programming a year does not include outdoor rental events. So whereas I think what was meant by this last sentence was that the plazas will not be rented to outside organizations. So to clarify that, I suggest that it read instead, outdoor plazas shall not be rented to organizations not affiliated with the university or city. What was that?
Yes, Council. I just sent the email to all of Council.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Councilmember Ravel moves to add the language, outdoor plazas shall not be rented to organizations not affiliated with the university or city. Councilmember Nguyen seconds.
Point of.
Councilmember Reed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this was a question that came up during the town hall that we hosted, and I just want to be clear that this is under permitted uses. So it's clearly saying what is permitted, and then it's saying this is not permitted. So I think this language is pretty crystal clear in that it's saying that outdoor lectures, all that stuff is permitted because it's under permitted uses, and then it's specifically saying that such event shall not include any rentals to organizations not affiliated. I think this is crystal clear language. I think your amendment, I can't say it clarifies it anymore. I guess I'd support it because it doesn't really change anything. But I want to note that this is a condition that when our Land Use Commission reviewed this, this was something, I don't think it's confusing, but this is something that at least one commissioner, if not more, thought, allowed the exact opposite. I do think it's crystal clear within the context of the entire ordinance. I think really where it gets confusing is if you look at the handout that says, what was included in the packet, which is a grid showing current language, proposed language explanation. I think without the context here, the new section becomes a little confusing. But I think when you read it in context with the entire ordinance, under the title of permitted uses, to me, this is crystal clear language. Thank you. Actually, I'm sorry. Just to counsel, both if Dirk or Council Ruggie want to weigh in on that. That's my interpretation. Is that also yours? And do you think that, to me, the language seems pretty crystal clear?
When I read both, they both say the same thing to me. But if Mr. Price has a different read, I'd be open to that.
I don't. I thought I would agree with Councilmember Reed. I thought it was taken care of by when reference within the permitted uses and what's not permitted. So I don't know what the amendment adds.
Thank you. I'll rest my time now.
Councilmember Ravel.
Well, I would just say that I think the amendment makes it even more crystal clear, and I would ask for approval.
No one else has any lights on. Does Northwestern have any comments on this?
I mean, I think we agree with outside counsel and corporation counsel that the language as is clear. So far, like I said at the beginning, we hadn't intended on making changes tonight. I think so far we've been agreeing to them to clarify things or make sure our intent is aligned, but we're trying not to pick this apart that we've worked really hard on. So we agree that the language as is works.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk take the roll on this motion to further amend Ordinance 107-0-23?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Wynn. Aye. Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Aye. Councilmember Suffredin. Aye. And Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
No.
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries, and Ordinance 107-0-23 is further amended. I think Councilmember Ravel, is that the end of?
No, I do have.
Sorry. All right.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Councilmember Ravel.
So this is I get a new section 5. Nothing in this ordinance shall be construed to bind the city. All right, is this the right one? In any manner or impose any constraints on the city with respect to future changes to the zoning of the U2 district. So this is to make it clear that that the city in the future has the authority to make further changes to the zoning for the U2 district.
So for the record, I don't think this was on the list you previously.
I'm sorry.
Was it?
Okay.
Did,
Was it in the email?
It was not in the email, so
okay.
let me see if I can.
Okay, I can. No, it should be there.
You know,
I can send it.
No, I
again.
got it.
You got it.
It's new language? Yeah.
It will momentarily be on its way to council. So Councilmember Ravel makes that amendment that was just read and also just emailed to all of council. Is there a second? Councilmember Wynn seconds. Councilmember Reed.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just getting the language now. Nothing in this ordinance should be construed. Again, this is, I think it's, one, I respect my colleague for wanting to put it in there. I do think within the context of just our authority as a home rule municipality, as legislators, that the language is somewhat superfluous. Like we always maintain this right. And putting this in, from my understanding, and I'll ask legal counsel to weigh in after I share my understanding, but from my understanding, this language wouldn't add anything substantive if we were to go to court. We maintain this power as a home rule municipality. I don't think it helps us or hurts us. So, Council Ruggie and Dirk, if you two can weigh in on this.
Dirk, can you take the first crack here?
Well, to say that it doesn't hurt us is not true. It's directly inconsistent with the agreement and the memorandum of understanding. We've explained in depth many times about the idea of substantive due process in zoning law, and that if this is passed, if the ordinance is passed, that creates some substantive rights for everybody, including Northwestern. And so for a future council, which does have the power to change the zoning, we've talked about then that becomes a legal nonconforming use and an amortization period, if you want to impose one, that has to be reasonable and rational. That's the substantive due process that's required by the Constitution. This language says you can do it willy-nilly and would try and be an argument to say, well, 1 year in, we didn't mean it, we're canceling everything. And that's not the deal that's been presented or negotiated. What's been presented and negotiated is the large investment being made on all sides in return for a commitment about what this means. Now, the other side of this argument is that people then go to the extraordinary situation where Evanston's going to have to buy an $800 million facility for Northwestern if it changes the zoning in the future. And that's not true. What's amortized are the rights about the concerts. And that's what would have to be examined. So this language is contrary to what's already been adopted in the memorandum of understanding, I would say, because that language has, that memorandum of understanding has some information about the commitments being made are premised on the zoning that's going to be done. So this is a backdoor to undoing the memorandum of understanding. That's what it does. And it's not an accurate reflection of the law unless Northwestern agrees to it that you can change the zoning at any time down the road with no amortization questions involved. And that wouldn't normally be the analysis. And everybody's entered into this agreement with their eyes open about the fact that there is going to be, when you do any kind of zoning and then undo it and change it, there's the legal nonconforming or amortization period that respects everybody's rights. So I don't, as your legal counsel, given that you passed the memorandum of understanding, I think you put that in jeopardy by adding this language. That's my 2 cents.
Just to close out here with that from both, I'm sorry, Attorney Ruggie. Yeah, okay. Attorney Ruggie agrees with that. So with that, hearing that from our outside counsel and our corporation counsel, I would encourage my colleagues to vote no. I think we have these protections, in place because of our just legislative authorities. And so I encourage folks who are supportive of this to vote no.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Burns.
Thank you. Attorney Price, I had a question regarding your use of the amortization, just so I understand. Is that sort of legal code for, like, should a future term council want to change the zoning? The question of amortization, the amortization question, does that mean like suing and what it would cost, a liability that the city would face for the cost that Northwestern would, the financial loss? Is that, can you just explain a little bit what you mean by?
What I mean by amortization is, so normally when zoning changes, say there's a business use and now you've changed the district to residential. So the business use would no longer be permitted in that zoning. But because it exists at the time the zoning is changed, it becomes what's called a legal nonconforming. A couple things can happen then. When the use stops or the use suffers some sort of loss like 51%, then it loses its legal nonconforming status and the new use has to comply with the zoning regulations. The alternative to just waiting for it to happen on its own, so to speak, is that the municipality has the power to sunset the legal nonconforming status. That's an amortization period, that the use that's in place when you change the zoning gets a runway or a glide slope to ending, that the council sets instead of waiting for it just to end on its own by non-use or destruction. The substantive due process analysis around that is, well, what is the fair time period for that to end? And so here we're not talking about 100 years worth of football stadium. We're talking about the concert schedule. So if you change the zoning after Northwestern's already set, marketed, and sold, for example, concerts for the next year, that would seem to be a violation of substantive process, and you'd probably have to let that year play out. How much longer than that? That would be a function of all sorts of facts in play on the 6 concerts. So amortization is part of this general fairness. Some of the folks who have sent in emails to Alex to ask about things like estoppel, it's the same general sort of. Northwestern changed its position based on what the City of Evanston's done here with its legislative authority. City of Evanston has the legislative authority to change zoning in the future, but not without some, remedy or some acknowledgement of Northwestern's rights for how they were using the land prior to that zoning change. So that's what I mean by amortization is what's the fair time period over which, you would impose the it's over now question.
And the remedy. I mean, right? It's the time period and the remedy.
They would have to stop doing it. Yeah, the remedy is they'd have to stop doing it. And if they disagreed with our time period, like if we said 6 months and they disagreed, that could lead to a substantive due process fight in court about zoning entitlements. But the remedy is we would, if we change the special use to knock it down to 3 concerts or whatever, that that's all part of the amortization inquiry.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
If this language were added, and if this language were added, would Northwestern be waiving their substantive due process or substantive rights as you've described them?
Well, it would certainly weaken them, I would say. That's why I say it puts the MOU in jeopardy, because the MOU says we're agreeing to all of these provisions, including, all these planning and all these other commitments based on what was in the existing ordinances, which were reflective of the state of Illinois law, including legal nonconforming uses and amortization. This language is put in to try and weaken that amortization analysis. It's to say, well, you agreed, Northwestern, that the zoning rights came here with our ability to change our mind much quicker. And I'm not sure that that's consistent with the MOU. And I don't believe it's consistent with the MOU, to be more clear.
Yeah, and I think in particular that and impose any constraint on the city with respect to future changes. I think that language is much stricter than bind. All of this I don't think is particularly necessary, but I think certainly that last impose any constraint would seem to weaken their substantive due process. So, okay, thank you.
At this time, no one is. What's that? At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time. We go back to Councilmember Reed with 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you. And Council Price, I heard you in that this would conflict with the MOU. Part of the reason I am not supportive of this is because my assessment is this just conflicts with due process. But I just want to, I don't think it was clearly fleshed out that it's not just a violation of the MOU, it's a violation of due process. And to me, this language would seem just to flat out be potentially unconstitutional in that it would take away that due process. Is my read wrong on this?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's asking in a way. So the MOU says Northwestern's relying on the ordinances as they were.
If I can just interject, assume there wasn't an MOU, right? Because there doesn't need to be an MOU theoretically for us to make this change to our zoning code. And so assuming there was no MOU that they were signing on to and saying this is okay, just generally, this wouldn't be something, if we wanted to apply this to, to a business district or a single family home district or some other zoning district, this seems as though this would take away someone's due process rights. And I don't think that's the power of the council.
That I agree with. The court would look past this language in this ordinance to say, well, you may have thought that home rule Evanston, but we still get to look at the substantive due process. That's what a constitution does. It allows us to look at that. But the issue here with the MOU in the background is, there's sort of the implied argument for the city that, well, Evanston said, or Northwestern said that they're, relying on these ordinances, so it's intertwined. So in a sense, Northwestern gave its consent, and I don't think that they're suggesting in any way they're giving their consent to it.
Yeah, but just understanding that this U2, let's say again, we've discussed this hypothetical before, that some other university comes into town, University of Illinois decides to open up a campus in Evanston. They could theoretically purchase one of the buildings within the U2 district and use it for the same use as an educational institution only. And so Northwestern can't sign away the rights for someone else to use the U2. Like if I have a single family home and just because you place conditions on R1 districts and I sign an MOU for my single family home or my business, I don't get to sign away the rights of everyone else who uses that same district.
Yeah, if I could just...
Did my time run out?
No, but we've heard from council this is inconsistent with the MOU. I think folks can vote accordingly, and I just... Okay, all right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilman Reed.
My point is, with the MOU or without the MOU, what I'm saying is that this is just something that would be an overreach of a council. I get that you're saying that in this particular instance, Northwestern may not have the strongest claim if they specifically sign this, but if, this doesn't seem to sign away the rights to any other entity that is an educational institution. To me, it just seems like not a strong case in that regard.
Any reaction to that from either Ms. Ruggie or Mr. Price?
I don't disagree. I mean, you're right. As I said, a court would look past this language anyway if a challenge was brought, regardless of whether there was an MOU.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk take the roll on this amendment to 107-0-23?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Newsma? Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Suffredin? Aye. Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie which I break by voting no. The motion does not pass and the ordinance is not amended. Councilmember Ravel, I believe you have another amendment?
Well, just one more, because I believe Councilmember Burns has mentioned this issue before, and I think it came up at the town hall, the idea of a sunset provision, and I'm pretty sure our colleagues at Northwestern are going to object, so I don't quite know what to do about that, but I'll make the motion so we can discuss it. And so that would be to add the provisions of the amendment approved by Ordinance 107-2023 expire no later than the earliest to occur of the following dates as applicable: December 31st, 2039 if Ryan Field is rebuilt, December 31st, 2034 if Ryan Field is not rebuilt, or immediately upon the sale or other transfer of any portion of the property of the U2 district. This text amendment shall not create a precedent for future uses in the U2 district.
Councilmember Ravel moves to amend 107-0-23 in the manner just read out loud. Is there a second? Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Discussion begins with Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I again appreciate when folks make motions and try to improve things to their satisfaction. I with this amendment also disagree with the need for it. I hate that I have to say this out loud. I hope this doesn't change anything for Northwestern, but essentially we have a 17-year sunset clause. As it's been clear, once Northwestern gives us the money and for the 17 years, we have every right to change our zoning code if we feel that this isn't right. Yes, we will have to give them a ramp down period from the 6 concerts if that's what we chose. But everything that I see would allow us if we didn't want to lose any of the financial benefit in 17 years, to change our zoning code, and we just have to give them an amortized period of a wind down for that. And I'm sure, maybe and I'll have counsel correct me if they think I'm saying anything wrong, but, maybe after 17 years, the amortization is different and it's a different wind down period. That's very possible. But nothing in this takes away from everything I've heard from our outside counsel. Nothing in this takes away the council's ability to change this. And I do believe that in 17 years, it'll likely, these concerts and the new stadium will likely be such woven in so deeply to the fabric of our community that folks won't want to get rid of the 6 concerts, and so I imagine that they will stay. But also, Northwestern didn't come to us and say, hey, we only want 6 concerts. Northwestern came to us and wanted far more. So maybe in 15, 17 years, the discussion is that, we'd like to increase the number of concerts. And that's totally possible, and the neighborhood may have evolved in a manner that they're fine with that, and maybe they aren't, and we'll have this whole fight again. But I don't think this clause is needed. I think this power is retained by the council at any point, and essentially the end of the contract is the sunset period.
Councilmember Newsmith, followed by Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would love to have a sunset clause. And in fact, that's an idea that I had discussed with Northwestern very early on in the discussions that I had been having with them. Is there any way we can have some kind of off-ramp if things don't go well? And I made my case as best as I could. And honestly, I was unsuccessful in persuading Northwestern to see the wisdom of this point of view. What we got instead was an increased financial package under the community benefits agreement. And what we still have in place is regulatory oversight with regards to the sound levels and the curfew time, the public nuisance, potential public nuisance impacts. We have these regulatory structures in place. And as I've said before, the city still retains authority, in the short term, in the immediate term, in the long term. So I'm not going to support this amendment, although I would love to be able to, because it's been part of the discussion that has allowed us to get to a place where we're looking at a multi-million-dollar community benefits package. And I'm looking forward to having a few well-regulated concerts in town. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, I think what was just discussed, I think we have adequate, recourse if we need to roll this back. I think that, as I said before, Northwestern, when we approve this, Northwestern, it will be under, heavy regulatory environment, which includes limiting the amount of concerts that they can do in this space, which is not consistent with what similar venues are able to do. I've talked about Ravinia, I've talked about Wrigleyville and others. Also think that I really believe that as long as cooler heads prevail and that there's a future council that believes in diplomacy and believes in building partnerships and good relationships with Northwestern, that this is just the beginning. I believe that in 15 years we negotiate a better deal, especially if District 65 is at the table. Just some of the models that Councilmember Reed and others have looked at in terms of a pilot agreement, which would be in play because we no longer be talking about concerts at that point. So it would be more in line with a traditional kind of pilot, or call it what you want, conversation that the city will probably get about using those models, that the city will probably get about what it's getting already in direct benefits, but that it's really our school districts who stand to benefit from future agreements with Northwestern, and I think we get there. So I wouldn't want to lock us into a dollar amount today when I feel like we can do even better than this in 15 years. And I think an example of that, the evidence is in this agreement itself. Northwestern has said is for reasons of our own, if we don't move forward with the stadium project, that they're still committing to the good neighbor contribution. I believe that's still in the existing language. And so I think there's a commitment from Northwestern to continue this partnership with the city. And so I feel comfortable supporting this as is. Thank you.
No one's asking to speak for the first time, so Councilmember Reed with 2.5 minutes left.
Yes, I'll be quick. And I just because I genuinely want the community to understand what our power is as a municipality, and I hope, and I'm sure also this is maybe making some of the Northwestern folks sweat. But I think it's, the hallmark of a good negotiation is when both folks are going, our leadership is you all, and you all are saying this is a terrible deal. And I'm sure their leadership is probably saying this is a terrible deal for them. And so I think there's give and take. I think this is a good deal on my end, and I also would imagine that the folks who worked on this also think it's a good deal. But there's that give and take. But just on this sunset clause, because my duty is to the public, and I'm voting yes on this because I believe there is a built-in sunset clause in 17 years. So it was Councilmember Kelly, I think it was Councilmember Kelly, asked a really good question earlier about someone asked about clawbacks. Jonathan, and it was made clear that Northwestern could not claw back necessarily the funds that have already been given to us. It's also clear that the council maintains its rights to legislate. And sure, we have to give folks due process, right? That's just always the case in an American form of government. So can I get Corporation Counsel to weigh in on this, Sir Dirk? Essentially, is 17 years not the sunset as far as the city is concerned from our agreements, from the benefits that we're receiving?
I understand what you're saying as a pragmatic matter, that opens the door in the consideration to thoughts about changing the underlying zoning. But there is a large difference, substantively speaking, in a sunset clause versus the city initiating a text amendment in 17 years to change it. They don't have to initiate a text amendment. It just automatically expires with a sunset clause. That's why it's substantively different for Northwestern. If you don't have to wait the 17 years, you can at any time move and invoke the process to change the zoning, and then all the consequences we've discussed flow from it. But with a sunset clause, the city is relieved of the burden of having to invoke any of it. It just is over. And I don't think that's consistent with the MOU, that you're just going to have it sunset without having to invoke the entire process of a text amendment that goes through all the public hearings, Northwestern presents its case, and all the rest. It's just over with a sunset clause as opposed to the full zoning process required that would otherwise be in place and that the city would have to initiate. So it's not exactly the same. I get what you're saying as a pragmatic matter, that would be a ripe opportunity for the city to look at, where they're at, how it's gone, who benefits by more or less concerts. Yes, that pragmatically speaking is that window, but it's a big difference between having to invoke the process anew to do any sort of change with all that goes into it, just like this process tonight, versus and what would happen before the Land Use Commission and all the rest, versus no, it's just over, and that's a big difference.
No, thank you. That's really helpful. But in a practical sense, yes, we have to go through the legislative process, and I'm saying this to the public, which, if concerts aren't going well and if the community's still up in arms, I can't imagine once we've had 17 years or 15 years of test case with the concerts, and even before that we wouldn't be able to walk away, from this agreement. And so maybe it would have been in Northwestern's interest to extend this agreement out longer, to make sure that we have a benefit to want to stay in this for 20 plus years. But, yes, we'd have to go through the legislative process. I'm not afraid of that. I'm sure, whoever on the future council hopefully isn't afraid of going through the legislative process. And there is an opportunity for us to not automatically, but sunset this with essentially zero repercussion on our end, other than losing what I see as the benefits of the 6 concerts and having 28,000 people coming into our community on a regular basis. But we get to do that without losing the investment that has been made already. And I think that's important for the community to understand. And I know you may not like that and you just want it to automatically happen in 15 years, but I have trust in the process that if this is not right at any point, but particularly at the conclusion of the city's benefits, that a future council will consider it. Thank you. My time.
Yes, your time is up. So no one else is asking to speak. The motion on the floor again is a motion made. No one's asking to speak for the first time. We go back to Council Member Kelly.
One quick question. Do the Northwestern attorneys agree with that analysis of the amortization that Dirk Price put forward?
I would say on a high level, I agree with him on how the law works. I would just say, and I think this was being alluded to, from our perspective, we intend for these concerts to run very well. With the penalty structure in place, we want this to be something that runs in perpetuity. We hope we're never having that discussion, which is why the sunset just is not workable for us.
So you do agree with his analysis. Thank you.
All right, at this time, there's no further discussion. So again, the motion before us is the motion made by Councilmember Revelle to sunset basically the provisions in the text amendment. Will the clerk please take the roll on this amendment?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton? Aye. Councilmember Revelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie, which I break by voting no. As a result, the motion does not carry, and the ordinance 107-0-23 is not amended. Councilmember Revelle, that's the end of the list. So we now return to discussion on a few times amended 107-0-23. Councilmember Reed, followed by Nusma.
Thank you. So now we're finally talking about the underlying text amendment. Happy to be here, but first I just have to address how vitriolic this entire process has been, and I personally, standing here, got accused of multiple felonies from pretending to be a lawyer or whatever the heck I was accused of, to the fake practicing of law, bribery. Some of us were told to resign, and that there should be a federal probe. All for it, but also here during public comment, and I don't think I need to speak for the mayor or anyone else, but to call out an elected's child by name and call out the name of their school, and on top of that misgender that child, is woefully inappropriate. And I'm just disgusted by what happened earlier. And Evanston is far better than that. And the histrionic, hyperbolic language about comparing this to abortion, and we lose the strength of words and comparisons when we make those kind of comparisons. And so, that's my soapbox for a second. I hope we can do better moving forward. So we've addressed the zoning issue, has been addressed in the last discussion about the council will maintain our power to change the zoning. Someone mentioned, I'm going through some of the public comment earlier, that this could be a violation of the charter. Well, if it is, shh. Let's let them violate the charter so we can get property taxes. I don't think that is the case, but if it is, so be it. And that, in my belief, Evanston benefits from that extensively. I'll also say that, I've called for, and I hope this council at our at our November 27th meeting will support setting aside the funding necessary for the city to engage in the process of assessing the value of Northwestern's land within Evanston. It's, likely under $300,000 for us to engage in that process. And I think, we will have, with that information, the arms that we need to make sure that, whenever we engage in the pilot discussion, that Northwestern is paying its fair share to the city and to the school districts. And I would assume, based on numbers I've seen in the past, that with this agreement, Northwestern is getting either right there and paying us what they should be paying us based on this agreement, or maybe they're potentially a bit over it or a bit under. But the school district is still left out. So I agree that we need to have that assessment, and I hope my colleagues will support that. I was going to save this for the next item, but I think it's fine to talk about it here. Some folks have said, I will save that for the next item. I am going to say, I can't deny that when I look at my inbox, that there have been, anybody could FOIA this, overwhelming no's coming into my inbox saying vote no on this project. Can't deny it, it's the truth. But when I read through those emails, and when I read through the concerns listed in those emails of folks saying vote no, and I take those concerns, and I have to give my colleague Councilmember Burns a lot of credit for being like almost obsessive about doing his job of every single question. But when I take these questions, when my colleagues take these questions to our corporation counsel to get answers on it, it's very clear that in some instances there's just confusion in the community about what this is. And then in the instances where there isn't, well, you've seen tonight, you've seen over the course of this, we've made efforts to make amendments to address those valid concerns. And then there are just some concerns that just fundamentally with my philosophical lens, I disagree with. I disagree that, having these new 6 concerts will necessarily devalue property in the area. I disagree with that. I think there are tons of tools the city has at its disposal to ensure that is not the case, whether it be amending zoning or anything else. And also, I would be supportive if somehow folks, if this does harm property value, which again I absolutely see no reason why it would, definitively. I would be supportive of coming back and having a conversation then. I don't think we'll need to have that conversation. And so, that is how I have reconciled the no support. And as I've shared before, I fundamentally believe in the productivity of land and making sure that whether it be from parking lots and parking, that the only 2 things a city has, resources that we truly have are our people and our land. And if we're not efficiently using our people and efficiently utilizing our land, then we are shifting the burden to typically the most marginalized folks in our community. And so I see this as us more efficiently using the limited land that the city of Evanston has to get more bang for our buck, to make sure that we're shifting the burden away from Evanston residents to, in this case, Northwestern and the folks who frequent their concerts and their different events. This zoning amendment to me is a huge win for the city of Evanston, and I look forward to ensuring that the concerts go well. I do want to note one critical item that is within the zoning ordinance, and it's right at the beginning of the zoning ordinance. And it states, and so the first section 1 here, after the whereas clauses, why am I saying 2 versions of this? But our main goal within this section of code is to make sure that the events are managed in a manner that is consistent with them existing in a residential neighborhood. And I think with the MOU that we have granted and the MOU tying back to this language means that we have a lot of control over the traffic plan, over the security plan, over the sustainability plan to ensure that this is consistent with these operations taking place in a residential neighborhood. And I think that even strengthens our ability to enact reasonable policies to ensure that outcome. And so, I think the zoning amendment here is strong. I think the MOU is strong. I am happy to vote for this, and really looking forward to us moving forward. So I'll end there.
Councilmember Newsome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I look forward to supporting this as well. I want to take a minute to address the role of the Land Use Commission in this process. The Land Use Commission, is appointed by the mayor. It includes subject matter experts, and we do take their opinion and advice seriously. However, we are not bound by the ruling of the Land Use Commission. At a number of times over the last few years, City Council, this one and previous councils, have overruled Land Use Commission. I'm looking at the standards for amendments. This is in section 6345 of the City Code. And I will read this verbatim. The wisdom of amending the text of the zoning ordinance or the zoning map is a matter committed to the sound legislative discretion of the City Council and is not controlled by any one standard. In making their determination, however, the City Council should, in determining whether to adopt or deny or adopt some modifications of the Land Use Commission's recommendation, consider, among other factors, the following. And I'll summarize at this point: A, the comprehensive general plan; B, the character of the existing development in the neighborhood; C, potential adverse effects on the value of adjacent properties; and D, the adequacy of public facilities and services. So I agree with the minority of the Land Use Commission members that believe these standards have been met. And this was even before the additional conditions that have been added once this came to council. We added conditions to the ordinance on October 30th that, to me, make it even more clear that these conditions are met. And I suspect the vote at the Land Use Commission may have been different if these conditions were in place at the time. We added conditions with respect to the volume level and the curfew. We added conditions with respect to public safety and traffic and parking. We imposed penalties if these conditions are not met. And then we added additional protections in the Memorandum of Understanding, which requires that the city has to approve the traffic management plan, the security plan, the concert management plan, and the sustainability plan. With all of these conditions in place, I am comfortable that the standards for amendment have been met, even though we're not obligated to follow these as explicitly stated. So I just wanted to go on record to address the role of the Land Use Commission there. And I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, but I'm looking forward to the impact that concerts will have on our community, both culturally and economically. That's all for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, I don't think even people who oppose this truly will want this council, an elected body, to become a rubber stamp from any unelected body in the city of Evanston. And in fact, that's consistent with what I hear in every other issue that comes up, is how we don't want unelected members of this organization to be making decisions that council is bound by. But again, when it comes to something that people don't agree with, all of a sudden the game changes, right? And this is a perfect example of that. I'm going to remain consistent and say I do not want any committee, commission, unelected, that we become a rubber stamp for that committee or commission. We certainly should be informed by it, right? But we should not be bound by any of those decisions. And I truly believe that is what most community members, if not even the people who oppose this, if they were to deeply reflect on that question and set aside their own points of view on this particular matter, I think they would agree with that. And so I'm going to hold consistent. I agree with my colleague that looking at the standards, even though we're not completely bound by them, just looking at them. I believe for 6345 standard for amendments, that our comp plan talks about a balancing act between kind of needs of institutions versus the community. And I think without all of these conditions that we've added, it would not meet that standard. But the Land Use Commission has provided some conditions, and this council has made a lot of effort with being informed by public input to make sure that we have adequate conditions to make sure that standard is met. In terms of B, whether the proposed amendment is compatible with the overall character of existing development in the immediate vicinity of the subject property, if the stadium was not there currently, and it was just vacant land, and this is a new development, then I think you can make an argument to why you would only look at the residential community. But the stadium is there. Athletic events do occur, some of which are upwards of 40,000 in attendance. There is activity currently, right? I'm not saying that on average maybe 20-some thousand, whatever it is, but it's up to events that attract upwards of 40,000 people. And so there's current activity that's similar to what is being proposed that exists, right? We're not starting from zero and then going to a certain amount of games and 6 concerts, et cetera. We're not starting at zero. And so I do believe that again, under the regulatory environment that we've approved, limiting the commercial use in a way that we've done, that is not going to lead to a massive change in the neighborhood, and that the character will be intact. And if it's not, again, we've discussed ad nauseum that we have the ability to roll back the zoning. Both our council have talked about the path to do that, but we have the ability to do it. Going to see whether the proposed amendment will have adverse effect on the value of adjacent properties. I've always been told that even appraisals are both a little bit of skill, a little bit of science maybe, but art also. I think if you worked with different real estate professionals on this question, everybody would have a different impression. My understanding, I'm not going to call anybody out by name, but my understanding is some of the testimony provided to the Land Use Commission that was considered was done by real estate professionals who live in the vicinity, right? Who have been outwardly, opposed to this and live within the, impacted area in the vicinity of the stadium. I think to me that just says that, again, if you, depending on who you ask, you'll come out with something different. But I have not seen any evidence that would suggest that we know with any great certainty that the values of adjacent properties will be diminished by this increase or by this change. And then I believe the adequacy of public facilities and services was, they felt like, the Land Use Commission felt like that was met. I want to make sure I'm correct on that. Okay. And I have other thoughts about this, which I will publish at another time, but I don't want to take up any more of our time on this. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Revelle, followed by Kelly.
Well, I'm certainly not asking City Council to be a rubber stamp for the Land Use Commission, but I do think we need to recognize that they not only spent 3 very long evenings, 4 and 5 hour evenings, hearing public testimony and engaging in Q&A with the applicant, but they also spent, you could tell from the questions they were asking that they had spent a lot of time reading the volumes of written comments that had been submitted to them. So, and they have long experience in weighing land use decisions from the city. So I take very seriously their recommendations, and so I'll go through the standards as I see them, and just start first with, as I think Councilmember Newsma read, the purpose statement for the U2 district. So the U2 University Athletic Facilities District is intended to permit the utilization of university facilities within the district in a manner that is compatible with the surrounding development, which is predominantly residential. And residential is a key word that keeps coming up in the other standards as well. And it's been about it. The zoning over the years has provided a balance between the athletic uses on the U2 campus and the the residential area, the right of residents to peaceful enjoyment of their homes. Standard to be, so the first one is, looking at the comprehensive general plan, which calls for a balance between institutional needs and the quality of the surrounding neighborhoods. It supports the growth and evolution of institutions so long as the growth does not have an adverse impact on the residentially zoned adjacent neighborhoods. And my interpretation of what this zoning change is going to mean is it's going to bring a dramatically increased intensity of use to the neighborhoods. We've talked a lot about the concerts and how they're only inconvenience for 3 hours a day for 6 days, but the concerts are going to be in the warm summer months when so it's a very compressed part of the year. But in addition, and I know Councilmember Burns and I have talked about this a lot, it also brings this, well, at the very top, it allows an unlimited number of amateur athletic events, Olympic trials and competitions, 7-on-7 football games, college pro days and combines, Special Olympics. So these are large multi-day events that are unlimited in this proposed zoning ordinance. And then the 6 concerts themselves, of course, have several days of setup and tear down, as well as sound tests, so that it's more than just a 3-hour inconvenience on a concert day. Also adding to the greatly increased intensity of use is the up to 60 days of outdoor lectures, festivals, and music performances for up to 7,500 people. So to me, this level of intensity of use is going to undermine the protections that the zoning code has provided to residents in the area for decades. And then another critical standard is, the question about public facilities and the service, are they adequate for the proposed expansion of use? And here I focus not so much on what's going to happen in the immediate area of the stadium, but given the limited on-site parking, the big impact is going to be in the downtown and the transportation plan of moving 11,000 concert goers are expected to park in the downtown garages and on the lakefront campus. And there are going to be shuttle buses needed to bring these concert goers to the stadium and return them to their cars after the concert. And so how patiently are thousands of concert goers going to wait for their shuttle bus after the concert? And then, where are Northlight theater goers going to park, and where are the movie goers going to park when the Maple Avenue garage is parked up with concert goers? I imagine it could be managed, but to me, it doesn't sound very realistic. So to me, it seems that the amendment is proposing to shoehorn a major concert venue into a residential neighborhood with limited parking. Just to wrap up, basically, I think I've said everything. I think it will erode the essential residential character of the surrounding neighborhood and undermine the protections that the zoning code has really provided to these neighborhoods for decades.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. I concur with every single point that Councilmember Revelle just made. And, I want to point out the Land Use Commission. I mean, the members on this council have made it robustly clear that you are bound to their decision. But they voted 7-2, and most of them felt that this proposal didn't meet any of the standards. I mean, that's really significant. And this is a legislative body. It's not like a working group that's not subject to OMA. This is a legislative body. The mayor appoints members, but we vote them in. So they are to be considered, and you wouldn't, the sense is that members on this committee haven't really given it due consideration and are treating it as if it were not a legislative body and was just some working group. No, this is a body, again, that's appointed and voted in by the council. So, and again, 7-2, they voted against this, voted to not approve this recommendation. And, I mean, this is completely changing, as Councilmember Revelle read, the definition and the intent of a U2 zone. I agree with everything that she said, including the harm that it's going to do to businesses downtown. I think that, it's just, this no longer resembles what the U2 zone was. This is a new district. And for that reason, I also feel very strongly that this is a map amendment, and our city has erred every single time on Northwestern side. And you would think with a zoning change like this, that you would want to err on the most, you would want to set the bar the highest, not the lowest. And in every instance, we've looked to just facilitate passage of this. I think it is a map amendment. We could have gone with it being a map amendment because it's one single district, and the change is so substantial that it no longer, again, reflects the intent of the original U2 district, but we didn't. We could have, gone with that, but we haven't. So again, I just want to say that I am very disappointed in what I feel is a lack of regard for our Land Use Commission in this instance, where it was so robustly voted down, and that is a body that should be listened to. These are experts that are appointed and approved of by council. Thank you.
All right, one more person.
I had one last comment. I also just want to comment really quickly. District 65, one of the members here said, want to get them involved. Well, Sergio Hernandez, the board president, he asked at our last last city schools meeting, he asked at that meeting that there be another meeting set up to discuss the public benefits. And he wanted to get that meeting and make it happen. This is just one more party that's been excluded from this process. But he did ask for that. He even asked for it at the last council meeting. So I want to say that absolutely District 65 should have been included as well. Thank you.
This time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to a second time to Councilmember Burns with 30 seconds left.
I just wanted to quickly add that every board committee, commission is appointed by the mayor and approved by this body. So for people to understand the process, that might have seemed somewhat spectacular or different. It's not. That's every board, committee, and commission. And again, I hold that I don't think anybody expects us to be a rubber stamp for any of them. We certainly should be informed by them. And again, I have not seen any evidence to show that we ignored anything. We considered it, and also they provided conditions of their own, although it was not recommended, and those are included in this final proposal. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Good evening. So I usually have a lot to say, and when I don't, that usually speaks volumes within itself. I am disappointed in a number of ways. I said it before, and I'll stay consistent. Evanston, I was born and raised here, so I have bragging rights. Visitors, 20 years, 30 years, I'm 54. I've lived here 50 years. This is what I remember Evanston to be. Not at all. I hear somebody complaining about Olympic tryouts coming to Evanston. How could you be upset about that? Special Olympics. In college, I volunteered for Special Olympics, and that was one of the best experiences I ever had. It humbled me. It brought me closer to a community that I hadn't had experience with before. Also, where I learned that I was allergic to eggs and had to go to the hospital. But that was a great experience. Concerts, my stance on concerts. We don't even have to go there. We talk about overwhelming yeses and nos. What I'm disappointed in is that the yeses are afraid. They have been bullied. And they've said it. They've said, I don't want to come. Please don't use my name, my neighbors. So I don't think, and my emails, I have to go back and I'll sort them a little better because we know they're foiable, but I don't think it's as much of a difference as people think The no's are loud. And that's your right. Be as loud as you want to be. Hold your signs. Call me corrupt. It's okay. I know who I am. And that won't change by what you define me as. And as a black woman, the definition of Evanston will never define my decisions. I will do what's right regardless of what people feel. Because I've been persecuted. My people have been persecuted. So I know I have to do right because you're going to dig, you're going to look, and that's okay. I talk to people. I border 5th Ward. We have a waste management company. And I asked somebody in the 7th Ward, let's trade. I'll take the concerts. It's closer to my house. You take the waste transfer management. That was a no deal. You talk about 6 days of concerts. Councilmember Burns and I get emails every day about trash, about 6 a.m. trucks, about the noise, about the pollution. I sure hope to see everybody standing up for that when we talk about moving that out of a community that has always been disenfranchised for the reasons that we have to create reparations in Evanston. So when you tell me in a privileged place that you don't want to hear noise, I don't want to smell garbage. I don't want my residents to fear for their life every day, and we can prove that. I have so much to say, and I've had to be quiet. My text messages, people have told me to fix my face. People like Chrissy were scared, you're quiet. Yeah. This will revitalize Evanston and 7th Ward. I'm sorry that you have to carry that on your back. Because the 2nd and 5th Ward, we carry things on our back for the city. There's no personal gain. We do it for the city. And we'll figure out how to get out of it later. But we're doing it for the city. Character of the community. Maybe it's time the community needs to change what you believe your character is. Because character isn't always good. Land Use Commission, while you did not see all of us here, we watched it. We tried to avoid the conflict because all I wanted to hear was the truth and facts. I didn't want to be bombarded with, how can you do this? Oh my God. I just want to hear the facts. And we did take that into consideration. And I will only apologize to the Land Use Commission if they feel we disregarded them. We didn't. But if you have children, you know your children might ask for something, and as a parent, sometimes you have to say no. And sometimes you say yes. We know negotiation doesn't happen with 1,000 people in the room. And for some reason, Evanston wants to do that all the time. We listened. We really did. And we took those things to a table to try to get everything. Because anybody that met the night that Councilmember Burns and Reed, and I know my time is running out, but I didn't have any time tonight. I'm taking it all now. So buzz me, do whatever. We took that information because there's very few people that are emphatically saying no. What I'm hearing is get the money and we'll be okay with it. You're either no or we want to make this happen and revitalize our city. So I'm sorry, Councilmember Revelle, that you feel disenfranchised. It's not that. And I know you believe that no one here. This is for the community. The 2nd Ward elected me, but as I told everybody day one, I am Evanston. I'm not a particular ward. I will fight for my ward, but I will fight harder for my city. And we need to do that. And however this ends up tonight, I hope people check their hearts. We talk about lawsuits and making Evanston broke. Shame on somebody who gets a no and wants to break the city financially because you didn't get your way. Shame on you. You figure out how to make it better. So we've got decisions to make tonight. We've been here since 5:30. Hopefully we'll wrap this up soon and everybody can go home and decompress, whatever that means. But this has been interesting for me. And I've lived here all but 4 years of my life, and I didn't know Evanston could be like this behind the curtain. We need to do some cleanup, Evanston, all the way around. Thank you.
Seeing nobody's asking to speak for a first time, so we'll go to Councilmember Kelly with 1:50 left.
So I just want to say I think we should all be working together to make all of our wards better and not lower standards in any ward. We should be working together. I did years ago. I got very involved in trying to shut down the Veolia waste station, transfer station with residents of the 5th and the 2nd Ward. I was in Wally Bobkowitz's office over and over again. You know, we had petitions going, and I will gladly join ranks with you to work on that situation, because I do think it's very problematic for both the 2nd and the 5th Ward, the waste transfer station. I know we now get a certain payment from them to that's supposed to go directly to I think to support that area. But I think we can do a lot better, and I will gladly fight to improve that situation there. So I just want to say that for the record. And are there any other comments? Okay, then I do want to say, I guess, I don't know if it's a point of order or what you call it, but I feel very strongly that this, as reflected in a petition from over 40 attorneys, that this does require 6 votes as per code 6-3-4-6, which states that the city council, that no amendment to the zoning ordinance shall be adopted except by a vote of the majority of the council. And our city code very clearly states that the Evanston City Council includes the mayor and 9 city council members. So that's 10. So I do agree with that, and I ask that we respect our code here. This is our own city code, and that we consider that this vote, in order to pass this zoning change, this text amendment, that this will take a vote of 6. Thank you.
Again, no one's asking to speak for the first time, so Councilmember Reed, your time is up, so just very, very briefly, please.
Yeah, and I want to directly respond to that, just to get some clarity from council, because I asked this question at the top, and I just want to make sure, with my vote, that I'm 100% clear on this. So can council walk through their logic as to why this does meet our code once more? Thank you.
Councilmember Reed, thank you for the question. We look specifically at 163, which gives certain provisions about when the mayor can vote, but makes it absolutely clear that the mayor shall not vote unless those 3 provisions occur. So because that is very specific, that is the provision that controls here. The city code uses the term council interchangeably throughout the code to either include the mayor or not include the mayor. So it does get convoluted. So that's why we turn to 163 to be more specific, and which is what requires 5 votes.
Thank you.
No one's requesting to speak for a first or second time. Councilmember Kelly's requesting to speak. Your time is also up, so please be very quick.
Okay, I would just, as a point of information, like to call on, there are many attorneys, many municipal attorneys, many senior expert municipal attorneys who've weighed in on this. I'm sorry, I would just like to.
As a point of information.
As a point of information, is that what I said?
Yeah.
Yeah, so could I call on Attorney Jeff Smith to address this?
Point of information, go ahead.
You
I can't do that?
No.
Why not?
Because you're seeking input from a member of the public. You're not seeking information.
It's information from attorneys who are experts
no legal
on this.
We don't have, I mean, I think we have a legal relationship both with our Corporation Counsel's office and outside counsel. It's great to have any conversation with the community members that you want to have, but we're not given legal advice by people who happen to live here and happen to be attorneys but are not our attorneys.
So again, I would just say that our record currently hasn't been great with regard to decisions made erring in favor of Northwestern. We failed in court. I would like to ask, given that this is community and that we have an outpouring of attorneys from our community who've weighed in on this, I think out of respect to them and the hard work that's gone into this, that we should hear from one of those attorneys.
I'm just going to say no. First of all, your time is up. I would have allowed it if your time were not up. I'm just going to be very direct. This is on YouTube. We're in the middle of searching for a corporation counsel. I don't think acting as though we want to go around our corporation counsel and the outside counsel that we retain to seek ad hoc legal advice from entities who are not in a legal contractual relationship with us is going to be very good for the applicant pool for that process or for anyone's interest in seeking that job. It's frankly disrespectful. So your time is up, and I'm going to call for the vote at this time. Would the clerk please call the roll? And the motion before us is on ordinance 107-0-23, as has been amended a few times this evening.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Councilmember Newsmo?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there is a tie. As mayor, I break the tie by voting yes. With 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against, the motion carries, and ordinance 107-0-23 as amended is passed. Councilmember Reed?
I move ordinance 108-023, granting a special use for a planned development for a stadium on property located at 1501 Central Street in the U2 University Athletic Facilities District.
Councilmember Reed moves passage of ordinance 108-0-23. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Councilmember Newsma followed by Reed.
I made the motion.
Councilmember Reed followed by Newsma.
Sorry. Thank you. There are 2 things that I wanted to address with the last vote, but in interest of time, I saved it for my time here. It's related. One, actually, I made one misstatement earlier. I said that I've never been to an event, a Northwestern event at Ryan Field, and in fact, growing up, I was bused from the 5th Ward to Orrington to go to school, and many of my friends lived in the neighborhood. Jack, a friend of mine growing up in elementary school, I think the statutes of limitation have run out on this, but one time we, as kids, snuck into the stadium to view a game, and it was my first time seeing a football game, first time being to a Northwestern event. I am looking forward to the opportunity for, a lot of folks have raised concerns about, the noise and how it might affect the children. I'm looking forward to kids across our community, kids from the 5th Ward where I grew up, kids from the 7th Ward, 6th Ward, all over the city, 8th Ward, as I represent now, having an opportunity to go to the stadium, to a beautiful new stadium, enjoy concerts, and I think it's going to be a beautiful thing for the city. Also, it was mentioned earlier by a public commenter that, how could the council vote for what the person described as a monument to, Pat Ryan? As I said, I didn't know who Pat Ryan was until a few weeks ago, and, what he did or what he does. And quite frankly, don't want to be mean, but I quite frankly don't care too much. But what I do believe in fundamentally is, one, the city is not giving money to this project. We are not Again, we're not giving taxpayer resources over to support this project. And I believe, if he did, and I take folks at face value, I did some research after I heard it here, if he did contribute to all of these causes that I personally disagree with, that's his right. It's his First Amendment right. I haven't heard anyone say that the gentleman committed a crime. He has different political views than I do, different political views than I presume everybody on this council does. But when we start making decisions about what you can do, what a private institution can do with their land or not do with their land based on someone's political beliefs, that sounds like what's happening in Florida and Georgia. And I get that it's happening on the other side because we don't like what his beliefs are, but that is not a valid reason not to support a project. And I hate that, folks are trying to, use these cheap shots to say, it's almost as if you're saying, you're, I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but, specifically bringing up the Edmund Pettus Bridge and all of these other things, it's as if you're trying to say that, how could a person of color, how could a black person support this? And to me, that just is not an effective argument unless you're showing that the gentleman committed a crime himself. Maybe then you'd catch my ear, but just everyone is entitled to their political beliefs as outside of the mainstream or norm as I may see them. They're still entitled to them, and I don't think that's a valid reason to vote no on any project. And so, particularly when there are no public funds going to it, that would elevate that speech. And so, I just wanted to share that. I think, I probably have like a minute left, and so I just also want to address one last time some of the conditions here that, that we have residential. Wrigley Field is in a residential neighborhood. Ravinia is in a residential neighborhood, to my understanding, and so. To say that just because there are 6 concerts here automatically means it's not conducive with residential use, I don't think is valid. And I think that because we have instances similar to the stadium that exist in other residential neighborhoods, and I'd say, the average property value in Wrigley is likely higher than just about all of the property value in my ward, shows that this does not necessarily mean that it has a negative impact on property value. And then lastly, the concern around parking 11,000 folks traveling in and needing to use our parking. That's why I put forward a parking surcharge ordinance. And I think we can work with Northwestern to make sure that folks who are visiting Northlight Theater or anywhere else downtown have the parking that they need in order to do that, and that the city is gaining some revenue. And so I know that this is probably going to be a 9-0 vote, or I don't know, maybe it's not, to support this. I think most folks in the community said they were on board with this, with the rebuild, not the concerts. And so this is a good day for Evanston. I think it'll be a better day 2-3 years from now when we start seeing these concerts and realizing the revenue and the economic benefit and the cultural benefit that comes from this. So I thank everyone who put in work here, and I thank those who advocated. I really want to give a lot of appreciation to Councilmember Revelle, who's been in a really tough position, who is, I feel like I've spent a lot of time on this. I can't imagine how much time you feel you've spent on this. And so thank you. I appreciate your arguments here. I appreciate the work that you've put in. We disagree sometimes. You disagree with me sometimes. I disagree. And so, but I do appreciate the work that you have put in to make this the best possible, again, not in your view the best possible deal, but what I see as the best possible deal. So thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start with a point of information. Is the ordinance in front of us, the draft, does it include the latest version of the MOU, or do we need to make a motion to ensure that?
If you'd like to include the latest version of the public benefits, a motion would be needed to include the most recent version of the public benefits into Ordinance 108-023.
Okay, so I would like to make that motion. Is this something that you would like to see in writing, Mr. Mayor?
As I understand, it's already essentially in the writing in the packet and in a couple different places. Is that correct, Ms. Ruggie?
That's correct. There's a proposed amended ordinance that includes all the new public benefits included in the packet.
Second.
Councilmember Newsome.
Sorry, just point of information. Council Ruggie is obviously correct that it's what's included in the packet. We, again, obviously made amendments today. So you're not moving that we include obviously the version that's in the packet. You're moving that we include the version that we've amended today. Again, the language I do think is there, just for clarity's sake.
I don't think the public, I think that I think there's only one amendment adopted on the MOU. That was Councilmember Burns' amendment, and I don't think that affected the benefits. I think it was I think it was in the recitals. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay. My apologies.
So
The packet is
last
up to
time around,
date.
we put in some placeholders for the public benefits. What we're doing now is making sure the ordinance includes the latest version of the public benefits. So that's the motion on the table.
So Councilmember Newsome moves to amend Ordinance 108-0-23 consistent with the updated package of benefits as described in the packet. Councilmember Reed seconds. Is there discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Kelly, was your light for that?
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly.
I'd like to amend that amendment, and if you all just bear with me, this is hard. We have three different ordinances with many different variations that have come our way very quickly. So I just sent you the words. I think I sent it to Council Ruggie and Daniel Biss. I wanted to change the words to that paragraph, which I believe are on page. You could help me out. Let's see. It's for 108. It's the same, the words start the same, I just have to locate it now. Okay, let's see. If you could share that with the council.
I'll send it right now.
Thank you. Also, I'm here, I also sent another amendment to the last ordinance that, since my time was up, I just sent it to you and asked that that be shared, but that got skipped. An ordinance asking for, again, in reference to indemnization for the city. But anyway, I'll stick with this one for a minute, but I did send that one before we voted, asking for that amendment on SP 1. But
Did you make a motion?
No, she sent me an email. You don't make motions by sending an email. So now you've made a motion,
right. Now
I believe,
I did.
and there is an email that I've now forwarded to all of council that describes your motion. Can you say something about it?
Sure. So I am removing, and as soon as I can find it, I'm removing, striking some of the wording in the paragraph that begins with, in accordance with Section 6363 of the Evanston zoning ordinance, in order to provide benefits to the surrounding neighborhood and to foster broad relationship, et cetera.
I'm looking at page 185 or 230.
Okay, so there's the packets and then there's the, okay, one moment.
Which is also page 10 of the.
Is it page 10? Thank you. Is that page 10 of the org? Okay.
Can I ask that Councilmember Newsome repeat the last thing about page 10?
Page 10 of the.
Of.
Okay, page 10, 1 moment.
So,
I'm
just for
sorry.
clarity, so we're going back to the MOU. You're attempting to amend the MOU. Okay, not the MOU.
Yeah, okay, so I found it. Right, so it's page 10 of the amendment, the new amendment, and it's the part under 18 that says the applicant will provide the following public benefits. So I struck the part, what I just sent you is the part that I would like to read, and eliminating the part that starts with, and assuming, so where it ends with, and the Evanston community as a whole, and strike the part that says, and assuming the passage of the approval ordinances, not Northwestern retains its rights herein, a new Ryan Field is, I think that's where it's, a new Ryan Field is rebuilt. Let me get my. Just give me
Point of order.
Okay,
have
I'm
we
on page 10 of
received
the
that in
amendment. I know it's very confusing. We got this amendment is included in a hyperlink in this ordinance, and this part is new. We did not vote on this last time. So this part's been added, and I'm asking that we strike the part that makes reference to both ordinances. So, I mean, I think we should all consider here that we know we're going to be in court over the zoning ordinance. There's a chance that might not go through. The last thing we want is for all of our community benefits to be tied to the zoning. So I'm asking that with regard to this, it certainly doesn't hurt the city to have this not be inextricably linked to the zoning ordinance. So that's what I'm asking be removed. That part has been added. So it's page 10 of the amendment, and the amendment is hyperlinked in the ordinance. So, and in page 10 it says, in accordance with section 6363 of the Evanston zoning ordinance, in order to provide benefits to the surrounding neighborhood and the city as a whole from the approval ordinance to foster a broader relationship and strengthen a deeper connection between Northwestern and the entire Evanston community, and to help provide more opportunities, this is already there, for additional future collaboration and partnership between the Northwestern and Evanston community as a whole. And then I want to strike, and assuming the passage of the approval ordinances, we don't need that in there in order to have these community benefits. Even legal stated two council meetings ago that the community benefits are supposed to be tied to the PD, to the plan development. So I would like to remove that. You know, there's too much linking going on between one ordinance and another. I mean, this has been the, you know, kind of mayhem behind these process or lack of process. So I asked to strike that. So to strike everything after
whole.
Let's see what I just sent
After
you.
the word whole.
Is that where I ended in my?
If I'm reading it correctly, it's both everything after the word whole up until Northwestern agrees, but also earlier striking from the approval ordinances,
Right,
which
from
appears
the
on line
correct.
2 and 3 of this paragraph.
That's right. And
So I think there's two stretches of text being proposed to be deleted.
Correct. So it would just end with, and to help provide more opportunities for additional future collaboration, partnership between the Northwestern and the Evanston community as a whole, comma, Northwestern agrees to the following public benefits. So keeping most of it, but eliminating those two parts.
So does everyone understand the motion that was just made?
Yes.
Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so
I just want to make sure everybody up here understands that if for some reason the zone, based on this, if the zoning fails or something happens in court, those community benefits are lost because of this. And you're
Council-
fine with that, right? Everyone's fine with that?
Councilmember Revelle.
Sure. Well, I guess I just want to explain why I'm voting the way I'm going to vote on the stadium. I have to say I've deliberated, thought about this, gone back and forth in my mind many, many times, and so I have to share with you my misgivings about the proposed stadium rebuild. And I'll go back and forth. The proposed new stadium does include a number of really important new features. I especially appreciate the impressive ADA accessibility that it's going to bring. I applaud the fan-friendly amenities that are going to be in the building. So there are a lot of really good features about the proposed new stadium. And while the emails that I've received from 7th Ward and Wilmette residents over the past year, not just in the last couple of weeks, they've run roughly 4-1 against the proposed concerts, but I would say the majority have really expressed support for the new stadium. But I do wonder Do they realize how big that new stadium is going to be? Smaller seating capacity, yes, and a more appropriate size actually for the crowds who usually attend most football games, but it's going to be much taller. It will be 116 feet tall all the way around, whereas the current stadium, except for the press box area, is only 48 to 52 feet tall. So the new stadium is going to be like a new 9-story building dominating that stretch of Central Street. It's going to be a big change to the landscape. Another welcome feature is going to be the 35-foot wide landscape buffer along the east perimeter of the east parking lot. And this requirement for a landscape buffer has been in our code for many, many years, and it's now finally going to be implemented. And the buffer is going to be, I believe, much appreciated by the residents who live along the east perimeter, who until now have regularly had to put up with work trucks parking right outside their bedroom windows. Of course, the new 9-story tall stadium will also be 95 feet closer to those homes than the current facility. This closer setback on the east side is what's going to make possible the new plazas and the green space on the west side of the new stadium. Another very nice feature for football fans and the community. Chancellor Street residents, they're the ones just to the east of the stadium, they also are going to have a front row seat for the installation of a new sewer line to carry any groundwater that seeps into the below grade level of the stadium, to carry that groundwater under Chancellor Street, under the newly renovated Canal Shores Golf Course, and to discharge into the canal. But I have to say, my greatest misgivings about the proposed new stadium relate to the university's apparent low level of commitment to sustainability. To begin with, of course, the demolition of old stadium will send many truckloads of waste to a landfill, and building the new stadium itself will require a huge amount of concrete, which has a massive carbon footprint. And the university's efforts to incorporate sustainability in their construction plans are really disappointing. Could they not somehow include solar panels in their plans, or build the facility with solar-ready construction? Their required sustainability plan talks about complying with our climate action and resilience plan where feasible, and planning a pathway to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the too late date of 2040 where feasible. It's going to be up to city councils in the years ahead to press the university to be a true partner with us in sustainability. I recognize, however, the broader community's enthusiasm for the workforce development programs, the hiring and contracting with minority and women-owned and local businesses that the stadium project promises. And it does seem that a strong majority of Evanston residents are looking forward to a spiffy new stadium, so I will be voting yes.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time. Councilmember Reed, your time is up, so if you could be very, very brief.
Yeah, I just wanted to get clarity. Councilmember Kelly didn't ask for legal clarity on this, but I just want to understand, will removing the language in Section 18, in your opinion, Council Ruggie, what does that do? And to Dirk, whoever wants to take it.
So the language in Section 18 mirrors the language incorporated in the MOU. So the MOU's already been passed. So this codifies it within the ordinance, but it mirrors the language of the MOU.
So removing this language here would not have an impact?
Well, the MOU already ties the public benefits to the concerts and the public-facing events, and there's already provisions in there that the public events or the public benefits would likely be amended if the concerts aren't able to happen.
Maybe I'm getting legally, but so essentially, no, it has no impact.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Still, no one is asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Newsman with 4:45 left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo Councilmember Ravel's concerns about the energy efficiency and sustainability. features of the stadium. And if I could ask for Northwestern, somebody from your team, to just give us a minute or two on what you're planning in that regard.
I'll start, Councilmember Newsma. So at a very high level, I would say the university obviously has a strong commitment to sustainability. So we believe in our Institute for Sustainability and Energy is recently enhanced by a gift from the Treenans family. President Schill has committed that one of his priorities are really to focus in the areas of decarbonization. We have a university-wide sustainability plan. I think the language that we've asked to be in regarding feasibility is to acknowledge that the university is a broad entity. And we have buildings, obviously, across the city of Evanston. And as we think about our sustainability goals, which we've issued, so we've issued goals already about the reduction in emissions from our baseline, as well as moving towards carbon neutrality, that we look at that as a campus-wide initiative. And our strategies to get there are going to evolve over the, frankly, the next couple decades as we think about campus. So that's how we've thought about sustainability writ large. Maybe Dan can offer a couple comments specifically about the design of the building.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dan Lusbrock with CA Icon, Project Managers, Owners Representation, working on behalf of Northwestern. I did want to just point out, we are pursuing LEED Gold on the project, which at times is maybe greenwashed a little bit and kind of dismissed, but we take it very seriously in our industry. On this project, we were actually targeting over 69 credits for this project, specifically around energy efficiency, water use reduction. Councilmember Ravel, you mentioned construction waste management. We also have targeted goals for the reduction of the disposal of construction elements, and that goes from demolition all the way through, boxes for furniture. We want to divert as much of that material as we can to be recycled. So in addition, we also are looking at specific things around the energy. And I'll give you a few examples. So this is coming from our design team, which I don't know if they're still online or not, but I'll just take some information that they provided. So right now, our projected energy models are 15 to 16% lower than the baseline. So we are going above and beyond when it comes to energy efficiency. One way that we're doing that is that we're actually using water-cooled chillers, which is the highest energy savings that we possibly can have for a system like this in an entity like this. All of the lights within the building, both on the site as well as inside, every single one of them is LED, including all the sports lighting. So obviously that's an energy benefit, but it also gives us maximum amount of controllability as well for those components. Let's see, what else? Low flow fixtures, we are targeting about 25 to 30% reduction in the water use that you would typically see in a venue like this. And that's what we really need to focus on is these types of venues bring specific kinds of challenges, and we need to look at every single opportunity that we can to bring sustainability components into the building. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate what Mr. Fragora said about Northwestern's campus-wide approach to sustainability. And that's one thing that I am looking forward to working more closely on. And once we have the stadium behind us, I really would like to be able to cooperate and collaborate with the university on many, many areas of mutual interest. And one of those near the top of my list, if not at the top of my list, is climate action. There's so much we can do for our own mutual benefit if we get into a good place and we're working together collaboratively. And looking at the impact of the Northwestern campus on our community's carbon footprint, it's probably the most significant factor in our carbon emissions. I know that's important to you. That's very important to the city. We work together. We're talking thermal energy networks and some kind of emerging technology. I think if we get into a good place, we can make life a lot easier for both of us. Thanks.
Again, no one is asking to speak for a first time. Councilmember Kelly, your time is up, so if you could be pretty quick, please.
Okay, I submitted another amendment to this. I think this is Jonathan Newsman's amendment. And again, it's really hard to find. It's like embedded inside an embedded link. But I'd like to amend, I believe it's on page 82 of the amendment, which you have to go, anyway, follow the links.
Point of information, can you cite the section?
Sure. I think I can. It's in Jonathan Newsman's amendment. And it's the section that begins with "for the avoidance." It should be, I sent it
I
to
think it's page 13
Daniel.
on this printout.
Page 82 of the amendment.
Which is page 82 of the packet.
Page 82 of the amendment, or of the packet. And it says
So
for
we're
the.
talking about the MOU, just point of information, we're talking about the MOU, the benefits
talking,
package?
no, I'm talking about SP2 ordinance 108-0-23, and there's absolutely nothing that precludes us from having community benefits that are tied to this. The ordinance takes precedence over the MOU. So I would like to have this part struck. For the avoidance of doubt, none of the above 18 public benefits shall be binding, enforceable, or paid unless the approval of ordinances are passed, Northwestern retains its original rights therein, a new Ryan Field is rebuilt, and the legal and regulatory environment is substantially similar as existed as of the effective date. And again, as of the effective date. That means things could change after this gets passed, and then we'd lose all those benefits. So I was ready to support the stadium until I read this amendment. I can't support it now. I was ready to support a bill, but I would support a bill with community benefits tied to it, but this, with this amendment, I can no longer support it.
So Councilmember Kelly makes the previously read amendment to strike that paragraph. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Suffredin seconds. I think in the interest of consistency, I now have to reset everyone's clock, as I've done earlier in the evening. Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. If I can ask Councilmember Kelly, what is your concern? Again, what as one of our former colleagues might say, what problem are you trying to solve?
I'm trying to ensure that should the zoning not go through, because clearly we're going to be facing lawsuits, that would then change the regulatory, the legal environment would be no longer be substantially similar as what exists at the effective date. Because it says right here that none of this, for the avoidance of doubt, none of the 18 of public benefits above would be binding.
So to be clear, you want to, if they can't hold...
I'll tell you, to be clear, I just want this attached to, the benefits attached to the ordinance to build.
Councilmember Reed has the floor.
Yeah, thank you. So to be clear, what you're asking us is to, one, let's just take at face value that, let's just assume that this wasn't already in the MOU, which it is, and we already passed that, and they're going to sign it, hopefully. But let's assume that that wasn't the case. Well, first, let me make sure that is the case. This is already in the MOU. Am I right on that?
Yes, this is a copy and paste from the MOU.
So it's already kind of moot, but even taking your argument at face value, if we were to remove this, then that would mean that if this were challenged in court and Northwestern no longer could hold the 6 concerts, they still have to give us $170 some odd million? Is that what you're asking for? Is that what you believe the intended outcome?
Yeah, I would like this not to be, and I submitted this a while ago, again, it was ignored, to decouple any reference to the community benefits, right. So that's what I want to protect the community benefits with the bill.
Councilmember Reed has the floor.
I'm sorry, he was asking me a question.
Yeah, just looking for a simple answer. So you answer that yes. To me, that it doesn't make sense, and even if we did adopt this, it's already in the MOU. And if you're going to vote for this in the first place, you'd be voting for the MOU because the MOU is attached to this. So we could delete this and it would have no effect, and we'd still be voting on the same thing. So I don't know what I encourage my colleagues to vote no.
Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Kelly.
Yeah, a question of Corporation Counsel. Does this achieve Councilmember Kelly's stated intended effect? Or do you think it's superfluous as well?
I think it's superfluous because we passed the MOU, or the city passed the MOU already. I think Northwestern's been abundantly clear that if the concerts are not able to move forward, the community benefits agreement will change. I think the reason that this is in here is because then the next paragraph then offers community benefits for a period of 10 years if everything passes, but then Northwestern decides not to build the stadium. So I believe that's why this was included, and perhaps Northwestern can speak to that, but that was why I thought that paragraph was where it was, and then following the new provisions for 10 years after it.
Okay, and Councilmember Kelly, that's not your understanding, or help me understand what you're trying to achieve.
No, my understanding, and perhaps you confirm, that we can have an ordinance for the build, for the plan development, and we can have any community benefit, I mean, we can, pass it, attached here despite what is in the MOU. Again, the zoning might not go through. And if the zoning doesn't go through, basically, to your point, those 18 benefits would be gone, right? I mean, that's the one above that.
Yeah, and some of them are tax benefits for the concert, so it would be infeasible.
Some are, not all. Most
Correct,
aren't.
but those would be not feasible to be paid out because they're directly tied to the public music
But
concerts.
many aren't at all related.
Councilmember
So,
Sufferton,
we
the floor
would
is
lose
yours
them.
if you want to.
Yeah, I guess, Northwestern, would you guys agree to this, or is this something that you wouldn't agree to?
No, we want it in the ordinance as well. I mean, we could start going down hypotheticals, but it's very clear, we've said it, I think this is the third time we've revisited this conversation tonight, that it's very important that the two are tied together, the public benefits. In our mind, yes, they're tied to the zoning, the plan development, but they also are tied to the text amendment. So we want it in the ordinance as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kelly, how do you want to proceed?
So I'd still like to move this amendment. I think that should be removed. I think we should protect any benefits we can in the event that the zoning fails and that this city and that Northwestern cannot move forward based on a court ruling or anything else, that we protect whatever benefits we potentially have. So I would like to see that paragraph removed. And yes, there's one reference to concert.
Councilmember Sufferton still has the floor.
No, this is helping me.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm sorry. So Alex, you think this is unnecessary. Claire, you think this is necessary, and Northwestern won't agree to it. Is that where we are?
I think what Alex is saying is that it won't work, that the thing that Councilmember Kelly is trying to remove is already in the MOU. Is that right, Alex? Okay.
But Council Ruggie also confirmed that, right. I mean, we can have, if we put that in there, if we remove that, then those benefits go with the build. And having that in there, should the zoning fail, then we do lose all those 18 benefits above. I mean, that's been confirmed also. So right, so maybe Northwestern wouldn't agree to it. So, I know we pretty much, they've been calling the shots here, so it's. So I would like.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Kelly.
So yes, I feel that paragraph should be struck so that we can protect, in the event that the zoning does not go through and that they can have the 60 events and concerts and everything else, that there are community benefits protected. Because the build, this is an enormous build. This is the biggest project in our history. We should have negotiated serious community benefits that go with the build, and that's what I expect, and I think that's what the other council members expected from the very beginning, until something went awry, with people negotiating this MOU that tied everything together.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time. Councilmember Reed, do you want to talk again? You have 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah, so the motion is still on the floor. I don't think there is support for that motion, so I have sent a substitute motion dealing with the same area, which would simply replace, so for a period of 10 years commencing in 2024, shall, even if this doesn't go through, shall pay the city $3 million annually as a good neighbor fund, blah, 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 and it says which may include affordable housing, and I just want to change that to which shall include affordable housing. And so I've sent that to the council. And so I move a substitute motion of Councilmember Kelly's motion.
that's in order. Councilmember Reed makes the substitute motion just read to replace the word may with shall in the hypothetical 10-year Good Neighbor Fund to match the language that, as I recall, is in the 15 years. Is there a second to that substitute motion? Councilmember Revelle seconds. So now this quite different substitute motion is on the floor before us. Councilmember Kelly?
So, again, the MOU may not take effect. I mean, we have to be clear on that. This is a risk that Northwestern's assuming, but they could be tied to the plan development separately. That's why we need to have those community benefits tied uniquely to the plan development. So.
Thank you. So now we're going to take the roll, but just because it's a little confusing what happened there, I want to be very clear. There was a motion initially made by Councilmember Kelly to strike a whole paragraph. Then a substitute motion was made by Councilmember Reed that's in everybody's inbox that replaces the initial motion with this new thing, which is honestly, I think it's fair to say, a cleanup of the community benefits draft. And I think probably everybody who was involved in negotiating that would agree that replacing that word may with the word shall is actually what was intended there all along. So the motion on the floor again is now this one word change cleanup of the community benefits agreement. Will the clerk take the roll on that substitute motion?
Councilmember Kelly?
If you could just give me a moment, I'm just reading it. I'm sorry, can you explain again what the difference is?
So at the end, after the paragraph that you were trying to delete, there's this, hey guys, if the rebuild doesn't happen, there's still a 10-year Good Neighbor Agreement. And that 10-year Good Neighbor Agreement used to say that the money may be used for affordable housing, and now it says it shall include affordable housing.
Okay, and it's still tied to the concepts?
Correct.
Okay, then no.
No, it's not tied to the concerts. This is
right. This is in fact that the rebuild doesn't occur at all. So
this is
if,
without a rebuild and without concerts.
Correct.
Like we've got, this is a.
So if today they decided they didn't want to do anything, we'd still get $3 million a year.
Then, okay.
And
then-
it shall, a portion of it be used for affordable housing.
Okay, yes.
And climate action?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Wynn?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Revelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
with 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the substitute motion passes and the word shall is added to ordinance 108-0-23. Now, would the clerk please take the roll on ordinance 108-0-23, which is, if I remember correctly, been amended twice, once by Councilmember Newsma to update the community benefits package, and once by Councilmember Reed to correct this one word in the updated community benefits package.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Wynn? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Revelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries and ordinance 108-0-23 as amended is passed. This ends our substantive agenda for the evening. Now we have call of the wards. I'm going to exert Tuesday privilege. Happy Tuesday, everybody, to just say a quick word about this. I'm going to be sending out tomorrow morning what is probably, knowing me, going to turn into a much too long explanation of my thinking and analysis of this issue. But I want to just give a... my time's up. Oh, well. I want to just give a quick set of highlights, and I'll structure them in bullet form. Number one, this is a tremendous investment in our community. We're a ambitious place, but we're also a pretty small town. Towns of this size don't see investments of this size and significance come along very often. That's a big deal. Number two, concerts, if properly done, are a good thing and not a bad thing. They're a good thing not only for all the economic arguments that have been made, which I think are important about bringing people into town, bringing customers into town to spend money at our local businesses. They're culturally positive as well. Music brings people together, and I think we've heard a lot of talk about the impact on the neighborhood. I look at the neighborhood around Ravinia as an example of music being a positive impact on the social cohesion of the neighborhood. Finally, the community benefits package agreed to is historic. It's a historic transformation in the relationship that we have with this institution. That doesn't mean it's enough for everybody. It doesn't mean it's enough from anybody's standpoint. If anybody on this dais would have written a different agreement if we were unilaterally deciding for ourselves. But it is historic. It's completely different than what's ever happened between this organization and Northwestern for over 150 years. And that's really, really important. And I think it sets a new foundation for a new spirit of collaboration going forward. This has been really hard. It's been really hard for a lot of people. It's been really frustrating for a lot of people and very painful for a lot of people. I want to be very explicit about thanking everyone for the time and effort and energy. I do think Councilmember Revelle deserves a really special award. You spent a really insane amount of time on this, but I think that doesn't really do justice to the seriousness and diligence that you brought. It's not just ours; it's a lot of thinking, a lot of effort, and a lot of community work, and I think we're all the better for it. And I do want to say that I think it's really important for our whole community going forward on every issue to be able to disagree on the merits and disagree on substance without questioning motives. And I think that we need to be open to change as well. I don't think a success for Evanston in 2027 or 2037 or 2057 is just go back to 2017. I think we have to be willing as a community to embrace change. Change is uncomfortable and change is difficult. And as we work through the difficult process of determining what changes are appropriate and good for our community, I think it's really important for us to treat each other with the assumption that we're all asking the same question, which is what's best for Evanston, knowing that we may get different answers, and that's actually healthy and positive and part of what makes a democracy function. We now move to call of the wards. Councilmember Kelly.
No report.
Councilmember Harris.
Happy holidays, everyone, and this hopefully will begin healing our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Nusma. Councilmember Burns.
Just also want to thank city staff for their participation in this process. Again, I think there's a lot of criticism about different city actors being asleep at the wheel and not dedicating the amount of time, not respecting the seriousness of this issue, and that's not the case. This hasn't been the case for our staff. They have dedicated a tremendous amount of time towards this Northwestern Stadium proposal, so much so that we've had to put off doing other things so that they can focus their time on this as well as other items. And I think the same is true for many of my colleagues here, especially folks who wanted to really make sure that we were informed by the public process, including the most recent town hall events that we did, one of which went 5 hours. And I also want to echo what I heard from our mayor about not questioning motives because we disagree. In a city like this that I think sees itself as kind of research oriented and proud of kind of our academic achievements, and the fact that so quickly people will so quickly say things without any evidence but with absolute confidence is scary. It's terrifying to me. There's been questions, as my colleague, Councilman Rita, says, about we've been accused of felonies, of criminal acts. We've been accused of corruption. We've been accused of being bribed. We've been accused. What evidence do you have? I mean, it's terrifying just how, with such confidence, how people could, loft these accusations at us with zero evidence. And honestly, if I wasn't a public figure, because I found out during Councilman Reed's time as city clerk that we can't sue for libel and slander, and I would, absolutely, if I could, but I can't because I'm a public official. The things that the public feels like they can get away with routinely is really disturbing and terrifying, and I would never treat another community member like that, never have. Even with objections, I've still tried to avail myself as much as possible to walk through every single detail as it's been presented to me and as I understand it with the community. And so I would really just ask that people search deeply within themselves and find a better way to behave as community members of this great city that I think we all love. And then lastly, I just want to say that I want to echo what I said before, that I don't think there's a bright future in our relationship with Northwestern if cooler heads don't prevail. I don't think the people that that are unwilling to accept the fact that Northwestern, similar to the city, is a changing organization. I always say that if you say Northwestern in the city, you're really using those terms loosely. The city of Evanston is 9 council members, a mayor, a city manager, 800 employees. Similarly, Northwestern has different facets. And here's the kicker: those people change, right? In this new council, we have 4 new council members that are sitting here today. There's a new mayor, there's a new city manager, and the same is true for Northwestern. And so by saying Northwestern all the time, you're loosely using that term, and you're not allowing this current administration the opportunity to prove themselves, to really make good on commitments and promises, and I would ask that you do that. There's a different administration. I have had, I feel that Dave Davis in particular, but really the whole team has been straight up with us and really honest and open about where they are. They have not tried to isolate certain council members and force others out of the conversation. That has not happened again. These are things that have been lodged, that they've been criticized for without any evidence. I truly appreciate this partnership, and I believe that in 15 years' time, we will negotiate a better, we will improve on this agreement, again, if cooler heads prevail. And I hope that's the case, because I will not be on the council at that time, but I hope that happens. Thank you.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Ravel.
Just to mention that a week from tomorrow, Tuesday, the 28th of November, there's going to be a meeting at the Ecology Center at 6 p.m. To talk about proposed wheelchair accessible, what is it called? Anyway, it's a new canoe launch, wheelchair accessible, that's going to be built there soon. But community members are welcome to come view the plans and offer their comments. That's a week from Tuesday.
Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I'll just close with this was I'm thinking of the Greek word aporia. I'm not someone who speaks ancient Greek, but I came across this word recently. It's a concept that comes from ancient Greek philosophy, and it has to do with great difficulty, perplexity, and particularly an impasse. And I am appreciative of my colleagues, of the residents who engaged in that perplexity and impasse with me. I am someone who is not afraid to be wrong out loud. I think that's how we learn. And I think I'm someone who's willing to stand here for 5 hours and answer questions to check my understanding. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I'm willing to learn from that. And I hope that all of us over the next few years engage in, we're engaging in the state of aporia now, and I hope we continue that, and we continue to critically think about whether the assumptions we made today were correct or incorrect. And time will certainly tell. And so I just encourage us all to continue to have that curiosity, continue to be willing to be right or wrong out loud, and continue to be willing to have your thought process challenged and, watch the results and determine whether or not your hypothesis was correct or incorrect. And I know I'll be doing that, and I hope everyone who engaged in this process does that. I think it'll be a great learning opportunity for Evanston and for each of us as individuals in how we engage with other human beings in this world, and how we engage as members of large or small institutions. And so my word for today is aporia, and I hope we all take that and engage in some deep thinking and reflection.
Thank you. Just want to close. I want to echo Councilmember Burns' appreciation of our staff who worked, again, as I mentioned about Councilmember Revelle, both a lot of hours, but also a lot of brain power, a lot of thinking. And don't clap yet. Don't clap yet. And with really, really, really studious neutrality in a situation when a lot of different people wanted y'all to be unneutral in a lot of different ways. We're lucky to have all of you. Now y'all can clap. And I want to thank our first responders. It's a little bit of a bummer to need this much protection in a public meeting, but thank you so much to EPD and fire personnel for all of your time and effort during this whole process. And with that, seeing that it's now the 21st, the November 20th special meeting of the Evanston City Council stands adjourned.